They like the chaos.
They like the chaos. So when you're able to
The chaos.
let that chaos reign with,
The chaos.
let that chaos reign with,
The chaos.
let that chaos reign with.
Must reign.
What's good, D-Darrell? Kind of like the conversation. I respect the lady on the panel. What's good? What's good? Respect the lady on the panel. You know, she has a open mind, man. I respect that. You know,
respect.
Yeah. D-Darell, man. Is this part 2 of this interview they said was part 2? How long was this interview originally?
The overall, it was an hour and 32 minutes. No.
Okay.
So it's an hour and 32 minute live stream.
Okay. So the lady that's on the
the lady only talked about. She didn't talk that much. She only talked like 15 minutes in the whole goddamn interview. Everybody else was talking, and she didn't talk as much.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said it was a bad interview.
I mean, I hear even some people think that even one lady that had her on the one they call that's flying the bald eagle, that they said that she paid Anissa a lot of money. I said, nah, she ain't pay her. She probably might give her like $1,000. She's not gonna be getting like three to 10. Let me tell you something. Ain't no man or woman in the right mind is gonna pay no young little beep 10 grand.
Real G would.
No, listen. No, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about real G. Real G's don't pay no 10 grand. And you know why I say this? Because think about it. When you pay 10 grand, you better, if you put on your chain, you better make double the amount of views and ad revenue have run.
See this wide hip man right here, just folding his hands up like a woman and leaning to the side, looking like Luther, looking like a broke ass Luther Vandross. This nigga will pay $3,500. He will pay $35.
Well, yeah. If he paid 35, that's him. But a lot of people think that she's garnished. She's worthy of 10 grand from any person, consecrated either God or not. Like I said, I am Dr. Umar's daughter. Pay me 10 grand. I will tell you all the fucking tea. I'll tell you, nah, little girl, sit in your corner. If I ain't that serious, he's done. He's washed. The only thing now he has left is time, and time's not his friend. He's gonna plan his great escape. That's all. But now to the lady that's on the.
He's trying to grip to the manosphere right now.
No, there's no. Excuse me. Oh, stop. There is no grip for Dr. Umar Johnson. There is no motherfucking grip. It's over. No, it's over. I'm gonna be loud now. You sentiments that bullshit. It's over for this nigga. And the reason I'm telling you it's over is because he played his motherfucking hand. The only thing he can look forward to is that someone is naive and dumb that's gonna come across this nigga's content and say, "Oh, he sounds so nice. He called me queen. Let me give him $100 for his school and all this bullshit." That's the only people that's stupid that don't really look back at the history. Don't do a quick Google search. Don't find anything about him, all that stuff. They sit there and say, "I'll just give him money because it is."
He wants a blackmail movement to reform.
There is no blackmail movement. There is no blackmail movement right now. There is no blackmail movement. The only thing a black man is doing right now is buying his time just to garnish every other man, hope that some man pay him, and then things will go well with certain things if the system changes. Because let me tell you something. Black people are not in the business of changing nothing unless white men change. You get me? They're hoping, praying that they put themselves in position with talking points that the white man's going to hear them and then he's going to give them what is right for theirs. And that is delusional.
Right.
Real talk. It's delusional. And usually I don't say this, but I'm just keeping it real because I'm a realist. If you want shit done, you got to be out there doing some things to make change. Yeah, and how we know? I said go back to history. How people, our foreparents, some did things done. Even the last 50 years, did they sit there and on their mics all day, every day. No, they did some things.
Hold black men accountable. Hold them accountable.
People don't respect talk. People respect action because at the end of a talk is talk. It don't mean nothing. It go nowhere. And let me tell you something. A lot of us we talk some good game. Let's keep real. We good talkers. When regards actions, nah, not in us unless we're forced to take action.
But Chaos, you co-interviewed him with Amiri on last year.
Of course. And really, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you the reason why that interview went way is. Let's just say this. At the time, that was the time when Amiri had him on. You get me? Well, as time progressed with this nigga, he already knows that the things are going to go downhill for him. And because he has given less promises, then now he has to keep up on some promise to keep the delusion going. And he can't do it right now because, let's be honest, he has nothing to really show to prove people say that, I'm really that person besides talking good game. Let me tell you something. Every time when things happen and push back, he makes a move. You ever notice that when things happen, what he does, he makes a move. When things like this happen to him, he has to make a move. Why? Because he has to keep the game going so no one doesn't catch on to the game. You get me?
Right. Okay.
So right now,
he gonna grip on to the next hustle.
No. The next hustle he's gonna grip on to the more bigger sectors of YouTube, like Drewski and all the people that make bigger subscribers, make more money. He's gonna grip on that sector because that's more sustainable. All this other shit about men's rights, he don't give a fuck about that because he's making money off women. And I'm gonna say men are paying. Let me tell you something. Listen to me good, niggas. No man in the right mind is paying this fuck boy no fucking money. Cause there's no fucking money when you talk about men's shit. Stop it. Men don't want to pay. Let me tell you something. The only time men's gonna open his wallet is when a nice fine bitch is on the screen. And that's the honest truth. Don't let me go there. I'm lit today, bro.
I see you, man. You sure you ain't had a few?
More than a few.
This is as far as she was speaking.
That was more than a few.
Listen at you, Lady Snoop.
Yeah.
How do you think Umar should handle this? Because everybody, because I've asked everybody this.
That's a good question.
Yeah, how do you think he should have handled this?
How he should have handled it?
Yeah.
I honestly believe he should have found one of the biggest platforms there was.
Okay.
Whoever the biggest, not Adam 22 though, because nigga, you would have been in jail. But find the biggest platform that actually reach out. And I would have did a sit down with my daughter. And I would have been as transparent as possible and been an example that yes, maybe I was not in your life or whatever the case may be. But this is how we are here and how we can do this moving forward. You have any questions or I'm making explanations on where I was wrong, or even as a man, I don't give a fuck. He could have apologized, whatever the case may be. I think he should have, since they took it public, they should have went on the largest platform they can find. Get both of them, would have gotten a bag, patched up their relationship, regardless if you really like it or not. And then once their channels was launched, if you want to fall out again, you would have been getting paid off for everything. You could have made that into a positive. You don't always have to make everything negative.
Right.
It could have been an example because it was already a part of his brand. You can't be a leader for black males if you can't even take care of your home, bruh. That is impossible for you to have been a leader in the streets, but you're not taking care of your home. That's how all these people keep getting caught up because your home not in order. How the fuck you gonna have your business affairs in order if home's not in order? So no.
I hear you on that. That's real. That's real.
Like, of course, he could have went offline and spoke to her, but what point would it have been if the little girl already went live? It's too late. Now we need to go live. He could have went on his own platform. Me and Lil Mama sit down and talk about it.
Well, I'm waiting on the Tasha K interview. I know that's coming.
which is understandable, but then it's still, even with that, it's not like Tasha is trying to bring some type of closure to that home.
Nah, she's
You
not.
understand what I mean?
She's done an interview. She's done an interview with a lady claiming that she was with Umar before though.
Yeah, the stripper. I remember her.
No. There was another woman, but besides the stripper, it was another lady that Umar was talking to, and he was trying to get with her whenever he would go to the city for speeches of business.
Yeah.
This was not the woman that was running through this was somebody else.
Okay.
Not
conscious stripper.
No, that was not. No, this was somebody. This was actually like a year or two ago that she interviewed.
Oh.
Yeah. She interviewed a lady about a year and a half ago that had a little interaction with Umar, and he would come through and see her whenever he come to her city and shit. So, and they had some miscommunication on what, like, I guess, he wanted one thing and she wanted something else, and so she felt like he wasn't right based on, it was almost like, if you can't just be that, that little,
side piece.
Side piece I can kick you with when I'm in town. I don't want nothing more than that.
But
and
then
so
for her to, that's personal. I'm sorry, go ahead, because that's just weird.
I know, I'm just saying though, but to me, they were communicating, they were texting and all that shit, and I guess they fell out behind, she was wanting something more consistent than what he was willing to give her.
You can't. But this is my thing, though, and this is what the sisters have to understand respectfully. When you get a hotel nigga, you gotta watch them niggas. They'll have your panties hanging from the ceiling fan. Them is the type them bitches will fall in love. You got to watch them hotel niggas. Them niggas smart. You got to watch them or have them goddamn jaws hanging from the ceiling fan. You got to stay away from them hotel niggas. So if she really thought that she was gonna get a man like that, who low-key believe in the polygamy and all the wives and the fruitful multiplier, and I'm Prince Hakeem, king of the world. Hell yeah, you can't take him serious. It's only a conversation. She was done forever after he said that he frequent the strippers. It wasn't right.
Yeah, I think the lady also said she was pregnant too.
Oh my God.
That's why people saying it's like 4 baby mamas and shit and counting. So to me, that's the next phase of somebody else coming out. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but it seems like to me the mothers want to keep it quiet, but you never know because somebody gonna rat him out again. This always happened every so many years. There's a female ratting Umar out, and it
is. But at this time, it's a little bit more. It's the child. It's her. She has a very entitled attitude. I think that I don't know how she acted on this show, but I got videos of her off of TikTok, and it just totally turned me against her. Like, what the fuck kind of shit is this?
But miss, if she's entitled, isn't that the fault of the mother? Because there's some things you have to instill in your children.
Not necessarily.
She's 22. Okay.
If a person is a murderer, you blame the parent that the child grew into becoming a murderer. That's not the parent's fault. Some of these parents, I'm not gonna say I don't do kids, but I don't have children. So I've seen multiple amount of parents that have put their all into their kids, and their kids grew up to be fuck ups or goddamn some bull. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't ever will blame a parent on the child's decision because you can only do so much, and once they go out there, they make their own decisions.
Right.
That's true. You know what I mean? I just look at things a little different way, but I wouldn't necessarily bust it like that. But I've seen her from, as I said before, you can't come to me and tell me you worried about the water situation. We need water. And at the end of this, you talking about you trying to charge. Now you got water. You trying to charge me for the water. I thought this was about the water. How we get on money? You told me she said she was on here looking, trying to get closer to her sister. That was the only thing.
But Snoop, to be fair, when she saw a bag, who not gonna want a bag if they see a bag? I don't think she could have perceived getting up because she is a content creator.
My brother My brother, it is easier.
Oh,
It is easier. And now this is where it comes in on your life and just decisions we make. It is easier for a camel to walk through an eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven.
Right? That's scripture.
Right?
Right?
So,
yeah.
so all money ain't good money.
True.
All money ain't good money. And then what is your soul worth? What is it for a man to gain the world and lose your soul? You sold out your mama, your daddy, your family for a couple of thousand. My nigga, ain't no money in the world worth none of that. Ain't nothing in. I don't give a fuck, especially the times we living in. I would have looked at that like that was a test. I don't know how God trying to test me to see if I'm willing to sell out. Nope. Because once that money gone, where you only going, your story only gonna last for a few minutes. But the damage is irreparable.
Yeah.
You can't come back from that. You can't come back from that one. I'm not saying don't interview. I'm saying damn. Shit, you feel me? That's the real shit. I'm saying damn.
I feel you on that. So, Miss,
but he not no better.
Miss Carrie, you've been a little quiet. Any comments? Any feedback?
I mean, most of these topics you just covered, we already talked about yesterday. So,
okay.
You know, I don't think she did anything wrong. If it's not wrong to interview, I don't see why it's wrong to get money for it when people are trying to exploit you. I don't think she did anything wrong. And if we're going to blame her for making, to feeding into a stigma and making Umar looking bad, I don't know why we wouldn't blame Umar for making black men look bad with his behavior. He's the adult.
He don't speak for all black men. You definitely don't speak for no black women. You definitely don't speak for all black women.
Because she's kind of got a thing where she can't.
Yeah. Let her get it.
I know she had to tell me with her snitching brick baby ass. Go right ahead.
Let her get it.
God damn it.
let loose cannon talk. Sweetie.
Okay. All right, Carrie.
Yeah. Again, he's the adult. If he doesn't speak for all black men, then neither does his daughter. A lot of these pygmies that be begging men to let them drive back out to Vegas to see them again, they are real quick to want to fight a woman. They're angry at women. They want to compete with women who ain't paying them no attention. But they so desperate for dick crumbs that they give men a pass for their own bad behavior. They blame the government. They blame the daughter. They blame everybody but the grown man. And I don't think black men are helpless. I don't think black men are incapable. I think that the only person that made Umar look bad is himself. And if his daughter's making bad choices, I do think parents are responsible to raise children who conduct themselves in a certain way. And without her father's guidance, she has been crippled in an extent, and he is responsible for that. I certainly don't think that parents are responsible for all their children's choices, but if parents didn't have an influence on how their children turned out, why would you even bother raising your kids? If they just raise their goddamn selves and they gonna do whatever anyway, why teach your kids to be honest, hardworking, kind, thoughtful, if it doesn't matter and they just gonna make their own choices? Of course, a father's influence matters and a father's absence matters. So anything that she's done and made a mistake, Umar is culpable in that.
Okay. I agree. I agree as far as the lack of him being an influence in her life could have propelled her in a different direction. And you know, so with that being said, how do you feel about him talking about, you know, he didn't respect black women and black vagina and all this other shit that he about the, you know, he disrespected, he kind of reflecting on his mistakes and that he should have showed more respect to his mother, the baby's mothers. You know, how do you feel about it?
That he admitted that?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Well,
he just recently did it like maybe 2 days ago.
Okay, I think that's a step in the right direction. And I also think that him and his daughter should talk privately and come together when they're ready to give a united front. There's things she might need to say to her father that aren't for public consumption, and vice versa. I don't have a problem because they're both public figures with them discussing whatever they want in public, but I do think she deserves some private time with her father to talk or cry or whatever she needs to do. And be vulnerable. And I hope that they can get to that point. I'm not a fan of Umar Johnson. I don't approve of his rhetoric. What he says about special education is just wrong and it's harmful. But I certainly would hope that he can have some method, some redemptive arc in the lives of his children. It might not only be good for his children, it also might be healing for him. And I don't believe this just because people don't like Umar Johnson and they think he's done things wrong. Nobody could say what the love of a child could do for a man. And so matter of fact, Photon's brother was giving a story about, the impact he had when he got back in his son's life. So do I think it's likely that Umar can maintain long-term relationships? No. But I hope that they're able to pull that off? Like, absolutely.
Okay. Right. Anybody else want to comment on anything? Any feedback?
Well, it's sad that it took his daughter airing him out for him to confess that he made mistakes.
Yeah,
It's
he
just
did.
sad.
He did.
I mean,
Yeah,
dude, you should have done this. You should have done this years ago.
Yeah.
Then you would be more relatable.
But that might be a good example of how, like, him already this arc with his daughter. I mean, that's more progress than I've seen Umar make in the entire time I've known of him. Right?
I understand that. However, this should have been done a long time ago. Had he done it a long time ago, he would be in a much better position now than he hit. I mean, and then a couple of weeks ago, even before this even came out.
Nobody would disagree with that. That's a fact.
Because now it's like, what can you throw at him? It's like I kind of link him to Corey Holcomb in the sense of Corey Holcomb always tells people he ain't shit.
Yeah.
So what more can you do to him? What can you say to him? What are you gonna tell him? He a bad father? He'll tell you that. He tell you he bad with women? He'll tell you that. He'll tell you all that. So now what can you use against him? Now everybody's using this against him. All his enemies are using this against him, and it's going to affect people who might have would have. Hey, you know what? He's saying some good stuff. Maybe I might donate to the school. Now, why the hell would I donate to this school with this goof? And so again, I hope he do something with his daughter. Maybe he can have that redemption on, but considering his ego,
Yep.
good luck with that. The best she can get from him is maybe he'll help her financially, just not to help her per se, but to help his own ego.
That's the difference with Corey Holcomb. Umar Johnson wants to believe himself to be a good man. So I don't know if Umar's capable of it either, but I'm not going to take that away from him. That is possible.
No, I mean, look, anything is possible. I will never say that nobody can change, but with his history, she just better hope the financial money come in. That's all.
I mean, even a cordial relationship can be healing, and nobody thinks he's going to become a quote unquote good father. But even moving in the right direction, if he can manage just not to be abusive to her, right? I think that would be a positive.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that, and I hope so. I really do.
Me too.
Because really his relationship with her is really going to affect this school.
Oh, it definitely will.
Yeah, and I don't care what all his supporters are going to cry about. If he don't make this right, good luck getting that school open. And even if he do, by some miracle, get it open, how you gonna get the support for it? Who's gonna go over there? Who's gonna trust them with their kids?
Well, the school thing could never happen in a million years. If this was a movie, right, that I wrote, if I was writing a screenplay or something, the redemptive arc would be Umar realizing that the school was never his legacy. It was always supposed to be his children anyway. And instead of trying to be this great civil rights leader, his real redemption would be in just being a decent man. I don't know if he's capable of that, but that's his only hope of redemption, as far as I'm concerned. School is just impossible. A man who is sexually undisciplined cannot be the principal of a school. On top of all the other things that would make this impossible, his ego cannot allow him to be a leader. It's just not possible.
Yeah, not definitely not a good one. Yeah, he's gonna end up in a scandal, and
he would end up sued and or in jail if he ever got put in that type of authority over that many adults.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he reminded me.
Pretty much saying it's basically the death. This is pretty much buried. The school is pretty much buried.
Well, again,
it was never built, so it can't be buried. It was there.
Yeah, it's on it. The idea of it, of him being able to do it and getting the suspicion help to do it, it's on its last legs. I'll say that. But like I said, it depends on how he repairs this relationship with his daughter. If he can get it to work, there's hope for that school, and he might get some more help.
No hope for the school. It's impossible. It's not financially possible.
Yeah, because
go ahead.
It takes millions of dollars. It takes millions of dollars a year to operate this school,
right. Well,
he's not going to get that.
Well, there was an interesting comment on your last video, D. Darrell, where somebody was saying that you were being ignorant because you said that nobody's going to be sending their kid to a school where they practice E5.
Yeah, and I read your response on that, but go ahead. Let's talk about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, because this woman says, well, there's already Catholic and Jewish schools, so you're just kind of being anti-Black in so many words by suggesting you couldn't have an African school. And I looked it up. There's like 8 million Jews in America. There's like 50 million Catholics. There's so few people who practice Ifa or African spirituality at all. I couldn't even find a number. You know,
very few people practice that, and very few people practice Ifa in Africa. Better yet, in America.
Facts. Now, I looked it up too. There still are like 100 million people in Africa who practice some form of actual African spirituality, right? But not Ifa. And also on top of that, this is not like an internet school where all the dozens of people who practice that religion across the country could connect together. This is a physical school in Delaware. How are you going to find hundreds of children whose parents are willing to have them learn and participate in a foreign religion they know nothing about? That's just not going to happen. And I'm not a religious person. I don't give a fuck about religion, but it's completely unrealistic to think that people would first send their kids to an unaccredited school, but secondly, to learn a form of African spirituality when almost all Americans, Black Americans, are either Christian or Muslim.
That's fact. And that was the only point I was trying to make. I wasn't trying to. I'm like, you got to be like realistic about that. Like, it's a reason they have Catholic schools, because there's a lot of Catholics. You got to have you have to have the demographic to support that. Like, there's a reason why they got Jewish schools, because there's a large percentage of Jews, and they're high income, or they can afford to take their kids to these schools. That's the reason. But there's not people. There's not, like, I never even heard of Ifa until he brought it up, to be honest with you. I know of other religions, but I've never even heard of it till like maybe a few years ago, maybe.
Yeah, it's not even the predominant religion in the African countries where they practice it. Like, people are Igbo and everything. It's not even popular in Africa.
No. And so I'm like, so my question is, because that was, and I know KKC is in the chat, or he was in the chat, because he brought it up about Umar, maybe changing this into a religious organization type thing for tax purposes. And I'm like, okay, you could maybe benefit from that, but as far as you getting people, Black American parents are not sending their child to a school for a religion that they don't practice. They're not doing that.
Well, and furthermore, D. Darrell, I have cousins that go to a Jewish school, right? Because Jewish and Christian religions, they're all Abrahamic faiths. A lot of Black kids who went to Catholic schools are not Catholics, they're Protestants.
Right.
But it's close enough where these parents aren't like, what the fuck? Animal sacrifice.
Yeah, it's still Christianity.
And even at the Jewish schools and the Catholic schools, those schools lose money every year. Those schools are supported by the church. So to have an independent religious school that's not Christian or Jewish in America or Muslim, it's ridiculous. Even Catholic schools don't turn a profit, and there's 50 million Catholics in America.
Yeah, they don't. They don't turn a profit, and that's just a fact. Those schools barely hanging on, and people. I mean, I just think, especially now when there's so many alternatives for education for kids, and people have more choices, and then there's a lot of people who go on the virtual route. I mean, nobody ain't. They just not.
Actually, the virtual route was always the intention, the end game, because they don't want to pay none of these teachers. So it's better to go virtual route and control much more, because you control more what the kid really learns virtually instead of paying all these teachers.
There's pluses and minuses.
That's
the whole intention. Virtual route was the route to go. That's why they run that experiment last 5 years.
Less money, but virtual schooling only works well for kids who are proficient readers. So the kids
they don't care about reading. Since when in America they were focused on people reading at an adequate level? They don't spend much. The budget in America was school very less.
Reading, how the kid is going to perform. You got it. I mean, I get what you're saying, but reading is essential.
I know. That's like what. But figure out. But you see right there. You see right there, D-Red is essential. But do you think the United States focus on getting all Americans to read proficiently and put the budget in it? No, because they want consumers.
There's no amount.
You look at the capitalism.
The fact that a kid who can't read can't be successful at virtual school.
They're not focused on success. They're focused on workers and consumers. And if you can get it, oh well. If you don't, oh well. That's the premise of them. Let me get back.
There were guys, and there was a guy that proposed that Umar should have opened up a virtual school instead of trying to do.
He threw tantrums about that several times.
Yeah, he did. He felt like and to me at the time that
institutions. Go ahead.
At the time, I thought it was a bad idea because I'm like, this is he wanted to have a kind of a boarding house where the kids stay there type of situation, and that's what he felt would be best. That's what, but looking at it more realistically and economically, knowing that it take between $2 to $5 million to operate a school like this with those buildings and people living and staying there and all that. I mean, it's just not practical for you to do this type of, project. It's too ambitious for the fact that you can't garner that kind of support.
Yeah,
so you got to be realistic. An online school, or some other type of school,
like a homeschool program. Yeah.
To me, and I'm just saying something like maybe opening up a school with 50 kids.
Right. A one-room school. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that where that is small, manageable.
Yeah.
You show some success. You sell that success of the kids who are actually, build a reputation, and then you slowly build into this ultimate. Right. You can't. You don't have. He wants to start day one where you have all of these different array of programs and all this stuff for kids, and you got kids flying in from California, from from Texas and
Right.
and Miami and everywhere going to this school, and that's just not happening.
Well, and
Yeah.
it's 1 minute it's a boarding school. He sounds like one of them little girls with a Barbie doll. Like, I'm gonna be an astronaut and a teacher and a doctor, and it's just like the school just keeps transforming from one thing to the next. And you know, that's another sign of poor leadership. Who starts off big? Even if you had the money, even if you had an infinite budget, what type of leader? If you're doing a counseling practice, why would you be like, okay, I'm gonna open up a whole counseling, your first one, I'm gonna do this and that and this and that? Like,
Yeah, you gotta start small.
that's nonsense. Who does that?
Yes,
Yeah, but-
yeah, that's true.
And you're right, Carrie Ann, you're right. But let's be honest. A person that's
$1,000.
you're right, Carrie Ann. Everybody said, why would we start big? And I'm thinking that's simple. But when I think overall of the scheme of things, the whole intention is to start big, to be unrealistic, to people to fill people's heads and say, oh yes, that sounds great. Let me give you all the money. Let's make this happen. Instead of thinking the long-term ramifications to get to there. You don't get there from the top all the way to the top. You got to start from the bottom and it gradually grows from the top. But a lot of people don't think that because the guy talks good.
Well, and plus his ego ain't gonna allow that to happen either.
But I'm sick of this. He's charismatic and he talks well, and I'm sorry, but that's like you got to look deeper into a person than just that public presentation. You know how many times I've heard that? Well, he speaks well, he commands the audience and all the swag and all, but I need concrete results.
Yeah, he also doesn't speak that well. It's also not even true. He just tells victim complex people what they want to hear about how everything is the white man's fault and I got two queens. He's not that good of a public speaker. I've seen better.
Well, for the audience that he's going around, he is a very good speaker.
Well, I think it's more about I'm right for those people, but I think it has more to do with him telling them something that never challenges them. They're never wrong. They're victims of the school system. They're victims of the white man. Everything they do wrong is somebody else's fault. And you so sexy, you got a big old booty. You know, fucking nigga shit, dumb goofy shit. He be telling people what they want to hear.
And play into the colorism thing too.
How so?
Remember when he had that thing with Nick Cannon? Remember when he was talking about, you have daughters with white women. How your other daughters gonna feel about how other girls who looked up to you how they gonna feel themselves if you won't even date? You wouldn't have children with ones that look like you. That's what he told Nick Cannon.
That's a valid question.
That's on that Snow Bunny and the whole information. Listen to me. This is what I am with that, and I know Pan Africans think this way, but listen. I'm not in the business of dick policing men and or women on who they and cannot be with.
Right.
My position is you can't be interracially dating, talking about you pro-black.
Exactly.
But what you got to understand, when you look at the masses of black people as a whole, we run a gambit of people who have different, diverse religions, backgrounds, social economics. And so you're alienating a lot of black people who are in interracial relationships that still interact and do things within their community. And then not only are you alienating them, you also alienating their children who feel some kind of way about you speaking in a way about their parents' union. So you got to be careful about that. And to me, I know it makes for good sound bites and people are entertained when you say all this Snow Bunny stuff. But to me, I would minimize that talk. Like, I mean, I'm not saying we should be celebrating.
He's pandering to black women who are insecure.
Right.
He's pandering.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with white women. If you find you a good white woman and you love her, do you. But that's that shit Cynthia G was doing when she's, these niggas only want ugly white women and this and that. It's pandering. It's nothing.
Right.
I don't think it's too many people in 2025 that still have a problem with interracial dating outside of the manosphere and the womansphere. But yeah, what you can't do is go have all these biracial children and then try to hold them up as what is black. And these are black kids. They're not black kids. And it is problematic for black women in particular when biracial women become the face of blackness. So I hate when people dismiss colorism like it's imaginary or it's just something people make up. It's a real concern.
Yeah. So my position is, I just don't like the fact that, you know, and there are people like that that do exist that claim they've so much for the community, and then you got this person outside of your community in the background or whatever, and you still, you know, claiming this, and like I'm like that's a contradiction. Yeah. But I'm not about to be like making this like a primary focus of my platform. I'm not.
Right.
Like,
right.
I'm gonna
you got way bigger problems than that. Yeah. You got more. And sad to say, you got people who are in a interracial in a relationship that do more for the community than people in a whole. They got a black wife and a black husband. They ain't doing nothing.
I mean, that would be true, but their kids still aren't black. Like, it is what it is. But Umar is way out of line telling black men that they can't choose white women, and it's that's out of line.
No, you can't say my position, and I've even argued with Pan Africans about this. Listen, all I'm saying is that we're gonna celebrate black love, okay? But we don't have to go in trying to target people who classically interracially date all the time and try to shame them into dating black women.
Like because you're taking away a resource. Don't put them in the forefront. That's a simple thing. Don't put them in the forefront.
Yeah,
they got interracial. Okay, keep them in the background. Hey, help us here. Help us back. We're not going.
Colorism, though. One of the problems with colorism is that when these people have these biracial children, in particular girls, like if you look at any of the TV shows that features black families for the past 10 years, almost all of the wives who they're calling black are biracial. So to say don't put them to the forefront, colorism is real. Black people with white features, white hair, whiter skin do get treated differently in the system of white supremacy. These people aren't guilty of anything, but it's very problematic, especially for black women, when you gaslight us when we talk about the fact that these women do get pushed to the forefront.
Yeah, and they're getting all the roles that.
Yeah, and they become the face of the black woman. That is a problem.
Black women
and the perfect example is that Kamala Harris. That's the prime example. They pushing her as a
prime example. And when you look at all these athletes, all these black men who become millionaires, and just coincidentally, they all have white women on their arms, and white women become the standard of success, and biracial children is a marker of quote unquote progress. These are not imaginary issues made up by jealous black women. This is real. This is a real concern for black women in particular.
Yeah, I understand that. I do.
I feel you. I'm just talking. I'm not accusing.
Yeah, but I hear it. You know, and I have to understand that. But I also think some of these chicks do it way it gets muddled when they're going after people that are not bothering them, attacking people who's all they doing is just being with their significant other. And that idea gets muddled because it's like, okay, you just attacking people. Maybe you are just jealous. Maybe it might be an issue.
Can you give an example of somebody that happened to? Because I haven't seen that happen very much, but I don't want to deny that it happened. I feel like black women be minding our business, and then people constantly attacking us with they white women talking shit about us, bothering us. I feel like we don't really too much bother nobody. We be getting bothered. So who is these white women who just randomly been getting attacked by black women? Give me an example.
Not the white women, the black men. That's who's getting attacked. Give me an
example, because again, I hear black men with white women on their arms attack and degrade us regularly.
I've seen that.
I
and
don't really,
I've
yeah,
seen
I've
that,
seen
and
a
I think that's
lot.
silly.
I can't think of a single black man who we went after in like the past 10 years for being with a non-black. So maybe you could give me an
Oh
example.
man, it's plenty of athletes. I mean, that happens. That happens
When?
all the time.
To who?
That happens to athletes.
When?
All the time. They talk
Can
about.
you name a specific athlete black women have just randomly attacked for being with a white woman?
Oh, they okay. Sure, we could talk about Charles Barkley. We could talk about Michael
I'm saying
Jordan.
the last 10 years.
That happened in the last 10 years.
Oh,
They,
did it?
they continually do that to him.
Okay.
I mean, but to me, this is my now to your point,
That's why
Carrie.
I asked. I really don't know. That's why I asked.
No, hold on. To your point, Carrie.
Yeah.
To me, but I will give you this point. I think this is not. I don't. To me, if they're going to attack, they don't attack just average, just regular black. They basically attack more, athletes, entertainers, people who are in the public eye. And to me, now as far as you just attacking any regular Joe Blow, whatever black male, as opposed to black women, in that same realm. Mm-hmm. You definitely see more black women look as far as being like particularly on social media and stuff like that. But when it comes to like upper echelon black men who are like millionaires and all that stuff, they get attacked for that.
But can you let me know if I'm tripping? I'm not saying they never get attacked, but who gets attacked more often? Black men with they white women or black men with they white women attacking black women for no fucking reason? Because y'all named Charles Barkley. I can name like 10 off the top of my head right quick who just be randomly, Corey Holcomb's one of them, who just randomly out the blue, Mike Epps is one. I can if I think I can keep going, but we just be sitting around minding our business, eating our, tuna salad, and niggas be like, my first baby mama looked like Grace Jones, you know what I'm saying, or James Brown and shit, and they just be like, what the fuck? Why we can't? Like, what did we do to you?
No. What I can say that when you look at things like hip hop, they do celebrate colorism. Hip hop celebrates. There are plenty of songs that give rise to lighter women, which for me is wrong, and I don't advocate for that.
It's stupid.
It is kind of stupid, but so I get when you say that.
The
but
constant onslaught that we face to be turned around and act like we're the bitter, jealous ones when it's like,
I mean, Montel Williams got slammed for shit with his wife. OJ got slammed for shit. I mean, there's tons of black men.
Kobe got slammed after his death, and Kobe don't say nothing. Had said nothing about black women.
Who?
Oh, what's that guy name that worked that the one that he was biracial that did the thing about black people being magical and shit, and he was on that show. And then he left his black wife for a white woman.
Oh yeah. But he was in our face though. That's not a fair example.
That's not a fair example.
He was playing in our face. You just admitted. Man, he gave that whole speech. You said it yourself.
No, okay, all right.
If a black woman came up here like, black women.
But Carrie Ann, didn't they not lose their mind over that man doing that? They went off on his ass.
You told it in your own story. You was like, that nigga that was talking about niggas is magical and shit.
Yeah.
That nigga. Right. Damn.
No, it was funny because remember, again, now I'm going to say this, and I don't want to break, because I know she's doing bad right now. I blame Wendy Williams for that. Because I remember Wendy Williams did a thing where I remember they were saying the black woman that he was with was ugly, and they compared her to the white woman looking sexy, and they was, comparing, like, and they had other people doing that shit. And I'm like, that to me was wrong.
Yeah, I remember that. That was foul.
They was trying to say the woman, like, it's almost like she didn't look good enough for him.
Yeah, why is he with this ugly black woman when niggas?
Yeah, and I thought that lady was not a bad looking black woman. I'm sorry.
Wait.
She was kind of bad looking.
Wait. So Wendy was saying that his white wife was better looking than his black wife?
No, they were saying, why is he with this average looking black woman when he could have access to these bad these great looking white women.
So they set her up for failure.
Yeah.
Well,
Like he said, a black woman did it to her. So Wendy Williams is a problematic person, though.
She getting exactly what she
They
deserved.
were mad at Michael
honestly.
Jordan to Michael B. Jordan. I remember that. They was big mad.
Oh yeah, the whole. What is he the one with the boat thing?
Yeah, because it was like he was with a different white girl every week. It was just like, it's not like he had one white girlfriend. He was just like switching them out every week, and it wasn't one chocolate up in there. Then he tried to get with that one black girl for to save his reputation. But yeah,
Lord
it was
Harvey, yeah.
bizarre the way he was shuffling
Now,
through.
you know who else they went in on? They went on. It was a big thing with Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx got roasted about his
with Katie Holmes. Yeah.
Okay, something, yeah.
And
What's her
then
name?
Katie Holmes, I think.
Katie Holmes.
Yeah, Katie Holmes. Yeah, I remember that.
They did make for an odd couple, though. You know, they did.
They look crazy. But then
weird as fuck.
A person that was one of Jamie Foxx's handlers said that was like purposely done because he said that he's known Jamie Foxx to date tons of black women, but they never put those black women on magazines. But all the white women make the media, but the black women are like not even.
Right.
So D-Durrell, let's be honest. D-Durrell, let's say that. So D-Durrell, let's say that they're using the image because they run it to show who these people really choose to paint pictures to the regular small community, of what these men really pick or date. To hide, say, they're picking all these non-black women, but the ones that they do pick, they don't show them because they don't want to show that these men still look for a black woman or try and mate. In other words, am I right?
Say,
I don't know if that was clear. I said so. Yeah, I'm out about, bro. So I'm trying to be as clear as possible. I was saying that so. These black celebrities that's dating black women on the side or whatever, they're never gonna post them like that. They only post the non-blacks because they want to keep the game going of what these men really choose. On the average. Damn, is my background that bad? Shit.
Yeah, I'm here. A whole bunch of stuff.
They talk about Cam Newton. They talk about Cam Newton.
Yeah, I can't look at it.
Well, see, the thing about it, look, I've had 3 family members that have played professional sports, and I've seen a little bit of there's really the whole thing behind athletes and stuff like that being with these white women. It's really a bit misleading because if you would actually see the amount of black men who actually marry black women, it's overwhelming, like 70-80%. But
that's not overwhelming. That's the lowest of any racial group.
I'm talking about for that group of men that are in those industries. Not over. I'm not talking about the overall percentage of black men who marry. I'm talking about the ones that are on TV and entertainment. Just that segment, that small segment.
I'm just saying that's not a huge amount. 70%, 80% is low.
It's over 50%. It's like the majority. What I'm saying is that the majority. Yeah, I know it's low for. Yeah, it's
the majority. I'll give you that, but that's low.
But what I'm saying is that as it comes. But I'm not talking. I know if you related by group, yes. Yeah. Black men who, and there is a statistic. Black men who make over $100,000 a year tend to date 33% or more of outside their race than any other, and that's the highest among any group of men. Right. I get that. But
the only people who date out more than black men are Asian women, respectfully.
Yeah.
So black men aren't at the top. Yeah.
Yeah. But my position is that when you look at the total sample of that, if you put all these people in a room, you would overwhelmingly see more. You'd overwhelmingly see black men with black women. It's just that the ones who are not with black women are more visible. They're just they make it a point to show you on camera with this white woman, as opposed to those who got black women. They don't get the cameras. You know what I'm saying? So it's a bit.
I can see that.
The statistic. I'm not saying the statistic is not. It actually reflects that black men tend to date to me at a high rate interracially, particularly as they
Compared to other
income
men,
rise.
they do, yeah.
I can't deny that. But and looking at the total aspect of the statistic itself, we're almost not like ignoring that the fact that there are like way more black men that do still date black women. It's
Right.
not like black men are just running in droves to go date these women, because they're not. They really not.
Right.
You know. So
It's a hyper focus on it.
30% is extremely abnormal, though, considering most.
Yeah,
men
as
are
compared to
lower.
other groups,
Yeah.
it is. As
Yeah,
compared to
yeah,
I don't
but-
know that we have to wait until it's less than half to say like this is an unusual trend. That like it's still that's odd, right?
It's an unusual trend, but it's understandable because considering how the media is pushing it, has been pushing it for years.
Black men have agency, right? Whether the media is
I
pushing
get that.
it or not, black men are not the victims of white.
I'm not saying they are the victims of it. I'm not saying they're victims.
Okay.
You make a choice. It's your choice.
Right.
But
I don't think some of these black men have agency at all. I just think that they come in naive without being properly prepped for what they're getting into, and they just fall into whatever they with no guidance, and that's why many of them are broke.
But that too
and that's why many of them are broke 2 years after their careers over
and
with.
if black men are reaching success with no guidance on situations like that, that too is the fault of black men.
I will agree. I agree with that.
Black men and the family as a whole, period, that who lack God in this person, because everybody got a hand in guiding them through that. Like same thing I'm saying with Umar. Like I actually had conversation with Umar. This girl got family in Philadelphia that she don't even know.
Right. That's
literally less than 10 minutes away from where she's at, and she never got a phone call, a letter. Didn't go to the grocery store that they know her mother has and all this other shit. Like, that's a problem. We just gonna like pretend you don't have a relative that you know is your relative.
That's true, but it's certain things. I think that like because there are absent fathers, sometimes we start telling ourselves that like the community can do these things. And I heard a feminist sister make a really good point the other day about how black women don't get credit for all the outstanding sons they raised, like LeBron James, who's a family man and successful, right? They
do get credit. Their sons talk about their mom all the time.
I'm talking about the culture. I'm talking about the community. You always hear all this negative stuff about single moms. When there are single moms, you don't really hear them being mentioned. All these single moms who raise exemplary children. Like it does happen.
I don't know about that. I hear people.
I think what it is is like
single moms a lot. I was on your panel a week ago, and a nigga just randomly started telling me I was the problem in the black community because I was a single mom. Like he didn't even know me. I hear a lot of rhetoric.
That was a manosphere talking point.
Well, either way, there's communities of black men. Okay, go ahead.
I think we're confusing what dudes do in the manosphere online as opposed in actual culture and actual outside. I don't think black women are getting dragged like that for being single mothers like that outside of manosphere and red pill talking points. They're not.
I disagree. I think that there's still all types of news stories blaming single mothers and single family homes. I think that the black woman is largely scapegoated for problems in the black community, not just in the manosphere.
That's the I will say that's very debatable. I'm just saying from what I've seen.
All right.
And and everybody that I'm around, they're not talking bad about single mothers like that.
Well, if both of y'all say that, I'll reconsider it because I'm not that solid
no,
on that.
No, I'm not saying that people don't. There are people who do that, and I get. It's not like what you're saying doesn't have some truth, because there are people that do it. They do blame.
Like what I'm saying.
They do hold black women to a different standard than black men.
Yeah,
and that's a cultural problem.
Right.
That's a cultural problem.
Just like I've always said about the whole queen goddess thing. I
don't like.
In my opinion, on the outside, they do the queen and goddess thing more than blaming them for the fall of the
No,
community,
you a
and
queen when
that's
they first meet you, and then you a bitch if you.
right. There you go. It's oh, you queen, you're a goddess.
Yeah,
Don't do what
yeah,
they
I
want, or
hate
don't
that
give them
shit.
no money or
Yeah,
vagina. All of a sudden, you bitch,
yeah,
you hoe. I was like,
yeah, yeah,
damn, okay, bro.
yeah. It's
I
that.
feel you. I feel
Yeah,
you on that.
I thought you were the defender. You were supposed to be defending our queens.
It's all rhetoric. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I want to say that um
Hmm.
there are some things a father is supposed to teach his son, and sometimes by a
Right.
miracle other people can give it to you. But when it comes to like how to it's when you look at all these athletes and musicians who go up to these I mean white coaches and music executives who take them for everything they're worth. A lot of these other communities that are non-black, their fathers walk them through all these first life decisions. They're not on their own every generation trying to figure everything out from scratch. A lot
Right.
of
And that's the truth.
yeah, so this is if we have all of these men going into these arenas like sports and music, for example, where all the purse strings are held by white racists.
Hold black men accountable. Hold them accountable.
And we just delivering our sons up to them, trusting they're going to be treated well when we see decade after decade that these industries chew up these black men and spit them out. They say 75% of men who play in the NFL file for bankruptcy within 5 years of leaving the NFL. But we still just trusting these coaches and trusting these talent scouts. Like that is a failing on our part.
Right. I agree. So just kind of bringing it back to the topic, it kind of relates to the fact that the main thing that Anissa's missing is the leadership, the guidance that Umar failed to give her.
Yes.
And so we're pretty much talking about how that affects kids and things, and how this has an effect on her, which gave rise to her doing, what she did online, and he has to take responsibility for that. Yeah, she to a certain extent for herself, because she is an adult, she made this decision, but overall he brought this on himself.
Yeah.
So I'm not here, and I see Seth Marie wanting to come up, but I'm not taking him without blame for this, and things, because he set the stage for this happening.
Well,
I mean,
it's
you
like you
cannot
said with
neglect.
the double standard, the numbers of people who are coming here and raining all this condemnation on this young woman, barely an adult, right? Just started buying drinks a year ago, and they make excuses for this grown ass man. The government did it to him, and they made him look bad, and they did this and they did that, and it's like, so this little girl has all the agency in the world, but Umar just standing around letting things happen to him.
yeah.
That
He
like,
got a thumb up his ass. He just a
yeah.
victim. He
He just
getting his
a
ass
helpless,
whipped. He
right,
can't build school. See the white man.
right.
He can't see his daughter. The white man. The white
Yep.
man. The white man. It's always the white man. I'm like,
Well, and the
oh,
black
well,
baby mama, she's the enemy too, right? She
right.
did something wrong.
They
Everybody, his
scared of
daughter
Keisha.
did something
They
wrong.
scared of Keisha too. They scared of
Everybody's
Keisha and the
responsible
black.
but the black man for some of these people, and it's not pro-black. It's very emasculating to always put the black man in the position of a victim, because how can he overcome? How can he accomplish anything if everything's just happening to him all the time? When do we hold him accountable to make a plan and do better?
And but the thing of it is, the reason why a lot of them do it, because if, let's just say, the black man just wake up one day and start actually being the leaders they're supposed to be, they actually take accountable. You know what? Yeah, I messed up the community. We're gonna clean this up. A lot of people are gonna lose a lot of money. A lot of people are gonna lose any standing in the community, and a lot of people don't want that.
They sure don't.
And I
They
think the black man is capable of overcoming even that.
he is, but it got to start somewhere.
Well, it's
and it
got to
can't
start with
be
him believing that he's responsible and that he's capable. And we're
right,
not doing black men any favors by, you know what I'm saying? We're saying the same thing.
right. I got you. And yeah, it don't help when you got goofies like Umar, who on one hand, black man, don't do this, don't do that, but you're doing the same thing, and you got
Right.
other black men with daughters. By the way, they got daughters.
Right.
Seeing this man not taking care of his own, not even trying, but you're gonna rally behind him. Come on now, what we doing here?
Right. What's up, Seth Marie? I see you up in there. I know you got something to
Hey,
say.
hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
I'm good. What's up, Seth?
We're good.
Oh, fine. I'm gonna add a little balance to the show. Like I said, I agree with a lot what y'all just said, and Umar is not, exempt from any accountability. He has been accountable as of late, talking about this situation. As we all know, well, especially the non-haters, 5 or 6 ago, he predicted this. He said, "My daughter, she's going to expose me. She is." And he said, "I have not been the greatest father. I admit that. Like a lot of
That was
athletes,
years ago.
entertainers,
That was
yeah,
not
but
six. That
listen,
was
let
years
me
ago.
finish. But over the years, I've not been the greatest father. I'm a revolutionary activist. It's a dangerous job, it's a stressful job, and I don't have much time but being on this mission to do what's good for the Pan African community.
Then I'm gonna
Now, as
ask you a
far as
question after this,
EYT,
brother.
listen, man,
Can I ask you a question, brother?
Okay,
Hold on.
hold
Let me
on
ask
for
a
a
question
second.
after this.
All right, give me a minute, and you can
Let
ask
him
how
cook,
many
y'all.
questions
Let
you
him
want.
cook.
Yeah, and also his one of his heroes, Marcus Garvey. Even though he was a Christian or a practicing Christian, he said he didn't mind any blacks with any type of religious background. So Umar has always stated, always said he don't care what your religious background is, whether you're religious or non-religious. He said it's Pan-Africanism. Now, I'm more with the Native Black American, with that. I ain't with this whole Pan-African, so to be honest. So that's one thing I'm not too keen on him about. And I wish he could have, had his degrees up, even though I knew he had it since 2009, 2010, had it posted up or, nip that in the bud real quick. That was another thing I kind of disagree with him on. But for the most part, I kind of
He
agree
didn't
with
get
his
his doctorate
message
until
and everything.
2012.
Huh?
He didn't get his doctorate until 2012. His doctorate
Well,
until
okay.
2012.
Well, he was working on it. He had his other degrees. He got 6 degrees. He had 5 then. So, okay, I'll give you that. So, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that. All right, go ahead and ask a question. Go ahead.
Said Marie, you lose me on this argument about him being too busy for his children. He is not too busy for his children. He's not.
Well, a lot of athletes and entertainers and a lot of people, and
They
more in
ain't
the public
worked out
eye,
there. They ain't
are
trying
not
to
the
change
greatest
the
fathers and
community,
mothers.
dog.
That's just a fact. That's just a fact.
You lose me on that argument. He is
Well,
not
you're not in
a
Dr.
million
Umar's
dollar
shoes. Y'all are
athlete.
not in Dr. Umar Johnson's shoes. Y'all not.
Yeah,
So
no,
y'all,
yes, I am. I got
Well,
shoes
then,
on Umar. Umar is not
Didra,
that
can I ask my
busy.
question?
He's not.
yeah.
He's not too busy. He is not. Listen to me. He is not too busy to not see his children. He's not. He's just not. And nobody can say anything to convince me otherwise.
Can I
Is he
catch?
traveling a lot? Yes, he does travel a lot. Is he doing videos? Is he doing meetings?
You,
Yes, he is. But you mean to tell me you can't take a few days out the month to see your children, call your children, take the weekend off to go see your kids and maintain relationships? No, you're not.
But D-Rail, Umar has stated several times him and his baby mother don't get along. He has the ear to her
oh my
22-year-old.
god!
And
If
she
I
still
hear
stays
one
with
more
her
thing
mother.
about this
It's
baby
been extremely
mama,
difficult.
Same
And
argument
once he got into the public
Okay,
eye, public spotlight,
Didra,
he
can I
said he
ask him a
avoided
question?
that because he
Need a
didn't want to go
damn
into
thing.
legal
go ahead,
hassles with her.
chaos.
Seth,
So y'all can
All
believe
right.
what you want to believe.
I want to ask the question to brother. Damn it, I almost lost my train of thought, so I'm trying to gather myself.
Mhm.
Brother, you said about Dr. Omar Johnson said that what he's done is revolutionary and it could get him harm or you gotta understand today's so-called revolutionaries are not revolutionaries of this president over the last 20 years. The last person that might have been doing something, he's been gone now for 24 years since February. You know who that man was?
Mhm. Well, who?
Yeah, this is back in 2001. You know his
You
name?
talking about Khalid Muhammad?
Yes.
Okay.
He's the only one.
Um, Yeah.
Ever
I
since
remember
after
just
2001,
yeah. hmm
one person, he's over there out here with a mic, doing anything that's considered revolutionary, including our good friend Dr. Umar Johnson. He talks that bullshit, but overall, when you look at his action stuff, they already tell us that, nah, you ain't it. And the reason why he's not it because he exposed himself throughout social media for the last over a decade. Since 2015, it really showed Dr. Omar what he is and what direction where. And since then, he has not made the conscious effort to be about some of substance and usefulness to the community. Besides, collecting money, giving unfortunately false promises, even to the point when he was supposed to get that $1 million from one particular athlete, and then this came out. It tells you have no team, no man that you can sit there and talk to get your order. The only thing he talks about that's getting order is talking to some so-called low-level spiritualist and giving him a reading. That's it. Other that, he's not talking to any man that he knows that's professional or anybody that he could trust to have conversations to get him online or check him. He's not
Anybody
about
with
that business.
willpower. Anybody with
go.
willpower.
You're entitled to your
Yeah, there you
opinion.
go. There you go. Hold on, let me finish. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Go ahead.
Can I finish? So
You've been on 2 hours.
overall,
Go ahead.
so for overall sake, you get me? Whatever's happened to him now is on his own doing. And I watched some videos when he talking about the children that he does claim back in like a decade ago and something like that was circling on the internet, even to the point where it said his daughter's going to expose him. And instead of being smart and keep his mouth quiet, he took a false proactive approach on this because he has to get on it to let the people that's going to come around give money don't know this going out because the message he's been putting out for years and years about black family, black men, this, that, third, or even now he's talking about women that don't procreate, which that's something new. But overall, he's really more focused on the men. That overall, he's not a reflection of what he talks about or preach. And any person see it that has common sense, which most women do see this, and they'll still ignore because he talks about their queen and stuff like that. They'll still rock with him if they're that dumb. That the artists he have now that still support whatever he's doing is women. I don't give a fuck what anybody tell me said there's some men. No, the men that support him were never there. That's why you see he'll talk about the men and then caters to the ladies because it's comfortable because they want to hear black men. So Chad said, "Yes, black man, don't deal with no snowbite. Yes, black man, you can do this. Yes, black, you do this." And then he come around, he's not doing none of the things he said. Ain't that something? And think about it.
Let me talk.
Yeah,
Go
on. Breathe. Let's talk.
You just keep returning.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying is this, and I'm bringing a different perspective. Yeah, the other three guys, they pretty much on their side what they're thinking. I'm on my side because I do follow him a lot closely. I follow him. I'm not into him, but I do follow him. I think he's every good or great black leader has went through struggles and tribulation. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Frederick Douglass, Nat Turner, Harriet Tubman, Jesse Jackson.
So what makes him a leader? I'm curious. I gotta hear this. Can you explain that?
Listen.
That's the question. No, that's the question. What makes him a leader? Direct question. That's not a direct question.
On that same level.
Okay. No. That is a fucking direct question. What makes this nigga a leader? What makes him a leader? What makes him a leader?
If you shut the F up, I can tell you. Shut the F up for a second. What I'm saying is what makes him a leader, he goes to every single continent. He yearly. He goes to 60 to 70, because I got his schedule for the last 8 or 9 years. I know where he's went.
That's not leadership, brother.
Outside the country half the time.
Okay.
So just because you want to be a hater.
That's not leadership, brother.
All the people go in there and they're not in no position of power, sir.
So yeah, like I said, I'm not trying to interrupt and trying to be disrespectful, but you gotta let somebody else talk besides yourself. Just because you hating and you don't like black folks like that, then that's your business.
Hey. See, this is this lame stuff that I when somebody is critiquing people with some actual facts, oh, you hate black people. No, we don't hate black people. We hate black hypocrites like Umar. We hate dudes who see this man not doing what he's supposed to do as a man, and you still giving him excuses for not doing what he's supposed to do. He's up here telling men to do this, and not doing any of that. And you sitting around here letting him do it, and you ain't saying a goddamn thing.
So why am I listening to
So
you?
in your interpretation, how do you know? How do you know that he's not doing
How do I
anything? How the
know?
fuck do you know?
How do I know? Look
One
at
at a
How
time.
the
why
fuck
is
do
his
you
daughter
know?
coming out? Why is
Hold
this
on.
baby mama telling? He
Y'all are
ain't
beta
doing what
men.
he's
Have
supposed
you
to
heard
do.
from the
And
Have you
then
heard
at the
from the
same
mama?
time,
Have you heard from the
even
mama?
before
Have you heard
he
from the
wasn't
mama?
doing what
Have
he's
you heard from
supposed
the
to do.
mama?
So
Have you
again,
heard from the mama?
why are you hanging on this man's nutsack?
Hold on, guys. Y'all. Too many people are talking at one time. Okay, we can have a heated discussion. It can be intense, but it's muffling. It's not giving off good, and people don't understand. I can't understand anybody. So y'all gonna have to let everybody speak. And I'm bringing everybody back. Now let's have a discussion. Let's ask questions. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I agree with that. They interrupt too much because they don't like them. But go ahead.
No, because
Exactly.
you're saying bullshit and
When have you said
you saying the
BS?
same
Motherfucker,
bullshit you've
what
been
have
saying,
you done?
and
What
you
have you
ain't
done
holding
in
this
your
man
life, nigga?
accountable for goddamn
Pussy.
thing.
What the fuck have you ever
So
done in your motherfucking life, nigga? What have you ever
well,
done in your motherfucking life?
hey,
Instead of
hold
raising
on.
your
First
motherfucking
of
voice,
all,
nigga.
bro, I know what I didn't do. I ain't
First of
leave
all,
baby mamas everywhere. I
okay,
know what I
Well,
did.
now maybe you should call on people
I
and
married
say
my
these things.
woman. I didn't leave her baby mama.
what the
I know
and
what
what the
I
hell
did.
is that supposed to
What
mean?
have you
What the hell
done,
is
my
that
friend?
supposed to mean? Have you raised
I bet you
consciousness?
got
How
baby
much money
mamas
have you given to the
everywhere.
homeless?
Who
How
you
much money
talking
have you
to?
given to the people
Who
who
the
in
hell
need?
you fucking talking to?
How much money? How much
Woman
money have
gave
you
shit
given
to
to
the
these motherfuckers?
community. He
You
has
ain't
been a
done shit.
detriment to the
You ain't done
community.
shit but
He
run
has
your
been more of a
motherfucking mouth, nigga.
detriment.
You ain't done
And
shit.
sitting
I
there
hear you,
letting this
motherfucker.
man do it.
You ain't shit, nigga.
Pathetic
You ain't
man,
shit.
a
Just
piece
on
of shit,
stuff, you ain't
human
shit,
being,
nigga.
and
Just
everybody
on
who
stuff, you ain't
loves this
shit.
man is a damn
You just run
goddamn
your
right. So
motherfucking
why
mouth
don't
as
you
always,
go
nigga.
do something,
I'm
get off
surprised
this
at you,
man's
nigga.
nuts, and actually do something for the community?
Why don't you
Until
pander
then,
to white
I don't
women,
want
you
to hear
stupid
from you.
bitch?
You're a piece of shit human being. You
Why don't
ain't
you
worth
pander
a
to white
goddamn.
women? Go ahead, pander to white women. Go ahead and pander to your white women. Just
Come on, guys. Y'all getting out of control. Slow
damn,
down.
nigga.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
maybe if you like I think it's good that the men are
Stupid motherfucker.
We don't
Hey,
lie.
hey,
Come
bro,
on.
don't.
We
Hey,
don't
hey,
lie. Come on,
you
brother.
don't want to go there with me, my friend.
they're
Trust
getting
me.
fanatical
I ain't
because
bringing
people
Bring
nobody
want
that
over
shit,
Black
here.
bitch.
on their side.
Bring that shit, bitch. You ain't shit to me, my nigga.
Let me do you even
Bring
better.
that shit. Bring that shit, bitch. Bring it. Bring that
I'm
shit.
getting
Bitch,
You ain't
something
got
from
shit
here.
to me.
you the
You
bitch.
don't
You
mean
hanging
shit
on
to me,
this
bitch.
man's nuts.
Come
Sorry, I
on.
don't hang on men's
At one
nuts.
point, you was on
I
my
don't hang
nuts.
on
Hang on a
men's nuts.
man's
You was
nuts.
on my nuts swallowing. You was on my nuts swallowing, my nigga.
I
Swallow
don't
my
swallow.
shit.
Who the one bitching about? You let a
Quiet.
woman run you, bro. Umar let a
You
woman
mean
run you. You let a woman run you. I don't let women run me, bro.
We don't
I
like
don't
white
swallow
men.
no nuts.
check?
Y'all
We don't
niggas
like
getting
that.
out
Don't
of
you talk about my
control.
man.
We on lock, man. You came on one. I'm gonna let you talk, but man, you let's slow it down a little bit. We don't have to take it there. Damn, when you ran brother speak off,
Man, fuck that white boy.
he not white.
He's fucking white to me. Man, fuck this old goddamn sector, man.
Why are you coming at brother speak so hard?
Fuck this sector.
Man, fuck him.
Fuck you.
Man, fuck him and fuck Carrie too. Why
Fuck
man?
Carrie too.
Fuck Kerry.
Fuck Carrie too.
Fuck that Carrie.
They haters that obsessed with Umar Johnson. They haters obsessed with Umar Johnson. Okay, you do let him
I don't
be
want to
that
hear
way,
from
bro.
the dude who's riding the man's nuts.
Let them be obsessed. Let them be obsessed with that. They don't do nothing for their communities no
You're
motherfucking way
obsessed with
except for giving
him.
real.
You let him do whatever he want to do. Who's really obsessed?
Nigga, just drink a beer and
Get
shut the
off,
fuck up.
get off the man's nuts. That's all I'm saying.
Drink a beer and shut the fuck up, nigga.
Why you so emotional
Drink a
over
whole
a
beer and
grown
shut the
man?
fuck up.
Hey, grown. Hey, bitch
Because
ass
when you get
dude.
pulled over, guess what? If you get pulled over by
Hey,
the
bitch ass
police
dude.
and they fuck you up, don't
Well,
say nothing to me.
you haven't shut up yet. Take your bitch ass on somewhere.
Come shut me up then, bitch. Come shut
Now
me
you
Huh?
up
want to
then.
fight?
I live in
Who
Las Vegas,
talking to me now?
motherfucker. Come shut me up, nigga.
Who is this? Who's that? Is that we on lock?
He's so tough.
We on what? Wait,
That's
we on what? Oh, I've been warning this one. This is the same motherfucker who paid $10,000 for a chick he never touched. Who are you to talk to me about any goddamn spend money out of your household to for another chick you ain't even touched? And who are you talking to?
Guess what?
And guess
Guess
what?
what? And I'll do it
Hey,
again,
I got a
motherfucker.
question.
And I'll
Were
do
you
it again,
begging everybody
motherfucker.
for your
Ain't
daughter's
this the same
parade?
one? Ain't this the
How
same
much that
one
went
that
to
slapped the
with
bitch
the
in the
real
mouth?
life?
Ain't this
Well, how
the, ain't
much
this
went
the
to
same
Raw
one
B?
that slapped the
All
bitch in
I
the
need to
mouth
know how much that went to Raw
and went
B.
to jail for it? Ain't this
Huh?
the same nigga that slapped the bitch in the mouth and went to jail for it? Don't let me have to bring out receipts, nigga.
Who slapped the bitch? Who slapped the woman?
I
I ain't slapped no woman, my friend.
You ain't slapped nobody?
I ain't that guy.
Don't
I
let
don't
me
know
have to
what you
bring out
talking about.
receipts, my guy.
I ain't never
Don't let
slapped a
me have to
woman in
bring
my
out
life,
them
bro.
receipts, my guy.
No, I ain't slapped no
Don't
woman in
let
my
me have to
life.
out you
You
out,
got the
son.
wrong
Don't let me have
person.
to out you out, son. Bullshit.
Okay,
Bull motherfucking shit.
It's
where the video
almost like
at?
he don't want to
If you
talk
gonna
about
spread
Umar
rumors
being
about
a deadbeat
if you
Where the
father.
gonna
video
spread
at?
rumors about me, I'm gonna spread rumors about you, my friend, my guy. Pussy
Rumors.
ass nigga.
You told everybody. What you talking about? You came on
I
Big
told
Red
I
Talent
told everybody
and
I
told
spent
everybody. So who are you? Who's a rumor?
$10,000.
How is that a rumor if you told everybody?
You's a stupid ass nigga.
Okay,
Shut the
so
fuck
why
up.
don't you sit
You're
down
stupid.
somewhere?
You're
You just as
stupid.
worse as
You're
Umar.
stupid.
How
You're
you
stupid.
a defender of black women?
Cock ass nigga. Just because you
What
don't do shit for
they
your
don't
fucking
give you no
community.
pussy. All that now they
If I
bitches are hoes. What you talking about? Don't come
fuck the
talk to
pussy,
me. Go
fuck the
follow
pussy, I
Umar.
got a
Get
right.
up. Go in line.
I can talk
What you
about
gonna
them all the
you?
fuck I want, nigga.
What you gonna do? What you
Pussy
gonna
ass
do?
nigga.
Not a goddamn thing. What you gonna do?
Come
Yell
see,
and scream? I'm gonna
come
yell
see
and
me.
scream on a panel. You ain't
Come
gonna
see
touch
me. Come
nobody.
see me.
So what the
Come see
huh?
me.
Come
Fucking
see
wino
you.
ass
I
nigga.
ain't gotta come
You
see
act like a
you.
fucking
You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't done something to Tommy.
want a
You
bet?
ain't done
Want
nothing
a
to
bet?
Kevin. You
Want a
ain't
bet?
done to
Want a
Antoine.
bet?
You ain't
Want a
done
bet?
to down there. You
Run
ain't
your
done
ass
to
up.
nobody. So
I'm
what
Mark
you gonna do to
Baby. You
me?
ain't see
Not
me.
a
Come see me,
goddamn
nigga.
thing.
Come
You
see me,
mad at
nigga.
me
You just keep
because
talking,
I'm
nigga.
putting
You
you
just keep
on
talking,
blast.
nigga. You a borderline
Now
ass,
you
pussy ass
wanna be a
motherfucker.
tough
Come
guy.
see me,
You
nigga.
wanna be a tough
Come
guy
see me,
now.
nigga.
No, don't
Come
be tough
see
guy
me,
now.
nigga. You
Now
still
don't be tough
talking,
guy
nigga.
now
You
because
still talking, my nigga.
Tommy
You
cussed
still
out
talking, you pussy ass
your
dude.
hero's daughter.
Somebody
Oh,
give
by the
what
way, your
somebody
hero
give this
that
pussy
never
ass
seen her.
nigga a
Now you want to
pacifier,
be
my nigga.
tough guy
He's
for
whining like a
all
little
these
bitch.
women
Give this
suffering.
pussy
For
ass
all
nigga
you
a
can do is
motherfucking
get on the
pacifier
panel and
because all
talk
he
tough.
does is
Now
talk
you
and
talking
all he
tough to
does is
men.
smack bitches for a
But
living.
the
You
real
goddamn
problem
right.
with the women, you
Because
ain't
I
gonna
know
do
how to
shit
handle
about.
mine,
Man,
nigga.
hey,
You ain't
let's
doing shit
do
about it either,
another one.
nigga.
Hey, how's your wife
You ain't
doing?
doing that, nigga.
Hey,
My God.
All right, guys, I gotta stop. Y'all gonna have to take a break. I'm putting y'all in the back, man. It's too many. Everybody asking me to like calm this down. We gotta have a discussion. If y'all start arguing, I'm gonna start dropping people out. Like I
We
don't
know
mind
why
people
he's
just,
picking fights because he doesn't want to talk
now
about
we
Umar
just
being
yelling
a
and cursing.
deadbeat. We know why. We
Can I
know
be honest,
why.
Let me say something, Let me say something.
Yeah.
This is the nigga shit I'm talking about, right? When I ask a specific question about the good Dr. Omar Johnson, the only thing certain niggas will tell me is this guy tour around tour. Many people that got money or less stats tour on tour. That don't mean shit now today. That's the same old talking fucking point. Unless you're doing something outside the country where you're meeting very prestige, known figures, not just people sitting and paying you to see you run your fucking mouth, it don't mean shit. When you go out the country, you better bring something tangibles, some resource, something that said networks, real networks. This dude doesn't network properly in America, much less she's gonna go outside the country. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Man, this is
Man, niggas
particular
can't
That's
even
that
Umar
control
section.
bullshit they're
themselves.
Get
talking
the
about.
fuck out of here.
It's
This
that
particular
bullshit you
Umar
talking about.
section.
No,
You've
that's
been
that
doing this for
bullshit you talking
years.
about. He
You've been
don't
doing
know,
this
no,
for a
he
whole
don't
fucking
work with them
decade.
motherfuckers over here in
You've been
America.
doing
They're
this for
trying to
a
help him
whole
out. Don't give
goddamn
me that
decade. Shut
bullshit.
up.
Don't give me that fucking bullshit. Don't give me
Shut
that fucking
up. You've
bullshit.
been
Don't
doing
give me
this
that
all
fucking
the
bullshit.
decade.
Do not give me that fucking
Come
bullshit.
on, Chaos.
You
This is
don't
the
want
same
shit
one
like
that
most of these niggas.
can't even
See,
commit to
one thing I said,
stop that
only women
bullshit.
support ain't low fucking no good fucking name support nigga like
Why
this.
can't y'all
You get
Umar
just
me?
like
sector,
And
get
the
it
that's
hater
the
out?
only thing he
section.
does.
Y'all.
You
That's
ain't gonna
all that
sit your
fucking shit is.
Darrell, I'm gonna have to holler at you. This is
It's getting out of control.
well, and it's not even like to be putting it all on niggas. Niggas so glad they got a passport. Everybody was having a civil conversation before We On Lock came up here.
No, because all y'all wanted to gang up on Umar, 3 on 0.
Gang up on Umar. Umar's not here.
Duck and run.
So why do you have to yell and get out of your body and threaten to fight people because 3 people disagree with Umar?
No, we had a balance. We ain't hate.
That's not balance. Threatening to fight other black men
There's a million other people.
Stop calling it the Umar fucking sector then. Stop calling it the Umar sector when you ain't doing shit about it. You ain't gonna do shit about it.
Set your ass up somewhere. Why don't you do
too many times?
You can't. That's your hero.
You think that threatening me and yelling at the top of your lungs
Come on,
fight
guys,
other
let's
black
talk.
men is proving your loyalty to an alleged pro-black activist? Like, nigga, you don't even make sense. That's why old girl got you to invest thousands of dollars in a cucumber farm in the middle of the fucking desert because you talk too fucking much and you can't calm down.
Yeah, man, don't be paying for no goddamn box, man.
I'm just
wrong with
saying,
these niggas?
it's unacceptable for a black man not to be able to come up here and disagree without threatening to fight each other in a conversation like this. I'm not going to be a part of no shit like that. It's disgusting. We On Lock is overly emotional like a bitch. And that's not his boyfriend. And he should be able to talk about his ideas without trying to fight other black men.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you.
As I recall it, you didn't like black men in the first place, bitch.
We on lock.
Wow. Wow. That's your black woman defender right there. That's your black woman defender right there. Tell me that, D-Darrell, is that your black woman defender right there?
Man, we on lock on one. I don't know what's going on.
No, because he mad because everybody exposing him for the fraud that he is. He ain't no black woman defender. He's just like Umar. That's why he supports him.
More black
He's
people
just
than you
like
ever defended in
Umar.
your life,
He's
my
just
guy.
like Umar. Yo, I'll do you even better. You're just like Texas Black. All your support is nothing but I gotta get some pussy.
Come on, guys. Y'all doing too much, man. I'm trying to give y'all grace.
This man threatened. D-Darrell, this man threatened me. I ain't threatening this man.
Meltdown over a grown man talking about we ganging up on a nigga that's not even here.
Here.
Unhinged.
This man on the internet. We on the internet. He talking like we in a fight. Bro, we on the internet. What you talking about? Like Umar is crying over this stuff. Hold on. What you say?
Who called it the
What you
Umar
say
sector
we
in the
on
first
lock?
place?
Well,
Who called it the Umar sector in the first place?
Who threatened
Tell me who?
Who's threatening another man over another man who's doing wrong? Who's doing that? Who's doing that? Wait a minute. Your whole series on Negroes over some black women include you in that mess.
I'll wait.
Include you.
I'll wait.
Include you in that mess.
I'll wait. Who called it Umar sector?
Look, y'all gotta stop, man. Look, now y'all making me. I can't do the. I can't operate the show if y'all yelling at each other, man. We could be intense. We could speak our mind, but the shit getting out of control, and you got people mad that they can't hear anybody. I know you feeling some kind of way. I know you got a lot to get off your mind, but we could do this without threatening and want to kick people ass and meet each other. Like we don't have to take it there. Okay, that's all I'm asking. You know, let's be a little bit more civil. Okay. Let's go.
Dude, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that.
Oh, you're doing a lot right now, man. You can't. Come on, man.
No reason.
What you're doing is pandering to the sector. What you're doing is pandering to the motherfucking sector, my nigga.
No, man.
All these motherfucking clowns, all these clowns that don't know shit from Shinola is gonna come up on here and try to tell Umar what he can and can't do. Who the fuck is y'all? That's why the reason why you call
who the fuck is Umar to tell somebody tell another man what he can and can't do and he ain't following it?
You ain't doing shit,
You
my
ain't,
nigga. That's
and neither
why I
you.
know.
Neither you, my friend. What you
I
doing?
gotta tell
What
that you
you
did.
doing? Huh? What?
And give it back to my community. What the fuck is you doing?
You giving back to your community? Are you sure? I need proof of that, my friend. I need proof of that. I
Come
need
over
proof
to
of
Vegas
that.
and I'll show you proof. Come to
Because
Vegas
the
and I'll
way
show
you
you some
acting,
proof.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Come to Vegas and I'll
I
show
don't
you
think
some
so.
proof.
I don't want to come. I don't want to meet you. I don't like you like that, my friend.
Why not?
I don't
Why
like
not?
you
Why
like
not?
that.
Scared?
I don't
You
like
scared?
you
You
like
scared,
that.
nigga?
No, I don't
Go to
want to
church
talk
if
to
you
you.
scared, nigga.
I
Go
don't
to church
hang
if you
with you
scared,
like
nigga.
that. I don't meet grown men like that.
You so
I don't meet
goddamn
grown men
retarded.
like that. I'm sorry, bro. Hey, listen, hey, it sounds good what you're trying to do, but really you ain't doing really shit because the real men that you really need to go after, y'all not doing it. Umar not doing it. You ain't doing it. This other guy down there ain't doing it. Y'all ain't doing nothing. All you doing is talking, wagging your fingers at black men, but you ain't even living the life you saying. So what are you really talking to? But guess what? You got a certain a
I'm not
man
even on this
who's
whack
not.
ass nigga right now. This is the reason
Huh?
why I don't come around. Because of whack ass
I
niggas
know
like this
because
and the whole whack
you
ass
want us
niggas
to
from the
bow
Umar
down to
sector.
you. I ain't
I always
bowing
come
down to
around
him.
to
I
talk
ain't
the
bowing
same
down to
shit
Umar.
for a
I don't
whole
bow down to
goddamn
nobody.
decade.
I don't care who you are. I don't care
You
who you
talking this
are.
shit
I
for
don't
a
care.
whole motherfucking decade.
We listen to me. You came in with bad energy. You came in with bad energy this time.
You came at me. Hey, I'm gonna come right back
I'm
at you. I
getting,
ain't afraid of you.
I'm
I
getting.
ain't afraid of nobody. Ask anybody on this YouTube streets. I ain't mad. I ain't scared of nobody.
This is the
So if you
internet,
come at
my
me
guy.
wrong, I'm gonna come
This
right
is
back. I
internet,
ain't no
my
scared
guy.
cat of nobody.
You ain't gonna
I'm not a
that shit
fanboy.
to
I
get
ain't
my
doing none of
motherfucking
that stuff. But
I,
I'm gonna call it like
you
it
ain't
is.
do this
If
shit,
you
so I
ain't
ain't
doing
worried
shit,
about
I'm gonna
you.
call it out.
I ain't
And if
worried
you
about
don't
you.
like it, oh well.
I
But
don't
I
like
ain't gonna
I
try to
don't,
fight you.
okay,
This stuff
okay.
don't mean that much to me.
Then
This stuff
shut the
don't
fuck
mean
up.
that
Then
much.
shut the
But
fuck
but
up
but
about
you
it.
want to cry about it.
If you
You want to fight another man for another man. What's wrong? What's wrong with?
Man, y'all niggas need to listen. The sound, somebody's sound is messed up between one of them. Look, y'all doing too much, man. Y'all scared off my guests that was supposed to come in. Now they not coming because y'all yelling and shit. Like, y'all not having a conversation. Like, in the previous videos and streams, yes, we argued, we said stuff, but we was able to have an exchange. We can't have an exchange. We don't have to get personal. Let's just focus on the topic of Umar. But we don't have to get personal.
Well, let me say
Look,
this.
look,
Be
I'm not
glad.
trying to be personal with this dude. But if you're gonna come at me, guess what? I'm coming back at you. I'm not gonna sit there and just be a little girl. And you think because you got a following that I'm just gonna bow down? It ain't happening. I don't care about Umar like that. I don't care about you like that. I don't care about nobody on YouTube. You're not doing anything. You're just talking. And this is what a lot of these black male defenders, these black female defenders, that's all they do is talk. But when it's real situations that really need real action, they're not doing anything. This is a real problem. Umar is a real problem, and you're not
You
doing
ain't doing
nothing
nothing
about it.
goddamn
You want to
thing.
make
All
excuses.
you do is just go online and you talk your shit about
I talk,
24/7.
huh?
And you talk shit about
Ain't
it.
that
You
what you
shut the
doing?
fuck up.
What? But
I
this
talk
this
shit when
same
I
dude
need to
want to
talk shit.
come on me and tell.
Oh,
And
wait,
when
hold on.
even black women are having
When was the
criticism,
last
all you
time?
want to do
When
is
was the
call
last
bitches and
time you been to
hoes.
my?
Come on, dude.
Hold on. When was the
Yeah,
last time I
and
talked?
yes, and I've been in your
Other than
channel. Yes,
Carrie,
yes, yes.
other than
All that
Carrie,
done.
other
Yes,
than
I've been to your
Carrie,
channel.
when
Guess
have
what?
I
I've been on a
ever
whole bunch of
talked
people's channels.
about women?
Well, locked. But guess what?
When have
When I
I ever
see they
talked
on
about women ever?
bullshit, guess what? I'm
Tell me,
gone.
tell me, tell me,
Again,
tell me. When
again.
have I ever talked
When
about
when
women
when
ever?
when
Other than
you're
Carrie.
on bullshit, I'm gone. And I don't have to scream and yell at you while I'm leaving. I
You ain't
don't.
answering my question. You're
And
not
so
answering my question. You're
what's the
not answering my
question?
question. The
What's the
question is,
question?
other than Carrie, when have I ever spoken to females that way? When? When? On my channel. When? When have I ever spoken to
Let's
females that way?
see. We unlock. Let's see. Robbie. Let's see. 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 Let
And Carrie, yeah, that's another one. Yeah. So I'm trying to understand. They still black women. They still black women. Whether you agree with them or not, they still black women.
That's 1.5 females.
Okay,
That's
so
1.5.
again, it don't matter 1, 3, 5,000. Again, you're not supposed to do it, my friend.
That's a minimized
Again, that's not your position. You can't be doing it, my friend.
So that's my
You
job.
are a
So that's my
black
job to
women
save everybody. That's what
defender.
you're saying.
That mean, hey, I know guys who do the same thing you
that
do,
means nothing to
and
me.
when they
So
get in
am I
arguments
supposed to
with
save
black women,
everybody?
they don't call
That's
them
what you're saying?
bitches.
I'm supposed
It
to save
don't
everybody.
matter what they do. So
I
that
just want to
means
clear up
you
a
don't even
lie.
have control of
Bullshit.
You're gonna
yourself.
have to let me. You're gonna have to
Bullshit.
they're not gonna stop.
Yeah, you ain't got control of yourself.
I just want to say something real quick.
No, you need to control yourself.
I
You need
want
to
to
look
clear
at
up
yourself.
Hey,
a
you
lie.
come with energy with me, hey, you get what you get. So why don't you
I want some real energy, my nigga. I want
what?
Hold
Real
on,
energy?
brother Speak. Hold on, brother Speak. Go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you. I just wanted to clear up another lie. I don't watch We On Lock because he's too stupid for me to watch. But I did want to say that he also talked about that, like the woman who tricked him into investing in the cucumber farm. And for the record, he also talked about his wife like that. You know, the one that's fucking the pastor. That's all. I'm going to hop down. Thank you.
Carrie, really? What the fuck?
G-Durrell, if I slap her, would I be wrong?
Yes, you would be, sir. Yes, you would be, sir.
I'm talking to D-Durrell. I ain't talking to you. D-Durrell, if I slap Carrie for talking about my wife, would I be wrong?
We not advocating violence.
I'm just saying, would I be wrong? Would I be wrong?
We're not advocating violence.
But you talk about other people, and you ain't. And if they slapped you, would they be in the right?
Not that they don't have a reason to, but I have a reason to slap you.
You're talking about somebody else's wife. Didn't you talk about Jay Prince's wife?
I have a reason to slap you. Who?
Huh?
Who?
You have a reason to slap me? For what?
Slow down.
I wish you would. I wish you tried.
Whose wife? Trust me.
I wish you would try because
you ain't a
trust me, it ain't gonna go well for you if you come try to find me. It ain't gonna go well.
You ain't nothing but a goon to a goblin. You ain't nothing but a goon to a goblin. So whose wife? Whose wife?
Really? Sure.
Whose wife? Whose wife? Give me a name.
You talk about Floyd? Yeah. Yeah.
No.
That was his wife.
Me and Flora talk.
Yeah.
Me and Flora, we
sure.
actually have discussion.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So whose wife have I again? So whose wife have I spoken? Since you want to throw that out there, whose wife have I spoken?
Like I said, Jay Prince. That's his wife. You talked about her, right?
I spoke on Jay Prince. I didn't speak on Floyd.
Yeah, but you talked about his wife too. So what you talking about?
You sound stupid. You sound stupid.
Hey, you the one sound dumb too. So what we talking about? We don't.
No,
you've been
retarded. Nigga, you've been retarded since birth. So let's just keep that straight.
Dude,
you don't know what the fuck you're talking.
Dude, you throw money at chicks that you don't touch. I think I a little more sense than you do, my friend. Yeah, I know. Because at least no, it's still tricking, my friend. And it's stupid tricking. And it's stupid tricking at that.
Guess what? It's my money.
Yeah, I know. Stupid tricking.
You want some money, my nigga? You want some money, my nigga?
I don't want no money from you. I don't deal with stupid men. I don't deal with dumbass tricks. So it don't work that way. I'm sorry. I know you have this weird
so that makes you stupid.
You have this real fetish for me, but hey, bro, I don't go that way. I know you want to fight me so you can impress other women, and maybe they might do something for you, but trust me, I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to be a part of that.
Yes,
I don't want part of your fetish,
not to
I don't want to be part of your fetish. Just let it go. Let it go, bro.
Yeah, I talk to women. I talk to women. I talk to women. I talk to men to do that homies over hoes shit. You want the homies over hoes. You want to bump chests. You want to bump hairy chest all day. I would knock your bitch ass out.
Sorry, dude. I know you wish it. I know you wish it. I know you wish it. Hello, how you doing?
Believe
I know you wish.
Please believe
I know you wish I could. But I'm sorry, I
Upon
don't
this
go that way.
picture, ain't
I'm
it like
sorry,
that?
I don't go that
Oh,
way, my
please
friend.
believe me.
I don't go that way.
Please believe me.
But anyway, D Darrell, thank you for having me on. Thank you for
Yeah, take your
lightening
little
my
bitch ass
day
on, nigga. Traitor.
because
You're a fucking
traitor
traitor.
to who? Traitor to who?
You're a
You ain't
fucking
worth
traitor.
spoiling,
You're
my
a fucking
friend. You ain't
traitor
no
to your
leader
own
than
race.
me. So
You're a fucking
you're a
traitor to your
traitor.
own fucking race.
You.
Why do I gotta
Who
be
you
a
talking
fucking
to?
leader to tell you that you're a traitor? So stupid.
Anyway, have fun with this loser. Have fun with the
Before I
other
break this
loser.
fucking run.
And Carrie, good for you. A black woman with sense, showing how these pathetic dudes really don't do nothing for the community.
Or a
Okay?
black
See
woman
you
that
later,
hates
Israel.
black men. Or a black woman that hates black men. Really? Mm-hmm.
You can't
Niggas
say
fucking.
that.
I don't want to hear it. I'm getting sick and tired of these little comments, these little pussy ass comments about one person that people have not met other than you. Other than you have not even shook the man's hand. You haven't even had a conversation with him.
Okay, my position is I get what you're saying, but you came in blazing. You came in blazing.
Not at first.
Not at first.
Not at first. But every now and again, you get tired. I get sick and fucking tired of these fucking wannabe living honor lovers. Y'all just a bunch of living honor followers. You say whatever he say. You repeat whatever he repeats. It's fucking sickening. If you don't like Umar in a sense, do not follow him. Do not discuss on him. Let the chips fall where they may. Just because he takes pictures with women, he's pandering to a woman. You don't know shit about motherfucking Umar, my nigga. You don't know how many penitentiaries he's gone to and he discussed with the brothers at the penitentiaries. You don't know how many motherfucking times he has actually saved children from different type of bullshit that goes on here in America. You don't know shit. None of you fucking do, except for the real.
I'm not gonna take away the stuff that Umar do because I know he does things, but I'm trying to keep it on this current situation we're in Rock with his daughter. That's really what I'm trying to get, into this.
What did he do this time? What did he do this time?
Is what he's not doing,
It's what he's not doing. What is he not doing?
This shit going on online is too much. You know it's bad, man.
Oh my God! First you said don't speak on it. Then you say do speak on it. Which one is it? Which one is it?
You can speak on it. You have a right to speak on whatever you want.
No. Him. You say he shouldn't speak on it. Then you say he should speak on it. Or what he's fucking not doing. How do we know? I said this a dozen times, bro. How do we fucking know? We don't know anything. That's why I said leave it alone, bro.
Okay. But your energy was real bad, man. I ain't never seen you come in like this before. Like for real.
I just told you. I'm not repeating myself.
What makes a grown man think he can tell other grown men what to talk about?
What the hell?
He probably caught something from his horrible wife. The one he told us was a whore. Because I don't know his wife. I only know what he said about her. He claimed he only talked bad about me, but he talked way worse about his wife. And then he went out and spent his family's money on a bunch of women he never met off YouTube.
You see, this is the reason why I don't come around.
He had this rule about
I can be very, very violent.
money.
And you know me, D. We've met how many times? You know me.
Times.
And anybody who speaks dirt on me and my wife, that's like a death sentence.
You spoke dirt on your wife.
That's a death sentence.
I wouldn't know
So
about her
I'm not
fucking
gonna
the
say
pastor if you
anything
didn't tell
else.
us. I don't know that
I'm not
woman.
gonna say anything else. So I'm gonna let this white woman ramble on,
Right.
and I'll get
So
back at you later.
We on Lock came on the internet. He disrespected me and threatened me. He disrespected Robbie after he gave her thousands of dollars of his money. He disrespected the woman who tricked him into investing in a cucumber farm in the middle of the desert. And most of all, he disrespected his wife. He said she was a dirty slut that be sleeping with the pastor, and he was crying and upset about it. And nobody would know what a whore his wife was if he didn't tell us. So he lied when he said that he was only abusive in his conduct and words to me. He's a frustrated man in a miserable marriage who can't keep his wife happy. And that's why he's clinging to Umar's nuts.
I can't keep my wife happy, but who's fucking whose dog?
Who's fucking whose dog? Is that what you just said? I don't think about having sex.
You have a whole dog at home, man.
Right, but you're the one thinking about sucking.
I'm not even worried about it.
But you're the one thinking about sucking.
I don't have dogs.
More people have dogs than don't have dogs.
This is what men pander
I don't
to.
think about sucking and fucking on a dog.
Men pander to women like this with potty mouths. With potty mouths.
Is it
No
a potty
wonder
mouth?
they transition to white women.
Come home to your husband. Is that a potty mouth?
Carrie, I forgive you. So let's just
you
get
forgive
wild.
me? Oh, that's so sweet of you. Thank you. Because I was really upset by the things you said. I get overly emotional like you. I'm a goofy bitch too. I'm glad you forgave me. We on Lock.
See, this is the sector. This is the reason why I don't come by much. Because this is the sector.
Oh, is that the reason why, little baby?
Mm-hmm.
Does your wife have a
and I'm supposed I'm supposed to take this serious?
No,
you ain't saying much, my guy.
We take you seriously.
You ain't saying much, my guy.
Don't be talking about Umar. Come see me. We took that seriously. Everybody took that real seriously.
You just like hearing your voice.
Huh?
You just like hearing yourself talking.
And you like sharing your wife with the pastor.
If you say so.
You said so.
But you wouldn't be saying that with my wife did your ass. So,
I wouldn't be saying it.
I'm not gonna use or her sisters anyway. So I ain't gonna even speak. She's not even on it.
Yeah, I don't know. Does your wife know you be talking about on the internet about what a horse she is?
Prove to me that I said that she was a horse. I want tapes. No. You said no.
Yeah, no.
You said so. You don't have proof. So that means you need to shut.
Delivering it for
you. No. You need to shut the fuck up then, because the next words that come out of your mouth, that's slander, and I can sue you for that.
Sue me then.
Okay.
Did you sue the pastor for fucking your wife? Because you know that's alienation of affection. His pocket's probably deeper than mine. What you say about slapping me? Could I sue you for that? Which one of those things is a crime? Threatening to slap somebody or repeating that somebody called his own wife a whore?
First of all, I said but if you want me to slap you, I can.
Like your pastor slapped your wife's cheeks?
All right, moving on. Because no one's doing nothing. Let's move on. Oh, D-Durrell. Yo.
What's up, Chaos?
D-Durrell, come on, let's move forward. Because no one's doing nothing right now. No one's doing nothing right now. This is getting goofy now. This conversation.
Dude, I don't take the Umar sector serious, bro.
Your wife don't mistake her marriage.
Keep doing Umar content.
There is no Omar sector. Omar is dead now.
Bullshit.
To a lot of contrast. Is dead now. All people talk Omar is just for clicking baits. And everybody else that wants to find, they might just want to find Dr. Omar. They already know already. If they keep spending money, that's on their ass, not anybody else. And normally black
So
women
why
are
did you
going to
just call
eventually
it
going to
something
drive the
else?
money. They're going to start driving the money, and then that's going to be the end of it. And one thing I would ask you, since you're up here, Lock Dude, if Umar decides to go to Ghana with what he's doing, will you continue to support him?
Yep.
Okay, there you go.
I said no,
There you
no.
go.
I
There you
said
go.
this.
There you
No,
go.
no. I
There you
said
go.
this.
There you go.
No, no, no.
There
Be
you go.
quiet. Be
There you
quiet.
go,
Be
gentlemen.
quiet. I'm
There
gonna
you
tell
go,
you
ladies and
something.
gentlemen. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There's your
No,
answer.
no.
Go ahead.
I told you. If I hope he sells the school. He fixes it up, sells the school, and he goes to Ghana because none of y'all deserve shit. I said this. I said this on my channel. I don't give a fuck. Y'all don't deserve shit.
Did the woman on the
I said
cucumber
it.
farm deserve money? Did she deserve
I
anything?
motherfucking said it.
Did you get any cucumbers from the
I said
farm?
this. I said this indeed right to his face. I said I hope he sells the school. I hope he does. Just because he got his dual citizenship, y'all some motherfucking racist ass people, bruh. Don't even consider yourselves black.
The
Y'all don't
worshiping
consider
is for
yourselves
real
nothing.
people. The worshiping is real people. You know. But like I said, every nigga has their day, and Dr. Omar Johnson already had his day. Like most people that had their time, it was fun while it lasted. Life moves on. You know, that's how it be.
But Will,
And that's the
why
only
you
thing.
feel so angry,
That's the
Will?
only
Like,
thing you talk about. That's the only thing you talk about. That's the
but
only
we,
person that you ever talk about.
why are you so angry right now?
That's your bread. That's your bread and butter. I'm not angry. I'm actually happy. I'm actually happy.
No,
So
you're
when I
invested, brother.
He's
You're
do
really
my
invested,
upset
live
about
brother.
today,
Umar.
You're
That's not
invested,
even true.
brother.
if
You're
I was
invested, brother.
if I was that invested,
You are invested.
you really
You're up
think
here,
you really
defending.
think
That's investment.
there was another brother up here before me. So what are you talking
You're invested, brother. You're invested in this, brother, more than anybody
about?
else. I don't
Bro,
feel no man or
you're talking
anybody
outside the
personally.
game. You don't
You're
just say
invested in this.
you are
You're denying right now, brother.
goddamn
You're invested.
lie.
You gave him
You're a
time and
lie.
money,
He
and
about to
that's
walk
cool.
out.
You're
He
That's
a
about to
cool.
walk out.
lie.
He
I
getting
hope it
mad,
works
y'all.
well with you. You know what I'm saying?
He getting mad.
You
I hope
are
it
a
works well with you,
lie.
brother.
Oh, it
You
will.
know what's
Trust me, it
amazing?
will.
When Omar doing what he's doing, he has to worry about the next person paying him because he has a loyal base that will sucker them and chastise people. Say, why you not giving money to the school? Why you not giving this black man money? Do you want to support a black man? And people ask why. What are you doing with the money? And I said, don't worry about that, brother. Just give him money. Let's help a brother out. That's that bullshit that niggas are tired of.
Well, if he didn't give his money to Umar, he'd just be investing in another cucumber farm in the desert. So I don't really see
Well,
the
that's even
harm.
worse because now you're tricking. Now you're tricking. Now you're giving money to anybody. I'm just amazed.
I mean, he's tricking either way.
It's my money. So why are you worried about what's in my pocket, my nigga?
Yeah, what's he gonna do? Give the money to his horrible wife?
Chaos. Why are you worried about what's in my pockets, my nigga? You trying to count my money? Hello? Hello? What?
Are you saying mad? Like, did the show make you angry today that you had to come up because you was mad at the people on the panel?
You really gonna do that, D?
I'm just
Are
saying,
you really going to do that?
you know that he was going to be criticized for what he did or didn't do. So people was not going to let this go. And you know this.
Exactly.
You made
Exactly.
another channel. There are plenty of people who are getting their rocks off talking about this. But they never talk about him in the positive. Never talk about him in the positive light.
We can talk about whatever
You
the
used to
fuck
do
we
that.
want.
You used to do that. You used to absolutely do that. Now you flip flop. So please explain to me why should I believe you when you keep going on this back and forth tangent?
Me?
Off of a yes, you keep going off of this back and forth tangent. So you did this more than once. You did this more than one occasion.
Defend yourself, Darrell. How dare you?
And Tiffany can testify to that.
And what?
Tiffany can testify that you flip flop more than once.
Tiffany is certified. Who gonna bring I mean, where is
Certified.
Tiffany? I mean, because
I didn't.
listen, she hit me up, I hit her back, and we ain't have a conversation. So I'm just leaving that as it is. We ain't have a conversation. I'm not flip flopping. I'm calling what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong.
But
And
yet you also that part of that is flip flopping, D.
The fuck
That's
you have your
flip
verse
flopping, bro.
like 29 here.
I'm not flip flopping.
All right.
I'm gonna say this real loud. There were people who came on my panel that said things that were not correct about Umar. When I didn't let people get away with saying stuff about Umar degrees and things about Umar that I know to be incorrect. I corrected them on that. I'm not letting people come on here and speak reckless. I've even allowed, and you know you don't like KKC. I had cordial interaction with KKC.
But you brought him up there.
Huh?
But you brought him up there.
Yeah, I let everybody come up. I'm letting everybody speak and have their opinion.
And you know what? That's fine. But when you told me that, and when you told me that, you asked me to come back, which I'm not coming back on a panel with a person who.
What is your issue with KKC?
There's nothing on the internet. What my issue is with KKC is my issue with everybody. Because all you do is dox. There are minimal amounts of people that all they do is dox people. You forget what they used to dox. They dox you and they dox me too. But this is the only thing that the stuff is good for is doxing people.
Okay.
That's the only thing that they're good for.
Then why you over here?
You know this. Why the fuck,
So
why you here?
why the
Just
fuck
to
are you
cry?
putting blinders on to the? Why you putting blinders on? Huh?
Okay, listen. Whatever issues you got with KKC, they are. I'm not going to tell you they not warranted. Okay. My question is, you always know I'm willing to debate the opposition from an intellectual standpoint if it goes there. I'm not afraid of anybody in respect to that. That can go for Rev G, anybody, and I don't run away from debate at all. So that's just how I operate, regardless.
Anything about running away from debate?
The first time KKC came on my panel, it was not an easy exchange. Now the second time is cordial. We talked. He came respectful and everything. He gave his perspective, and we had a decent exchange. But we cannot pretend we don't like that. Umar is not operating. He's not operating correctly right now. He's not.
The way that you want him to. Why does everybody want him to do what you want him to do? That's like saying, hey, yo, Darrell, don't go to this office building, go to that office building. Why are you telling me what to do? Let that man, if this man is successful, let him be successful. If he falls, let him fall. But this is on him, not on all of us.
We are lot. Umar criticizes black men all the time.
And he's trying. And you know the funny thing about this, Omar, the funny thing about D-Rap, he tried to galvanize black men, said, let's attack the child support system. No, bitch, nigga, you attack it. That's not our concern now. You don't talk about black men for years, and then now when your baby mama is at your ass, you want black men to save you. What type of bullshit is that? Either you're with the brothers or you're not. There's no in between. If you're with the bitch, be with her. That's the end of the story. Don't split between, and then because now I get hot saying, black man, you know right. No. And here's the funny thing about D-Rap. Here's the funny thing about D-Rap.
Come on, guys. We can do better than this.
No, let me say this. D-Rap. Real talk. Here's the funny thing about this. He's on other people's panels and criticize their directions of what they do with the relationships or married. And he's not married, which we already know about that.
and he has part of his own house with his baby mamas to the ones that is claimed, the two children, and even a third one that this dude said he has. And I think he has more than 3 kids. But we're never gonna know because let's be honest. If people knew and he was transparent, a lot of people will not be fucking with him right now. Let's get real. Cause now I say now you're not living life. Now you're out here just slinging on any woman, busting up any woman, and then now you are preparing it and don't like the repercussions of your actions. It is what it is.
That's slander. You know that, right?
The slanderers.
He's doing the same thing Lennon Honor, but you're giving Lennon Honor a pass.
I'm not giving Lennon Honor a pass.
No, not you. Not you.
Okay.
Take yourself out of it. So, I want you to do me a favor, my guy. Don't talk on Umar no more. Talk on Lennon Honor. And if I see you on the Lennon Honor, I'm gonna slam you, dog. You know what? I'll take that back. I ain't gonna say it. Because I already know who you are. I know who you are, and I know what half of this motherfucking panel is. Except for the motherfuckers who rock. I already know who you are. This, I said this before, and I'll say it again. The Umar sector is dead. Dead. Dead.
We are not.
Hold black men accountable. Hold them accountable.
We are not. I got a question. Just
Who is it? Who is this?
sanity. Why you being so?
Oh, my bad.
Why you so rough with me? Okay, I got a question.
My bad.
Can you at least say that it was wrong not to have a relationship with his daughter?
I just said that. I just said all that. I specifically said let him handle it. That's between him and his daughter. But the things I keep hearing about the daughter, she keep contradicting herself. I don't even want to talk about her no more. I don't want to talk on her. So I said, did I not say this, D? Leave them to be. Leave them alone.
It's almost as if you don't want us to talk about it.
No. Everybody's been talking about it, dear. Everybody's getting their pound of flesh over this because they hate what he stands for. But the one thing they can get him on, I got him now. That's petty shit. You get on Martin Luther King for cheating on his wife.
We're not gonna get on Martin Luther King, but I get it.
Black community ain't shit right now.
Damn, we come on.
I didn't say they were done. I said they ain't shit. I said they get, okay, let me rephrase it. Let me retract that. The black community needs to do better. Is that much better? The black community needs to do a whole lot better.
That Umar did wrong, man. We can't pretend that this is everybody's fault except his.
Platform.
Say that again?
I don't like the fact that you said that on a public platform.
Who's talking about? Oh, you're talking about? I retracted my statement. I said the black community needs to do that. That's what I said. They need to do better. Do they not? I mean, we talk about this every day. We talk about this every day. If it's not Umar, then it's black women. You speak. Who is the reason why black homes are being broken up? It's black women.
Whoa.
We hear that all the time. Men address that all the time. So this is what the internet is conducive to. It's conducive to talking about black women as a whole, and it's conducive to talking about Umar. Those are the two primary things. We ain't talking about what can we do for in terms of justice. We ain't talking about what we can do in terms of what can we do to make our cities, states better. We ain't talking about Donald Trump and what he's doing to detriment the United States of America. We don't talk about none of that. Those are the two topics: Umar and black women.
Is that not the topic at hand, though?
I'm just making a statement.
I know.
You're talking in the sense. You're talking in the sense that Umar needs to take care of his children. He needs to be a better father. I said that, but I also said no. I'm making a statement. What Umar needs to do is stop talking. Me and we agreed on this. I said, let's stop. He needs to stop talking. That's what he said. That's what we agreed. And to his credibility, he has stopped talking about it, and he has held himself accountable 3 times. The man has held himself accountable 3 times and admitted it online that he was wrong. But yet you don't take that into account. He said it. He said it. He's admitted it way before somewhere around 2010, 2011, 2012. They was complaining about his baby mama's den. We didn't know the impact it was going to be now, but he said it. And he had said it before the daughter came on. He has admittedly stated that he had did wrong. He has admittedly stated that he could have been better. He could have been a better father to his daughter.
You know the biggest issue, because we all saw the videos
Christ.
that he said it. But the problem you must understand is how he's reacted. Now, if he kept quiet and kept below and let people make the decision, you know what's gonna happen with Locke? His daughter's gonna expose herself. But Omar didn't give that time. He went like a dummy and went in
He's
right
already
then and there.
exposing himself.
No, you don't understand it. Once you open your fucking mouth as a man, and I admit this, the only thing you do is let people make their own perception. So when she came out, what she did, now that I say, it's not really her daughter, they could have swept in the rug. But no, this dumb nigga opened his fucking mouth. And knowing that, call her Miss Smith and all that
Because he
stuff.
was being
No,
criticized.
no, it's a bad look.
Dude,
As a
will
man,
you
as a
stop
psychologist,
fucking
you're
yelling?
intelligent. No,
Will you stop fucking yelling?
You keep your fucking, you
Stop
shut the
yelling.
fuck up. You shut the fuck up.
Dude, just shut the fuck up.
No, you shut the fuck up.
Come on, guys.
Let me.
Come on. Queen, I don't know.
D-Durant, what's going on with
I don't know, man.
hormones
They own
going
it,
on?
man. They own one.
Like I said, yeah, like I said, D-Rap, he exposed himself, and people not understanding. Instead of being silent and hold deals on the low, like any person with intelligence, she's gonna reveal herself, and everybody's gonna not take her seriously. Him open his mouth now is questioning everything. Instead of proacting, he should sit back and let time run its course. By doing this, now people not gonna say it and believe that's her daughter. That's how you play it. But most men don't do that. They sit there like Kim because he needs the money from the community. He said, oh no, this bitch exposed me. Let me get at this now. And then let people say it's not true and all stuff. Double down all stuff and makes him look bad. Did you notice? I asked other men about this, what they'll do, and they'll tell you the same thing. They will not do what he did. But this is what happens when you have no direction and no anybody to talk to when these things happen, when they're about to reveal their hand. That's why he lose in regards to this situation. That is all. Simple
He was going to lose even if he didn't speak on his daughter. What the hell are you talking about?
Not really.
She was going to keep random him on. No, you had
really.
time to speak, my guy. You had time to speak, my guy. He was
really.
going to eventually someone's going to have to let him know. And when they let him know, he was going to talk on it anyways. So it was a lose-lose situation from the beginning.
Not really. Not really.
Do you have kids? Honestly, seriously, do you have kids? Because I have kids.
You know you're breaking up. The audio's breaking up, so you know.
Do you have kids?
Chaos. Come on.
Because if you have kids, you will obviously understand the impact it will have on you. If you have an unknown daughter out there, you would know the impact it would have on you, and you would speak on it. Don't say you won't, because you would. If he didn't say anything, he was going to get crucified either way. Why do we not understand? I mean, he talks. He talks too much any goddamn way. So why be silent about it?
Let's ask Didra.
She's
So
getting.
Didra, all right, go. Let me finish.
She's
Yes.
getting the full break
I was gonna
of
ask you,
what
Didra.
it's like to be on the internet. Okay.
Didra. Remember we had this conversation like a week ago, maybe almost 2 weeks, depending on how long it's been going on. When I asked the gentleman, include yourself, when your own child comes out with frustration, regardless of situation, and then puts your biz on the internet, I asked, what was the first reaction or direction a man should take with his own child, especially his daughter, that's expressing her frustration on it and telling all your business? What will you do?
You should contact your child and handle that offline.
Thank you. Did he did that? Did Dr. Omar Johnson did that?
He did not.
So that makes it incriminate himself. And here's the problem thing that most men should know is, even if you have kids now, the first thing you do if your child is frustrated.
Hold on. What about that? What about that letter?
No. We unlock. Wait a minute. You got to let him finish his thought, though. Like,
he ain't gonna get away with. He ain't gonna get away with that. What about the? What about the?
Let me finish my thought. Thank you. Let me finish my thought. And then I'm gonna let you have it. So that's why I said this: that him open his mouth and then carry on the way he did, like he did with SETI one time with the sipper with the phone and everything else he does. It lets you know a man that is ego driven, trying to protect whatever image and trying to, I guess, push back wherever that's going on. Take the proactive approach, since he is psychologist and knows psychology people. You let time progress. You deal with this offline. You do your necessary work offline with your daughter, regardless if you're paying her or not. I'm not sure what the situation, because we know it's Cash App was disabled for a reason. We're not going into that. That you handle this. You had your affairs offline. Period. He did not do that. He make an ass and a scene on himself doing that. So what happens when she's doing what she does not and still doing it, and let everybody know, say, damn, this dude is a bum. This dude might be a deadbeat. So the kids that people then said that we didn't really give light to, now we had a question: how far you are as far, but you want us to send you to our school to deal with our children? If we want to take you seriously, it hurts his credibility that's already tarnished already. And every time when these things happen, he's not doing himself a disservice by opening his mouth every second these things come out. It's only making whatever he's doing now and the time he has left, especially in America, what he's trying to do, very limited now. That's what you look at when he makes the moves he does. He knows he's going to have to skedaddle here, and then people are going to have to support him outside America. Regardless of schools open now or if it's sustained or closed, he's going to put blame on the black community, like most niggas do, and then he said, I got to take my operations elsewhere and have more success. But obviously, we're not really sincere doing anything up here anyway. For the last decade, it was money grab. You were always planning to do something else. You're just doing this for your own ego, your self-worth. And when it fails, you don't blame yourself. You blame the whole fucking community. Even that time when he was supposed to make that $1 million, he didn't blame himself. He blamed the whole fucking community for not getting money. We all remember that. Do you remember that, Deidre? Do you remember that, sis? When that first happened? So really, truly, he does hold no accountability to himself. So at the end of the day, anybody that still support him, that's on y'all. That's all. Not going back and forth with this.
All right.
So so let's just say I agree with you that he should have been more responsible to his law. I wholeheartedly agree. But how do we know? Because going back to the question, nobody has answered this yet. How do we know from, let's just say, 18? Because everybody talks about 18 through 22. How do we know 18 through 22 he's not had communications with his daughter or his second daughter, I might add, because he has more communications, a little bit more communications than his second daughter than he does his first. But then again, how do you know? Are you with him 24/7? Are you in his house? Are you
Wait a
with
minute.
him when he's traveling? How do we know? No one has
We
answered
only
that
know
question.
about one.
Say that again?
We only know about one, and how do we know? It's because she said so.
No, he said two. Everybody's saying 3 and 4. I don't believe in that shit. But even so, it's John Boy. He's claimed that if people are saying he never claimed shit, that's a lie. That was a freaking lie. He's obviously said this dozens of times in interviews. And you don't say nothing. But now all of a sudden it's a trend. It's a trend. Y'all, it's a freaking trend. So this is why I say keep getting your pound of flesh on Umar. Because that's all y'all good for. Y'all don't do nothing else. The minimum amount of people actually don't say anything. And this is the reason why my people get mad at me. Is that why you keep speaking on it? It's like because I have to. Does it bother me? Yes, it does. I've said this dozens of times. And I made videos speaking on him specifically, and not his daughter, because I'm not on her. I said this verbatim. I said he should do better, and I even made the clip, but y'all don't pay fucking attention. That he explicitly blamed himself for all the bullshit that he's put himself and his daughters through. But y'all don't say nothing. So why should I say anything? Why should I say anything further? Because anything that he does, if he's taking pictures with women, he's talking about women, which is 50% is not true that he's pandering to all women. He talks about men too. He just came off of a university. I don't know what university does. When it's 75% men. So what are we talking about? But I'll let y'all rock, because this is crazy. This is fucking crazy. This is stupid.
Oh hell. Oh hell. But he ran. Oh hell.
Damn, make a change. You made him run off.
He packed this shit up so quick, god damn it. He packed this shit so goddamn quick.
Man, I don't know what's going on. Like I ain't never seen anyone like this angry before.
Can I say it almost sounded like he didn't want nobody else to talk about it but him? Like he was like, I'm making videos after video, I'm making shorts, this and the third. But we need to stop talking about it. We need to let them do whatever they want. It was like he don't want nobody else to talk about it. And I'm like,
I mean,
okay. Hey, Miss Thing.
Hey, this got to be the best crash out of 2025 so far in the sector. Real talk. I mean, chef's kiss. Great show, D. Darrell.
Oh Lord.
Where Make a Change go? I came up here to hear whatever he was going to say.
Make a change. I thought he was coming up too.
Oh, so y'all just running people off at this point, huh?
Yeah.
And chaos. Let me tell you something else, chaos. It ain't fair. It ain't fair the way you be trying to argue with folks and we can't halfway understand your ass. You understand me?
But that was Leon Locke's thing. Leon Locke was seething angry that we were discussing Umar's failures as a man. So he came up here trying to sabotage the show. He was hoping D. Darrell would just shut it down in frustration.
And that's what I just said. That's exactly what I just said.
Oh, is it? Girl, yeah.
It was like he was getting mad that we were talking about it, but then in return he would be like, "But I'm making so many videos, my people don't like me because of the videos that I'm making." And I'm like, "So you can talk about it, but we can't? What's the difference? I'm confused. Can someone help me?"
And I love how he tried to make me the problem. Like, we haven't seen him turn up and get abusive with multiple different women. Like, dude, you cuss out everybody up here. Don't be trying to act like you only cuss me out because I'm Carrie. Nigga, you in a blind rage over you in a cult, my nigga. You in a cult. And I mean,
like We Unlocked. I like We Unlocked, but all I kept hearing in my head was, "Why are you dick sucking so hard?"
Right. It's a cult. He called D. Darrell a fucking traitor, like this nigga Jesus or some shit. How can you betray a nigga who you saw on the internet and thought gave a good speech? That is not his brother.
I think
his father. How can you betray a nigga you have a passing?
That's why. And that's why I wish he hadn't.
I met Umar more than he met more times than he. I don't know, man. Listen, I get it, but I don't get it, and this is an issue. I know they looking at me sideways.
D. Darrell,
to accept any man acting any type of way without. He's not above reproach. I'm sorry. And he made mistakes. He need to correct this shit. I'm sorry. Any man that go 10 plus years without seeing your children, I got problems with you.
There you go, flip flopping.
Well, D. Darrell, you say you get it, but you don't get it. Well, please help me to understand We Unlocked's point of view, because I don't
get it. This is where I get it. Okay. The people who support Umar, they are too caught up in his online persona. Okay? I've seen this with my own eyes, online and in person. Okay? These people, they come there like I'm talking back. I've seen the height of Umar Johnson. It's like the money that was made behind Umar, the whole economy around Umar Johnson was real. Between 2014 to maybe 2019 or 20, the first Umar Johnson, the first three really, but really the first two, when he came to Houston, Umar had a capacity of at least 2,000 to 3,000 plus people that went to those events, and they were paying $35 to $40 a ticket. So you do the math just on that. Okay, you got 3,000 people paying $40 to see Umar speak. On top of that, the vendors,
grand. That's a lot of money.
Exactly. So this is what people don't think about. Then on top of that, Carrie Ann, the church, the Shrine of the Black Man, which is a Black Orthodox Christian church.
The Shrine of the Madonna, you mean?
No, the Black Madonna. That's the name of the church is the Shrine of the Black Madonna.
I thought right. You're right. Sorry.
Okay, so they got vendors. The church depended on, like, when Umar came, they knew the money he was going to draw. The vendors, you talking about anywhere between 20 to 50 vendors paying a damn near $1,000+ to be there. Okay, Umar getting a cut of that shit, the church getting a cut. It was money behind Umar. See, when people try to figure out, it was more than just this YouTube shit. Umar was going to these black churches and they was getting money together. So, and Umar ain't even Christian. Umar went to black churches that let him come in there and speak to the black community. Who is the black church mostly made of? Black women.
Yeah.
So we wonder. So you see the connect. You see how this happens. So you got to look at how his fan base organically developed. He went into black churches, black organizations. They was making money. the money that was being made and all this kind of stuff, that happened for a good 6-7 years before it started dwindling down. So when these people see him, they were seeing him as this magical figure who could show them how to raise their child, they black son, a kid that got ADHD, all this stuff going on with the school system, the National Black Parent Association. All they saw was that, and they clearly didn't give a damn about nothing else. Mm-hmm. And when I say that, I'm saying that with confidence. Umar could do no wrong. Like literally, okay, Umar with the conscious stripper. Oh, that's his business. Even myself, I was guilty of that. I was guilty of, tuning out a lot of his personal shit and just focusing. I'm not going to get in his business. I'm just going to focus on,
But most normal people feel that way. We don't really care. Yeah, that's not guilty. That's normal.
But when the business side of shit started, that's where we fell off.
Right.
Because now I understand how this shit works, and I understand what you have to do as far as getting occupancy licenses and certifications and with the stuff you gotta, like how you file and out. And see, this is where the administrative side was where I was concerned. And that's when I began. I'm like, I'm not gonna continue. I'm not giving my money to a broken project that's going to shit. And just because I believe in you and what you claim you're doing, I'm just going to keep giving you my money. And so that's where we started parting the ways. And I was trying to tell him and others, I said, this don't look good that this guy missed the filing for this 401c3. It don't look good that he paying all these goddamn taxes on a building that you just bought. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is not, something is wrong with this. Then, as I told you, like the last videos, when I started talking to other educators and they started telling me the economics behind operating a school independently, I'm not funding a lost cause. I'm not saying he's a scammer. I'm not saying he broke the law. I'm not saying all this stuff. I'm not even get to the character. So I get where they're coming from, because they are so enamored with what he promised, right? And what they think he's going to do for the community. But they are in some ways being impervious to all the other shit that cause you to question whether he can do this or not. And I refuse to do that. And
He's
so I refuse.
He's their religion. They're going on faith without any work.
They're going on faith and faith alone without looking at the work. And I can't do that in good conscience.
And to lose faith is blasphemous to them. We on Lock reacted as if we were blaspheming his God. What are you doing talking like this? Why are you doing this? You shouldn't be doing this. You're a traitor. Like, dude.
I'm like, then he brought up. Listen,
I'm trying to tell you what it was. He didn't want y'all talking about it.
I didn't appreciate Will, and I'm going to have to talk to him. I don't appreciate him bringing up Tiffany name.
Right.
Well,
he was so emotional, though. He was just grabbing at anything.
Like, I didn't appreciate him bringing Tiffany Griffin into this, even though she did try to connect with me. But we missed each other, right? But
we know what time it is. Go ahead.
But listen, the reality is that they on my ass because they feel like I'm flip-flopping. I'm being like, I'm going dependent. No, I'm not. I would love for the facility to happen. I would love for the school, but he is not the man for the job. He has failed on all points. And then once you can no longer hide the personal stuff, then he's looking real crazy. Like it's like that's like a nail in the coffin. When you can no longer hide the personal shortcomings, I can't sit here and with in good taste support no shit like that. You ain't see your kids in 10 years. You got another kid that's 13 and you ain't seen him fucking years. but I'm supposed to sit in and talk about he caring about the black community and black boys and other little black. It's like I can't do that. I'm
the
making
failing is child abuse and child neglect.
I have an offline professional presence that's more valuable to the black community than Umar is.
Facts.
I mean, I actually employ people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, I actually sign checks to people to go to school and I go to alternative schools and all that shit. Like I've actually do stuff to keep families together, writing judges letters, stuff we see. Like I do the work that he claimed he's doing. I'm actually doing that.
That's right.
And I'm not about to be looking crazy behind following somebody that I'm actually doing more. I'm doing actually more work in the community than he's doing right now. Doing those lectures. The only thing that he's really doing of value is the National Black Parents Association. That's it. This other stuff the speeches are fine. That's conscious community shit where you getting paid thousands of dollars to do the speeches. Look, I go to those things, those events. But
I don't know why you keep touting that National Black Parents Association. All they do is spread misinformation about they do harm.
Well, okay.
Telling kids not to sign up for services when they have disabilities.
Okay, I'm going to say from a professional standpoint. I know you're looking at it from a. I'm not saying I agree with everything that Umar is saying. Okay, and I know you're looking at it from a teacher's perspective. I'm not saying that I don't agree with everything Umar telling these parents. Okay, but it does provide a starting point where they can get some. Okay, you can question whether or not it's all accurate information. That's all, and I get that. But it is a starting point where they don't feel like they're at the needs of whatever the school wants you to do. You should do.
He sets them up as adversaries. He doesn't look. If he was, if I didn't, I'm like you, D. Darrell. I don't have to agree with everything he's doing if I see some good coming out of it. But hyping these parents up to be writing letters talking about some "don't you dare test my kid for disabilities," that is horrific. Dude, he has hurt so many children with that. There's no benefit to that. Now, if he was actually finding cases where kids were getting abused in the system and trumpeting for them, I would support it whether I like him or his message or not. All I've ever seen him do is discourage kids from getting services they desperately need.
Now, this is what I've done.
It's so upsetting. I'm sorry I'm getting emotional like we on lock.
I get what you're saying. But in that respect, I don't come online and talk a lot about the working into the educational system because that's not really at the forefront what I do. That's kind of an aspect of what I may do because I don't see I don't do school related services as much as I used to in the past. But when I was doing it at the most, I would get consulting in different things with clients, with parents consulting me about the IEP process, getting 401 accommodations and all that kind of stuff. And I would talk to them about that and I would educate them and I would refer them out. You don't have to have an educational diagnostician to evaluate your child. Right. You can also equally get another clinical impression or evaluation from a private psychiatrist. And I would route them to people that accept Medicaid, private insurance, or cash, whatever. That's my route of what I would do. I'm not going to tell you not to just decline or be, like you said, adversarial to the school system. But you don't necessarily, you can also seek the same thing and get an independent evaluation on your own. That's what I encourage parents to do. Yeah. So you have control, and then you're doing something that's independent of the school. That's my stance. Now I'm not trying to talk against what he's saying. I don't agree with totally on that, but that's what I do professionally. Now, am I coming online to tell everybody to do that? No, I only do that on a case-by-case basis when people ask for that information. That's how I choose to deal with it. But the problem is that they refuse to they getting to the point where when we are trying to talk sense into look, this is evident that something is not right.
Right.
And then it's everybody's fault except Umar Johnson. And that's a problem. They refuse to admit this man made mistakes. You know, that this is like Seth Marie talking about he's too busy to take care of his own fucking kids. I'm like, what man is too busy to take care of their own kids?
Right, but he got time to fuck the conscious stripper. He got time to go to Sweden. Giving a speech to some strangers in Sweden is more important than seeing his own children. Make that make sense. I mean, no, respectfully, he got time to cuddle up with Sukiana. He got time to go make another bastard child, but he can't spend time with his children. And like I said before, I wanted to access this, but niggas was getting so emotional. Why couldn't he write his daughter letters? The mother don't have to like him. Why he couldn't write her letters? Why he couldn't call her on the phone, even if he was so busy? It makes no sense.
He could have went. I'm pretty sure his daughter participated in school events.
Yeah.
He could have went to those school events. Whether or not she knew he was there or not, or if he was like in a distance away from the parent and stuff, he could have went to things and saw things without, to at least know the fact that she know you in the crowd, even though she know the parent may not want you to interact. You could have showed ways to be there without necessarily being there.
I've had fathers contact me like that. I've had fathers reach out to me and say the mother refuses to contact me, but here's my email, here's my phone number. Please, could you let me know what's going on with my child? And even though they're not the first contact I see in the system when I'm looking up contacts, I make a point to let them know everything that's going on. So I know men who have done that. I've worked with them.
So we see where we and me on Lock with left, and I'm pretty sure when I talk to Tiffany, it's gonna be the same. They got this me versus everybody mentality that this is everybody shitting on Umar when this is actually Umar who caused everybody to react this way. You can't do this kind of thing and expect this is just everybody. No, everybody is not hating on Umar. Actually, there are people who really want Umar to win, but they just don't agree with how Umar carries on online. And that's a legitimate concern. So we're not going to sit here and act like this is everybody's fault. And this is, or even, okay, this is the situation. And I'm going to go to Brother Speak. They saying stuff like, this is all Anissa fault. Why would she do this? Why would she do that? Why she didn't say that? This the mom, just because Umar said this was the mama brainwashing, then all of a sudden we gonna take for gospel everything Umar says, but then now we gonna question everything everybody else saying. That's a problem. This girl, this lady, that girl had no reason to lie. She had no reason to lie. She had every reason to tell the truth. So why are we questioning this young lady and not questioning Umar? And that's the conversations I personally had to have offline.
Okay. Before I begin, hey, Didderell, I'd like to apologize to you for my answer earlier. I'd like to apologize for trying to. I said.
You were. I'm not blaming you for that. We on Lock was going a little bit, but I get you. I accept.
Yeah, I mean to derail the show like that. I take accountability for my part. Okay, but at the same time, nobody's going to threaten me and think I'm just going to sit there. And I don't care again to anybody who has a following. I don't care about your following. I don't care if I did follow you. If you're doing dumb stuff and you fake, I'm gonna bounce and I'm gonna call it out. People who know who I follow, they know me for that. Umar's no different. We don't Lock, you're no different. This Seth guy, you're no different. If it wasn't for the internet, nobody would know who you are. And so don't think you more important than what you think you are. And don't think that You're going to come up here and be big man, and you're going to do that to these other people. If those other people ain't going to let you do it, I'm not going to let you do it either. I deal with that in real life. I deal with more dangerous people who could actually touch me if they really wanted to. If I'm not afraid of them, why am I afraid of somebody who's not in my face? He's not in my presence. All that tough talk, you don't really want to do it. You trying to impress Umar. I'm not falling for it. Come see you. I'm not coming to see you. Come see you for what? Umar not my
Impressing
daddy.
Umar.
He's so pro-black, he wants to beat up a black man.
Impressing Umar when Umar don't know him is crazy work.
Yeah. It's crazy. I'm gonna fight you over another man.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'll fight another man for my coworkers if they in danger. I'll fight another man for my family members if they in danger. I am not fighting no another man over another man that I don't know. I haven't spoke to or nothing because I have an opinion of him. Sorry, bro. You got to come better than this is weak sauce. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I've said it time and time again. Birds of a feather flock together.
Y'all just be pressing his buttons when it come to Umar.
Listen, listen. Y'all don't understand, man. I've had multiple conversations with Will Lock about this, and I've had conversations with, well, not recently, but I've had conversations in the past with Seth Marie. They refuse to believe Umar was at fault. They believe everything whatever Umar says is the right thing to do. We gonna trust what Dr. Johnson says, and there's no questions asked.
Yeah, we on Locke said it was our fault.
Well, no, I can't let y'all sit here and say that because he agreed with me and said that Umar was wrong.
No, I'm talking about offline. This is offline conversation. Me and Will offline. What I'm talking about is,
being offline.
I'm not talking about what he said. Whatever he said, that's fine. I mean, he admitted Umar wasn't right, but when it comes to, I'm talking about how he handles stuff. When this initially came out, me and Will Lock had at least 3 or 4 conversations over the last week or so about him not liking what this girl was doing. And I'm telling him, well, I don't like what Umar doing. Same thing with Seth Marie. Like whenever we talk about this, it's all about what people are doing to Dr. Johnson. It's not what Umar is doing to other people.
Yeah.
That's always the nature of the conversation. Like we got to work around Umar, and he's going to always, no matter what he says to do, he's in the right, and we just got to work around his imperfections. I'm sorry, it doesn't work like it. You can't. The shit that Umar has said about black men online and made enemies of multiple sectors. You know the hits. See the hits I took in the manosphere supporting Umar. The shit, man. I'm jumping on panel. They all up my ass because I was, man. Umar was very unpopular, still unpopular, and he's a person that people talk about and cover. Man, they can't. Now you talking about let's all gather together and go to Washington for black male rights on chop. Now you know how crazy that sounds to the manosphere and red pill and other different sectors. That sound, they looking at him like he losing his goddamn mind if they think they would trust him to do some shit like that.
And what would that do to the image of the black man marching in mass, a deadbeat leading a march to demand that they stop having to take care of their fucking kids? Like, good Lord.
No sane men are going to do that. They're not going to do that.
At one time, Umar actually could have got away with that crazy shit probably 6-7 years ago. He
early in his career, yes.
But not now. You're not getting away with that right now. You're not getting away with that. Man, that shit would be so crazy. They go on the mall in Washington, and you got all these incels and crazy looking motherfuckers.
I ain't got time to see my kids.
They got signs talking about I pay too much for child support.
You know what? You know what, though? I better, Carrie Ann, I better hear the same conviction in your voice when it comes to a non-black man. I see,
What the fuck are you talking about?
because it's like you saying, oh, he's a deadbeat. But it's kind of like, all right, we get it. I don't like the whole, and I said this before, I don't know if you was listening, but I don't like the whole in on a public platform, we are
Yeah, I
down
don't
in our
like the
black
way Umar
men.
made black men look on the public platform either. But you never heard me venerate
Right.
non-black men. So what are you talking about?
What I'm saying, I asked you a question. I said when when we're talking about a non-black man, I want to hear the same conviction in your voice.
Why wouldn't
That's,
you? Why are you singling me out to say that to me?
bec- because I'm hearing you say it like 24 times, like he's a deadbeat, he's a deadbeat,
What
he's
does
a
that have to
deadbeat.
do with him being black?
You
Oh Lord.
just said over and over again, he's a black man, he's a black deadbeat, he's a black man.
No,
That's what you
he
just
said
said.
that he was going to lead a march for black men against child support. And I said, what would that do to the image of black men?
Okay, so that's what it has to do with him being black. Like, what are you talking about right now?
So why are you saying that to me and not him? He brought it up.
I'm saying it to you because you were the last person talking.
I just don't appreciate the insinuation that I need you to tell me not to venerate non-black men.
Girl, why is you so in your feelings?
I just told you why.
But why?
I literally just told you.
You act like see, people can't have a conversation nowadays. It's just a conversation.
Like
Nobody's
I said,
out
I
to
don't
get
know.
you,
It's not just
Carrie.
it's 5 people
No
up here
one's
and
out.
you
Okay,
talking
but
over
no,
me.
you were just the last one to talk, Carrie. No one's out to come
What
get
I'm
you.
telling you is don't be
It's not that
singling me
deep.
out. I'm telling
No
you,
one's
don't be
singling you out, Carrie. You were the
you
last
just
one
did.
talking,
Well, I'm
Carrie.
telling you whether I was the last
Are
or
you
the first.
you were the last one talking. No one's
Don't
singling
single
you
me
out.
out to tell me I need
Carrie,
to
are
do
you
nothing for no
okay?
non-black
Are
man.
you okay? Because
Are
if
you okay?
I just said the only reason why I said you was because you was the last one talking.
And
Why
I'm
would you
telling
then
you,
say
I don't
I'm
care if I was the
singling you
last one
out?
talking or not.
And I'm telling you that if you were the last one talking, then I'm talking to you.
And I'm telling you, don't talk to me like that.
I'm going to talk to you however way I want to because I'm not
Well,
talking
then
to
I'm
you
gonna talk to you
crazy.
however I want to.
I'm not talking to you crazy. Carrie, are you okay? Why are you trying to make this
I
like
just explained to you
a
why I
back
don't
and
like it.
forth,
I just told you why.
backbiting, childish thing? I'm not that childish, Carrie. I'm just not.
I'm not
I'm
either.
not
I'm
going
telling you
like,
why I didn't like it, and you trying to tell me why it's
I'm
okay, and it's
telling
not
you
okay.
why it was what it
And I'm
was.
telling
It's
you
not going
why
to
it's not
change
okay.
it. Carrie, it's not going to change it. It's not going to change it. I said it the way I said it, and I said it to you, and it's not going to change. Okay? Let it go. Anywho.
D. Darrell, I was gonna say that I think I don't know about you, but I
Okay.
find KKC was making the point about how this is actually a cult several times, and I wasn't really buying it at first. But the
Right.
way We Unlock is doing that, and T Pre has talked about this a lot with the us against them mentality, right?
Right.
And the thought control and the loyalty and all that shit they expect. And I don't know about you, but psychologically, I find it really horrifying that otherwise normal people can be like recruited into cults. Like it's not just stupid people. It's not just
Right.
like a
Oh,
certain
it's
type
people
of
of all
people.
walks of life.
And it's like once they get into it, it's no getting them out. And I find that whole thing to be really scary.
Man, look.
It goes to
Man, I see. Listen, there are people that I knew. I'm used to dealing with the psychos on the other end of the spectrum, but I've never had to deal with this internally until this shit happened. This is new. Like this situation. This is how I know the situation with his child is triggering because there are people acting certain ways to me that they have never. And I've been doing this for a while, for a long time.
Yeah.
They have never acted the way they acting right now. And I'm
But
being
it
honest with
actually it
you.
makes perfect sense. Like you said yourself that you've normally been able to put together panels, but recently you can't get any Umar supporters who aren't acting all hysterical and emotional.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
Umar
it's
called it himself. Umar was like, the good thing about this is I'm gonna know who my real friends are. I'm gonna know who my real supporters are. So he's encouraging that, right?
and you know what? They brought that what you just stated, that was repeated to me in conversations.
Yeah. It's
he,
so
he
scary.
and so now I'm a traitor. I'm not a traitor. But
And
my thing is, I'm
they,
not. Listen,
they're literally willing to fight another man
Yeah.
for
I'm a,
another man that ain't
I
done nothing for them. That's
because let me say this.
wild, man. I can
I
understand they went at, you know what, that cult thing, I can see that. Because the only time I seen dudes do that is in the prison system. But they in the game.
Right.
They repping the set.
I'm gonna say this. There are certain things I'm not willing to negotiate when it comes to black. I'm not going to sit here and put up with you not raising your goddamn kids.
Right.
I'm sorry. That's at the top of the list of things I am not willing to bend on. I don't give a fuck who you are, what you claim you did, how many degrees you got, what public office, how much money you made. You ain't taking care of your kids. I'm losing respect for you.
Exactly.
And that's just, and I don't give a damn what pedestal anybody put you on. You go without seeing your fucking kids for over 10 years. That says a lot. That tells me all I need to know about you.
Right.
Because if you're willing to neglect your own kids, you will neglect any and every fucking thing to meet your own interests.
You'll sell out everybody.
Right.
Yeah, like how
You'll
you
sell
not
out anybody. You will sell,
No
he will
flesh
sell
and
out
blood
all
being able
these.
to depend on you.
We on lock this. All that defending you were doing. Umar will sell you out in a heartbeat.
Let's see.
Now
This is what
how
people
y'all
don't
know?
understand.
Now how y'all know Umar be selling him?
Tell you what?
Again,
How do
he didn't
y'all
see his
know
daughter for
Umar
10
sell him out
years.
in a heartbeat?
He was
Huh?
selling. I can hear you.
He would sell him out in a heartbeat.
Yeah. If it means his goal, yeah.
I know
I
that's
fully
right.
believe that.
I'm gonna say this. To see this when the shit gonna hit the fan. If Umar abandoned that goddamn school and moved to Ghana, we gonna really learn who his real supporters are. That's gonna be the shit that's gonna hit the fan. If that Negro leave America,
Bingo. And I called it out. And D-Durrell, I called that shit out on your previous stream. I never talked on my channel, but I called it out. If he got a citizenship, that means he's planning the great escape. And then we're going to see who really support him. We already said I'm going to support regardless. So it tells you right there, he's one. That's one person. How many more black people, especially black people, going to support him after he leaves America, go to Ghana? That's when we're going to see what really going on.
If Umar Johnson leaves and go to Ghana and never step foot in American soil again, you're gonna find out who really support this Negro.
What do you think will happen, D. Durrell?
Huh?
What do you think will happen?
What's
I got a question.
Okay, so what? I'm gonna let me answer that. What's gonna happen? These Negroes gonna start internally. It's gonna be a whole fucking civil war about Umar internally with the people who support him, and they're gonna be beefing online with people like myself and others about what is Umar doing, because they're gonna be people who are gonna be very upset with him for leaving to go to another country when you're a citizen of this country. You basically abandoned us to go to a second world country, a second world, country in Africa where you're not a natural citizen of. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I don't care if that's Ghana or not. You know what I'm saying? And I got ancestral rights in Ghana myself, but I'm not about to go to Ghana and shit like that because I on some business shit. I know my foundation is here, but it will make him look like even more like a scammer. If he go to Ghana and he ignore that school and he sell that building and go to Ghana, then he's gonna look like a real. Now I'm gonna literally say I can't. Like right now, I tell people Umar is not a scammer. He's just not administratively handling things business wise. But if he moves to Ghana, sell those buildings, he looks like a scammer. That's scamming. That is a scam, because that means all the money that everybody put into it, and then you turn around and sell the building to go to Ghana to raise money to build something for another fucking country, even though they black and we Pan African. I get that, but that is not benefiting Black Americans. That's a problem. That's a
I
scam.
think that if Umar went to Ghana, if that really happened, at first, again, I thought KKC was kind of exaggerating with the cult stuff and talking about Jonestown and Waco and everything. But like real talk, if he really went over there, I don't know, man. Like I feel sorry for anybody.
I don't know, because see, my position is it's a lot of idealism around, and they this whole thing of like, listen, you can a person can have a vision, but the vision has to be realistic, and you have to see strides towards it being attainable. The FDMG Academy started off as an idea that people wanted to support. But where he failed is that he didn't make progress in 10 years to make it seem obtainable. He bought that building in 17, 18. Now
Something
we
like
8
that.
years. Yeah, now we in 25 and this shit ain't nowhere near open. So so you cannot, I can't get mad at people saying they think he's scammed. Now back in 19 and 20, that's a different situation. But now, shit, I can't tell people not to say that. I'm not about to be doing shows and shit like I did back in the day, debating people on why they think he's a scammer and do you got legal, has he been arrested and the IRS? I'm not doing that shit no more. That is passe. So now I'm about show me the progress. Can I go if I go to Wilmington, can you open the goddamn doors with an occupancy license and I see furniture in there, everything renovated, and we ready to go? He can't do that.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is, these guys who claim that they're his biggest supporters, you're not helping.
No,
I've been saying Umar needs a PR person. And one of y'all could have been, well, I can't say that now because we had two guys up here want to threaten and fight people over this guy. I would use them as a PR person, but somebody should be a PR person so they can handle this stuff. So Umar don't have to look like a fool, but we know his ego won't let that happen. And it's like, this is who you want to follow. A man who won't even let somebody control his image to a degree so he don't look like a fool and ruin his chances. Well, ruin his reputation further than all it is. The thing with the daughter should have been handled long time ago. He said, "Oh, I knew it was coming." Okay, bro, your team should have handled that. If these guys were really about Umar, they should have handled that.
Right.
But they just gonna let him do whatever.
Yeah.
You don't care about him like that.
Yeah.
You idolize this dude. He is your god.
Yes.
He is not your friend. He is not your leader. He is your god.
And they have a victim rhetoric. Everything is, oh, you took it from me. You hated on me. The white man did this. The black woman did this. Everybody's so mean.
It's all victimhood. And listen, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying some of that ain't accurate, but the problem is y'all use it as a crutch.
Right.
It's too much. You're making black men look weak. And then you want to fight another man over another man because we're talking about him? We're not hitting him. There's no physical violence against this man, but you want me to come see you? Nah, bro. We
Imagine comparing him to Martin Luther King, right? Who literally had the whole CIA, the whole government, all these white supremacists, and still managed to organize a boycott, still managed to accomplish all these goals, still managed to do all this shit. But you take
you really want to answer?
The city. They called the city on me.
You want to know the real answer? Hold on, hold on. You got hear me? The real
Yeah, go
answer
ahead,
is
Kev.
this. When you hear dumb niggas talk that shit, they're living in the past. They're not living in the 21st century, where if they really wanted you, they could get you. And it's not hard now, since people been falling for the last over 20 years. So to talk about these men that's doing so-called revolutionary acts, that's what we claim, you are more delusional than ever. Furthermore, you should question his credibility if he's not no op, to be honest with you, because last time I checked, most of these dudes that run their message are more discipling any progress Black people been doing now for the last decade. And he, as a so-called Pan-Africanist, a narcissist, or where you want to leave him, has pretty done more harm to dumb niggas that have not woken up.
Yep.
They're not up in the times. They're not seeing what the trend of the world and how the world's trending and how the world's moving progressively. And they fall under stereotypes and messages, just like Dr. Umar Johnson of he's doing something revolutionary. That's fantasy. That's garbage talk. You get me? People that doing real things do real things. And the ones that you don't see no one do things, then that tells you that there's some real things. Unlike Dr. Omar, he's not doing it for real. He hasn't shown anything real. Only thing you see what he has done successfully in the last 15 years, or we could say last 12 to 11 years, is he run his mouth well. But there's no substance. There's nothing out his rhetoric. That's when you know when he always goes online, he repeats himself 3 times. It's a psychosis to get you triggered when you keep saying things over and over again. It's a good hustle. And let me tell you something, so people don't understand. This pro-black stuff has outlived its usefulness. And I don't like to say it, but it has. Anybody that's still fall at this point, you're not doing nothing but being stagnant and being bummed.
Hold Black men accountable. Hold them accountable.
Right.
That's how I see it. You're bummed now because there's no progressive. You on this back after this black stuff, and you're not living proof. You're not even holding other black people properly accountable for bullshit. Omar Johnson should be the first person that people that is about that pro-black shit holding accountable the most. But you don't see that shit. You see people more capable for him more than ever. The dudes that sit there follow him because he's having issues with baby mama should never did that because he is not in the best interest for you. He chastised you if you were dating out your race. He chastised you if you're not doing certain things also, while he in return doing the opposite and not doing the same thing, the way he preaches. And I'm telling you now, once the money really dries up, that's when you're gonna see him skedaddle out of this country. The money's not dry yet because he still has other form of payments from PayPal and all stuff. But once those shut down, you're gonna see him start making a pivot to get the fuck out of here. Because he's not getting no money anymore. Because now anything that he gets from the system that he has used for people to donate, that needs to be that's traced. And then he needs to verify what he's doing with the money.
All right, I hear you. I hear you, man. So I mean, I'm not gonna blindly follow anybody. I don't give a damn what you claim you are. And if that's what people expect me to do, then I may have to rethink some things because I'm not blindly following anybody.
And if you really care about this person, that's what that's the opposite of what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to check him.
Yeah.
You're supposed to say, hey, bro, you're not doing what you need to do. Let us help you. We're with you. We want to see your dream come to fruition. But the way you're doing it is not working. You're not doing so. And this is the thing with the daughter, that's a big problem. We need to handle that. That's if you care about this man, that's what y'all should have done. And if you got to risk him alienating you and not wanting to deal with you no more, so be it.
Right.
But at least you care enough, and he gonna see that you care enough, really care, not being a blind follower. That you really care about what he's trying to do, and in turn care about an actual black man doing something for the community. But if you're gonna keep following him blindly, letting him do whatever, and then anybody who has a question, anybody who's not gonna do it, you wanna threaten them, you wanna talk bad about them, threaten to come see him, or threaten to have somebody come see you. There's something wrong with you. And
Yeah, and his
you
criticism isn't that you're lying or what you're saying is untrue or unfair. It's just that you shouldn't be saying it. You're not allowed to talk about Master, right?
no,
But
that's
see,
their God.
that's
You
what
can't
I
talk
was
about my
saying
God.
earlier.
Yeah,
That's
I
what I was
agree.
saying earlier.
Yeah.
It was almost like he didn't want nobody else to talk about him,
Right.
except for him.
Because
I
he was
was
going to
doing.
blame the women. He was going to blame the mother and the daughter and us. But anybody holding Umar accountable is unacceptable.
What's up, Seth Marie? What's going on, man? I see you came
Hi,
back.
Seth.
Hey, how y'all doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah, we
good.
can hear
Oh,
you, Seth.
yeah. Unlike last time, Buddy we on lock got, I ain't gonna let nobody get to me like y'all got to him. So I'm gonna say this: if Umar decides to have that school in Ghana, I will not support that. I'm Native Black, and I support anything he does here. So I want to make that crystal clear. Now,
Okay.
like I said, I agree with most of what Umar says. Umar has done a lot for a lot of people, even relatives of mine who lives in small towns of Mississippi and Georgia, free of charge or a reasonable fee. He spoke at their churches, and their churches are small. And I know they couldn't afford Umar for his price. Umar worked with them, and he did it once for free. So I know he's got a good heart, good soul. I don't care what nobody says. He stood. It was standing room only. One event he had, it had over 800 people in there. He signed everybody. He signed his autograph and pictures. Took pictures with everybody in there. It was standing room only. I went to like 3 or 4.
How
Couple
many
times.
women did he fuck out
Oh
that
my
church?
God. Oh my
It had to be
God.
like, I'm gonna be honest with you, it had to be like 500 women, about 300 men. If I had to take a ballpark guess.
Was
So
it really
that,
free?
that was
Did
one
Cash
time.
have to? If he was really crushing cookies, was it really free?
Hey,
Oh God.
like I said, hey, some of them were married. Some of them were married and had their significant others, like me. So I'm not going there.
And some of them
But
weren't.
like I said, listen.
And some of them
Hey,
But
weren't.
see,
LeBron.
Seth,
Hey, but
see
listen.
what
I
I'm
want, I want
saying
to talk. I
though,
want to peek out to
Seth,
some
I
game.
do have
Listen.
something to say because it kind
Oh,
of
okay.
seems like the more you talk, it's kind of like you're being on his balls a little bit.
No. I respect the man for what he's done. And he has, listen, I talked to 2 guys that went to school back in 1992, 93 when Umar graduated high school. I talked to 2 of them, one live on a panel. They said Umar has been the same way since he was 16 years old, exact same way at that military school down in North Carolina. So they say he's been the
So
exact
what?
same way.
You
And
talking,
I'm just
What
telling you, he
does
you
that
hasn't
have to
changed
talking
do
his
with what you
position
fast,
since
just
the
said?
90s.
but
So,
you talking fast, but you're not
okay, I'm
really
sorry.
hearing me. You're not really
Okay.
hearing
What
me.
I'm
What
saying
I'm
is this.
saying is, no, what I'm saying is that you know how that's not the subject matter at hand. None of that.
Okay,
Yeah, she
I'm just
didn't
giving
say he
content to his
changed
credibility.
she
I'm
didn't say
giving
he changed
content
his
to his
elementary
credibility.
school.
Okay, I'm giving content to his credibility. Like I said, he's helped the prison, the kid, the prison pipeline. He has offered free help or a small fee to all people of all genders and colors and ethnicity. And the ethnicity. On his number. He has done that for years.
How
He
does
said that.
calling him on the phone stop
Okay,
the
there you go
prison
interrupting.
for the
There you go
prison
interrupting.
pipeline?
Listen, let me cook. Let me cook.
No, because you're
I'm
making
slowly cooking.
claims and you
No,
talk
no, no,
so
no, no.
fast.
I can say anything I want to. I ain't interrupt you.
I
For me
didn't
to
say
say
you
respect.
couldn't say it. I said you're talking fast. I didn't say you
Okay.
couldn't
Oh,
say it.
okay. I'm sorry.
You
I'm gonna slow
move
it
from
down.
claim to claim with
Okay.
no substantiation.
Okay.
How does
Okay. Let's
calling him on the phone help the school to prison pipeline?
because he has saved thousands of kids, at least 100 is on record, from going to special ed, getting kicked out of school, or now he has written because he's a certified psychologist. Certified school
What does that have to
psychologist.
do with prison?
Okay, never mind. You ain't gonna. You hate
okay.
Umar no matter what, no matter what
Seth,
he do. If he was
Seth,
president, you hate him.
Seth.
Who's talking
I'm
then?
just.
Let me say
Can
this.
I ask?
Let me say this.
I,
Okay, let me just say this. Let me just say this.
okay, go
Listen.
ahead. I'm sorry.
Let's hear me out. LeBron James and Jalen Rose took 7 to 8 years to open up their school academies. You can look this up. I personally know LeBron's favorite teammate, Romeo, because my significant other sold insurance to his sisters. She does business all over Ohio and Michigan. So she knows LeBron James' favorite high school teammate, Romeo. And he said like this, LeBron had a vision back in 2000 to open up a school academy. And it came into fruition about 10 years ago. So it really was like 15 years. LeBron has city, state, and federal funding for that school. He only put up 2.5, and it's a public school.
So
I
why did
told you
Umar
to
Johnson
listen.
promise
Okay,
he could
listen.
open a
Let me
school
finish.
in 2
Let me
years?
finish.
If Umar
Okay,
Johnson knew that, why did he promise to open a school in 2 years? Knowing what you just said.
Listen. Okay, listen. Me and D-Rail go way back to like 2018.
What does that have
And
to
I
do with
said
what
on
I
his
just
channel,
asked you?
listen, you let me finish, ma'am, let me finish.
You're finishing telling me how
Let me
long you've known
finish.
D.
Let me
Darrell.
finish. Let me finish.
That's not what I
Let it cook.
asked you.
Okay, if you
If
let me
you
finish,
and
I can
Umar
get to it.
Johnson both know it took somebody 10 years to open a school with state and federal funding, why would Umar Johnson promise to the people who donated to him that he could do it in 2 years?
Okay, listen. Umar probably overestimated his popularity, thought money was going to start pouring in because of his popularity. And we all know in the community, money don't come in like that. There's too many black businesses, over tens of thousands of black schools nationwide has been defunct because of low funding. Tens of thousands. Some people estimate to be over 20,000. Umar said he wanted to do an independent school, so it will be his and his own curriculum. Black kids are underachieving in the schools. You know that as a school teacher. You probably know that if you read. You probably know that, yourself. That they've been underperforming and reading below grade level and under math level for years. Now, some people contributed to integration. Some people not caring, the teachers not caring, or it's the hood, they don't care that
Getting a
much,
little
or lack of
long-winded
federal
now.
funds.
So back to this
So,
money.
like I said,
Why would he
no,
buy
like
a
I said,
school before he had his budget? Does that sound
Okay,
like good
listen.
leadership to you? You just buy a building and think money's going to come in?
Okay,
Don't most
listen. Okay,
responsible
okay. If
businessmen
you let
raise
me
the
talk
money
for a
first
second.
and then write a
Okay,
budget?
listen. Just because you talk, no means you're right. I don't care. Because you
How
talking,
can
no
I
means
be
make you
wrong?
right.
I asked you a
Since
question.
2014, Umar started taking his first payment for this school. He said he went to several different school districts
Why
to try
would
to
he
open up.
buy a school
Listen,
before
if you
he knew his budget?
listen.
No,
Just
you're
listen.
taking me back to 2014. It's a very
No,
simple
I'm
question.
giving you some
I don't need
context
to
into what
know
is going
how much
on.
money he raised every year for the past 12 years.
Okay, he bought the building for
It's actually 11
$700,000.
years. It's actually 11 years
Okay,
because he started the fundraiser
yeah.
in 2014 of
He said,
August.
I caught
he
that
said,
after I said it. I was hoping nobody
He
would
said
call
he
me
had
out. But yeah,
roadblocks.
thanks.
He said he had roadblocks because of who he was, and the people were not willing to sell it to him. He won that military school in Virginia, but some Chinese brokers outbidded him, and they wanted the money right
How
then
does
and
that
there. It was other
explain why he
colleges.
bought the school he bought? So he got turned down for 2 schools, so he had to buy a school
He
he
got
couldn't
turned down from
afford?
several schools, over
Several. Okay.
15.
You just mentioned
Yes,
there's tens of thousands of black businesses. Are there not tens of thousands of vacant buildings? Are there only
yes.
3 buildings? If you get turned
If
down
you
for
get
2
turned
buildings,
down,
do you have to
he
buy
got
the
turned
third?
down. He said he applied for, and if them schools default, they go back to the state. The state is not willing to just give the buildings to
So he
everybody.
had
They
to
give them
buy
to
a
illegal
building he
aliens.
couldn't
They
afford?
giving them buildings to illegal aliens. You want to know truth? But
What does that
anyway,
have to do with
like
what we're talking about?
listen. Stop talking so much. You got 2 ears and you got 1 mouth. So apply that to yourself. We can sing together,
Okay.
but we can't talk together.
Why
We
did
can sing
Umar
together, but we
buy a
can't talk
building
together.
before he knew
Listen.
his budget?
Listen, we can sing together, but we can't talk together. Now, listen, like I said, Umar has done the best he can. Yes, is he learning as he goes along? Of course he is. Like I said, I knew, and I told Dina Rail this years ago. I said it's going to take 3 to 4 million at the least for him to buy the school and get the school
Sir, so
funded
let me ask you, I
and
got to say
operate.
something, sir.
Go ahead.
Sir, let me say something, sir. You got to understand, throughout his movements in the last 11 years, before either the
Mm-hmm.
construct or anything of his actions, we all know that there are people who reach out to not only give advice, but give a hand since the struggle, since he's sincere of trying to get a school, right? And
Mm-hmm.
from what and Dr. and D-Rock noticed, and he talked to most of that deals that this man was turned down, didn't want to help, and we had to think overall that how organized this man is, who's his team, and he doesn't really have much team on him to check him, much as facilitate any of the affairs he has in general. It looks like this man is a lone wolf to try to accomplish a so-called greater goal. And we all know if you're a lone wolf in this capitalist system, banking on black people to get stuff done, if you want to go there, you're going to be failing every time. Especially when the black people were so dedicated giving you for the last, since we started out in 2014, that, the results speak for itself. Hold on, I got to do something.
Like I
So
said,
you're comfortable with a grown man
the oldest black
figuring out a
school, oldest
school
independent
as he
black school is
goes.
not defunct.
You would
The
put
oldest
somebody in
oldest
the charge.
independent black school is not defunct.
You
So,
would put
like I
you
said,
would
tens of
put
thousands of black schools have been defunct
right, but there are
in the
black
last few
schools that are
years.
still open and functioning too.
Yes, but it's most, but like I said, primarily it's more black schools than any other
What does
color
that have to do
that
with
has
what
been
we're
defunct.
talking about? Most
No,
restaurants
if you
close,
listen, because you
but
won't
they're
listen,
still
you always
open.
interrupting. We could sing together. No, we could
Because you
talk
just start
together.
saying
We could
random shit. So anyway,
we can
you
sing
think it's
together, but we
okay?
can't talk
You think
together.
it's you
Stop
think it's oh
interrupting.
you think it's
You think you know
okay?
everything. You
You
think you know
think it's
everything, but you know little to nothing. You don't know
you
about
think
Umar like I know him. You don't know
you
the
think
situation
it's
like I know. So, because like I said, you have haters
Wait a
calling every
minute.
agency on him. That's just
you
a
think
fact.
it's okay to put your children in the care of somebody who's comfortable having no plan, no team, no experience, and just figuring shit out as they go. So he's gonna have a
Umar is
building
a
full of
well-educated
children
man.
and just figure it out while he
Black
goes.
Umar is a well-educated man.
So
He
I
knows.
got
Hey,
a
I ain't say he was
question.
perfect at
I got a
everything. I ain't say he was
question. I
perfect
got a
at everything.
question, Seth.
Sure,
Seth,
sure,
I'm different. I have a question. So
sure.
how do you feel about the fact that he did have a child out here and didn't raise her at all or try?
Well, he has two, So, but I say it like this here: what Umar does and what I would do would be totally two different things. Because I say I'm a son of a social worker, as some people know. So yes, I would have done things differently. But like I said, once Umar got in
But
the public spotlight back in like 2011, 2012, around the
are
time,
you
she was like 7, 8 years old. She said she ain't seen him since she was 10 or 11. He didn't want to go to the house because he said it was legal ramification. He didn't want to
so
mess
do you
himself up
think that
by
was
getting
right?
arrested, going after his confrontational girlfriend. He said that on many
Do you
occasions.
think do you think that was right that he just gave up?
Well, ma'am, I've known plenty of relatives. You probably know men too that say that, it's impossible
No,
just
no,
because
no,
court
no, no,
orders.
no. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. When I ask you certain questions, it's not
Okay.
for a whole bunch of because we all can do ifs and what
Yeah.
if.
No, that's
But
just a general
I'm
fact.
asking you
Just
right
black men.
now. How do you feel about the fact that he just gave up?
Well, he paid child support. I will give him that. I give him a bit of credit. He did pay child
Give him
support.
a
Like I said,
compliment,
I would have
bro.
done things differently, but I don't know his full situation, so I got to be fair.
I got a question. Do you think that a lot of Umar supporters are special ed themselves, and the reason why they link into his message is
That's not
because
true.
I'm
Oh
asking a
boy,
question. Do you think that some of
Umar
y'all
has
got
spoken
labeled
at
as special ed, and
man.
instead of getting the
Miss Thing, Miss
specialized
Thing,
help you needed to learn, you
ma'am.
just got angry that you were labeled, and now that's why you gravitate towards him? Because a lot of y'all also have cognitive disabilities.
Okay,
What?
ma'am, can I answer that question? I can answer that question quickly. Since 2010, nobody spoke at more colleges than Umar Johnson, and they were all college students,
You cannot answer
MBAs,
that question quickly.
PhDs.
That's
You
not what
lie.
I asked you.
No, I said most of who follow Umar are well educated.
Just because he spoke at colleges doesn't mean most of his followers are college educated. Like, you know that, right?
What are you talking about? He's had to speak at the college. They invited him, and the students went there. What you talking
All
about?
type of people speak to colleges. You said you have 2 degrees, so you know that.
Yes, yes. Like I said, most of them are college students. They're the youth.
That
So
doesn't
what you
mean that
talking
the
about?
majority of his followers are
All
college
right.
students.
Well, this is beating a
Well,
dead
some are.
horse.
I say some are. Some are. Definitely are.
Right,
Why
but a lot
every
of y'all are
time?
also like learning disabled. Wouldn't you agree?
Listen,
Well,
if you and Umar was on the panel, Umar
and
would
the
beat you
only
hands
reason
down.
why I feel like she's saying
That's not
that
what I asked
is
you.
hold on. The only reason why I feel like she's saying that is because every time I ask you a question,
Yeah.
you don't
Look, I gotta answer
answer
the
it.
way you want to. Okay, ask me the question. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
How
I'm
do
listening.
you feel? How do you feel about the fact that he did not take care of his business when it came down to his daughter? How about that? If I say it
Okay, I
like
would
that.
say, ma'am, I would say it like this here. I don't know the full circumstances. We only
But
speculating with that.
but you know
Like I said,
everything
would I have
else.
done things differently? Yes. But yes, should he have done it? He admitted he should have been a better father. He admitted himself a couple of days ago he should have been a better father. So he said there's issues. He need to work out with that, but that's their business, him and his daughter, and he will get that straightened out. Now that's his words, not mine.
Okay, let me try asking him a question. That was pretty good, Queen Sanity. Let me try now. Let me see if he can answer my question.
Okay, go ahead.
If
I gotta
Umar
talk fast
Johnson
with y'all.
can't
Y'all gonna
write a
interrupt every 5
simple
minutes, every 5 seconds.
If Umar Johnson can't write a simple business plan and budget, and he thinks that because he got denied 2 schools, he should buy a school that doesn't fit his expectations, and he has no team and no experience, why would anybody in their right mind trust a man with such poor planning skills and lack of foresight to be in charge of the safety of dozens, if not hundreds, of children?
Okay, I'm
Now,
gonna answer it
boy,
like this. Okay, I'm gonna answer it like this if I'm allowed to finish. I'm answering the
uh-huh.
Michael Moore School in Wilmington, Delaware was closed down in 2010, 2013. It was opened up in 2008, so that's a fairly new building. He does have a staff. He said he's not putting it out there on the internet because there's a lot of wackos and idiots out there. So he said he does have his team. Y'all haven't seen him, and y'all not going to see him and know him because he said he got too many weirdos out there, too many haters. So that should answer your question. He said he does have a team. And most of them are PhDs like he is, and some of them run their own schools. So he said he got
So have
a
you
sufficient amount
And
of
seen?
so
help.
none of all these people on his team knew that you couldn't open a school that size with that much money in 2 years.
Well, Umar says his primary goal is third and fourth graders. Third and fourth graders,
What does
both
that have
on
to do with what I asked you?
okay,
See, this
okay.
is
Well,
why
more
I was ready
specifically,
to
what you
ask
want to
him,
ask?
has he seen
I didn't ask you what grade are the alleged students
Lord?
going to be.
Okay, mercy.
I said, with all those qualified people on his team, why would Umar not be able to write a budget or know he couldn't open that school with that much money in 2 years? And you start talking about third and fourth graders.
Okay, I would say it like this here. I think Umar doing pretty good because it's been since 2018 to 2019, and like I said, he doesn't have no criminal record. The
That's not
IRS
what
has not
I
taken
asked
it.
you. I didn't
Okay,
ask you if he had a criminal record.
I
What's
said
wrong with
if you
you?
let me finish and stop interrupting me,
Finish
I
what?
said, well, if you let me
Okay,
finish,
okay,
what I
God.
said was, like I said, I'm not saying Umar is the jack of every trade. Yes, he's learning as he goes along. I made that crystal clear. He's learning as he goes along. He
What the
said who
fuck?
he trusts. He said he trusts. He got people that he trusts only. He's not getting no outside sources that he don't know because too many people can stab you in the back and have stabbed him in the back. So he got a good team. He said he got over 5,000 teacher applications, professors or whatever, trying to teach at the school. And he says he's doing it the
Would you
best way
be
he
willing
can.
to share
So,
what learning disability you have?
no, 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 no,
No,
no,
you
no,
got
no,
to
no,
learn
no, no.
disability. It's called mouth
No,
autism.
no,
Go ahead.
I do have a question because I don't want you to run off. I do got a
No, no.
question. Have you seen any of this? Have you seen
Yeah.
with your eyes the building, the
Yes.
the
Yes.
teachers, and I'm talking
Yes.
about the one that he has up and running now, so you say.
Okay, I have seen a lot of trust the process. I'm in the position of
Process.
trust the process.
Did
I'm
you just
trusting.
tell
I
me to
have to
trust
work
the
with that. I'm gonna
process?
Yeah.
trust the process. I have
So
seen
Okay.
you
it has
Have you
so
came a long way
so
seen?
since
because I just
2019.
asked you, and this is why she asked you about a learning disability, because I asked you a
No,
yes or
I'm
no
not answering
question.
it like y'all.
I
Y'all
asked
trying to
you,
take it. How y'all want me to answer
no,
it?
no, 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 no. Hold on, because I was talking. I asked you a yes or no question, and you told me trust the process. I okay. Now go.
I
You
have
Let me give
seen.
Seth a compliment, right? Seth is talking pure nonsense. You ask him a question,
That's your
he
opinion, and
starts
you're
saying
entitled to it.
random trivia. But on the positive side, he's not getting overly emotional. He's able to
I love
control
it.
himself. And so I just think he deserves credit for not being as stupid as we on lock, respectfully.
Well,
Like I said,
damn. Well,
you are a
damn.
person. You are, let's say, a very aggressive talker. If you understand that, you have your mind's made up. Umar can't do no right in your mind. So
But you
we'll leave
can't
that there.
say that. You can't say that about her because in your because for real we could say Umar does no wrong in yours.
No, no. Umar has done some things that I don't agree with. A few things I don't agree with. I told him to go on no jumper when the guy offered him twenty
Now,
five
why
hundred to
wouldn't
go on
I
no
ask
jumper.
y'all? Why wouldn't I ask y'all? Does he do wrong things? Y'all say yes, he does wrong things. But when D. Darrell asks y'all, do he do wrong things? Y'all say no. I'm
No, I never
confused.
said no. D. Darrell been knowing me for years, and he knows it's quite a few things that I disagree with Dr. Umar on. So I
And
said 90%
Umar,
of
I
the
just
time,
want to say
10%
that
of the
I
time I
would
don't.
give credit, Umar. I would give him credit for doing something right if he did something right. Like if he said he was going to open a school and he opened a school, for example,
Right.
I would give him credit for that.
Right.
Well,
It's not that I don't give him credit for doing anything right. He abandoned his daughter. He didn't open the school. And I
he
want to
didn't
say,
abandon his daughter. His mama abandoned his way of
Hold on.
communicating
No,
with his
no, no,
daughter.
no, no. He definitely abandoned his daughter.
Okay,
Like
that's y'all opinion.
that's how
that's
his
not an
daughter
opinion.
feels.
This
That's
is
not
a
an
our
opinion.
opinion.
What do you mean this is a
That's not an
opinion?
opinion.
We said
That's
it. So what are you talking
He didn't
about?
see her for over 10 years.
what
Well, her
that's
mother was extremely
abandonment.
difficult and
Now,
confrontational.
first you said he was too busy, but
Oh
he
no
got
no no
time to
no
go
no
to
no no
sleep
no
and
No,
no
talk
no,
to
no
no,
no
her.
no,
no.
no.
We
What I'm
ain't.
saying is this.
I'm
Come
gonna tell
on,
you
man.
something.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Stop.
tell
You
you
can't, you
something.
can't, you can't
That
argue with
that.
y'all three. You know, y'all three think you know everything. So hey, what is it to
No,
say?
it's not. It's not Seth. You gotta
No,
listen. You gotta
listen.
hear me
It
out for a little
listen,
bit.
and I've been in this space. Well, not the Umar
Mhm.
sector, but I've been in this internet space. If any other black man who is a manosphere, red pill, would say the same thing that Umar is saying, you black male feminists will be all on his ass, saying that's no excuse. That's no excuse for not seeing your daughter. You should have tried harder. You should have tried to see your son harder.
Okay,
But for
okay, I
Umar,
gotta give you
but
What
for
I'm
something. I gotta give you
Umar,
saying
something.
to you, Seth,
but for Umar, there's excuses. Well, the baby mama, she making it difficult. Wait a minute, that's what they've been saying. But y'all don't
Okay,
give him no grace. Matter of fact, I'll give you better. Umar don't even give him that grace.
Yeah.
okay, okay,
But y'all giving Umar this grace. All I'm
okay,
saying is
okay.
let's keep that same energy. If Umar is doing what these manosphere red pillars are doing, he needs the same kind of smoke. But it's funny that y'all don't give him the same kind of smoke. That's my issue. Listen, the fall with the women stuff. If they down, he down. I'm cool with that.
Right.
But if you go and sit up here and portray a lifestyle and then wag your finger at other black men for not doing it and then complaining about the results, and you're gonna wag your finger at them, then when you do it, what is the smoke that everybody else giving? We're giving the same smoke back to him.
Okay,
That's
brother speaks. Okay, as a man,
yes.
as a fellow man, I would say it like this too. You probably know a lot of men in the same position. Just because a court gives an order, that means it's abided by. That woman could be I've known plenty of brothers tried to force their way to get their kids when they had a court order, but they got the police called on them and they serving jail
Mm-hmm.
time right now.
Why would
So
they serve
that's on
jail
record.
time if they have the court
Because
order?
the police said don't matter what you of the because he lied and said he was confrontational, threatening her, beating on her, even though no marks was on her. This
So
happens
he
all
couldn't
the
he
time,
couldn't
all
bring
day,
a
all the time.
witness.
Okay,
He
and he
couldn't
can go back
arrange
and
for
see
a
I'm not
her.
talking, I'm just talking about men in general. It's been men
Okay,
in
let me
general.
ask you this about men in general.
Mhm.
Why didn't he write his daughter letters or send her birthday cards?
Well, how you know he didn't? How you know
He
I mean,
said
how you know
so.
he
she
didn't?
said it.
Okay. Let's give this the benefit of the doubt. That okay, he's just been paying child support,
Who
and
we're
that's that.
not giving the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
And
Let's just say
I'm
he did.
gonna tell
Okay.
you right now, I like Umar. I'm not against Umar. But what
Mhm.
I'm telling you right now is he did wrong by his child.
Why couldn't he write to her? I want to answer for that. People in prison write their daughters. If the mother was scaring him so bad, he was gonna go to jail and he went to go see his baby, and it was okay.
Okay.
Like, why he couldn't write her and send her birthday cards?
Okay, Umar probably wrote his daughter hundreds of letters, but her mama tore it up when in the mail. How you know she didn't do that?
Did Umar
Since you
say
been,
he did that?
Come on
so,
now.
I'm just saying,
You and these
I've
what
known plenty
ifs.
of men in jail wrote
You
their
and these
daughters
what
and sons
ifs are
letters and
Umar
it got
did
torn
not
up by
write
their
crazy.
to
mother.
his daughter. He would have said that when he was
We're not
making
talking about them.
excuses.
Umar said it's none of your business. So I'm not going to discuss everything on the internet. Now he said
But
that. He made that crystal
He
clear.
said
everybody
he
else how they treat their
Are
daughters
you
is his
Said
business
that
though.
several times since this whole scenario has happened. Since this
so
whole
why
thing has
wouldn't he
happened.
send her a letter by certified mail? It costs $2.
How you know the mother didn't get it before the daughter did and ripped it
That's
up?
what certified mail means.
So you don't know what happened.
When
You
you
ain't in
send
there
letters
live.
certified mail, you know who got it.
Are you Peter Pan? Do you know you fly around like a moth and know exactly everything that goes on in their
We're
lives?
just
Peter
going by.
Pan?
That's the point of
Peter
We're
certified
Pan
just going
is
by
mail.
what the daughter
fairy.
and Omar has said. It's
If his
talk.
Peter
mother
Pan
That's
is
wrote
a
really
a
fairy,
letter
not a
that was sent
moth.
to her certified mail, that is a felony. So if he was so afraid of the law, he would have the law on his side if she destroyed his letter. So why didn't the big PhD man who knows more than you and me send his daughter
Okay.
certified letters so she knew that she was
Okay.
loved by her
I'll say it
father?
like this. Dr. Umar said he has 3 or 4 court. He said he went custody court appointed. He tried to get custody of his daughter 3 or 4 times. And he said each time it was denied because he
I
said
don't
his
care.
wife was.
I don't
No,
care
I'm
how
telling you
many
what he
Well, if
said.
times.
Umar says it is true, but
I
if his
don't.
daughter says it's true, we
I got
don't know
his
that.
daughter's been
We
wild. His
don't
daughter has
know.
been wild and
So
wild
how do
and
you know that
wild and
he's
out.
telling the truth?
Was Umar
How do you know
Johnson
his daughter's
wilding when
telling the
he said he
truth?
was gonna beat up Seti with his Goonie Goon squad and he was an albino
Oh, you
nigga
talking
in
about
these
something
King
happened
Kong?
10 years ago. You talking about something happened 10, 11 years ago.
Well, he was still older than his daughter is now 10 years ago.
But
So
it happened.
Yeah,
It
because
happened.
Umar
Whether
never
it
been
happened
arrested. He's
10
not a
years
criminal.
ago or not, it still happened.
Oh, well, there's a
and
lot
he
of
was
things that
still
still
older than
happen.
his daughter. So why does that make why is his daughter less credible because she's been what you call wilding about her father abandoning her, but Umar doesn't lose credibility for pretending to answer his phone and Chris Brown, I don't trust these hoes started playing proving he was lying.
Well, like I said, that's your opinion and you're entitled to it. You don't know the
That's not
full
my
story.
opinion. That's a fact. I'll pull it up.
Well,
I'll
no,
pull
that's
it up
your
right
fact.
now if you saying
That's
it's
your
We
my
fact.
saw
opinion.
that.
That's your fact. Umar has said, I'm not discussing my personal business because it's none of y'all business. He said that several
Then
times.
why you up here talking about it then?
Because I'm going by the facts that he said he got the white man. Well, I
But
hope he
he
produced
said
it.
he don't want you talking about
Well,
it.
it's a fact that
He
his
said
daughter
he don't
said
want you
On this
talking
sector.
about it,
right.
Y'all on
though.
Umar's sector. Y'all on Umar's sector. I've been on this sector. Y'all just Johnny come lately or Jane come lately trying to, get
But
in to
Hold
get
this
on,
in
isn't
wait
because
a
what
you
we're
want to be
minute.
talking
messy.
about. Why does it matter how long we've been in the sector for what we're discussing?
Because you're doing it to
Why
be
is it
petty and
that
messy.
Umar, a known liar, gets more credibility than his daughter?
Well, how we know you ain't a known liar? See how we
Everybody's
can
a
play this
known
both
liar.
ways.
We're not
We can play
talking
this both
about
ways.
whether she's a liar or
Right?
not.
I don't have no
y'all
We're
damn
not.
children.
why
Why are you looking at everything but Umar?
I'm not
Like,
saying Umar's perfect. I've been saying Umar is not perfect.
That's a straw
Because
man
what
I
he
wish,
argument.
said came
I
out
Nobody's
of
wish
the
y'all
woods
stop
of
saying
saying
he's
men.
perfect.
he ain't perfect. He ain't perfect. He ain't perfect. Nobody perfect. Yeah. He did wrong.
Right. Nobody said the
When y'all
argument
gonna
wasn't
say
on
he
who's
did
Well,
perfect.
wrong?
Didn't Umar admit a few days ago several times that he said, yes, I could have done
Yeah,
better.
it took after his
He damn
daughter
it. He
aired
admitted
him
that.
out. That's when he did it.
No, Umar said years
Okay.
ago, hey, I got a daughter out there. She's like 16, 17 years old, and she's going to out
Uh-huh.
me out there one day. He has
Okay.
Right.
stated that
So
several
And
he
guess
had
times.
been
what?
writing all these letters.
And here's the thing. Why he didn't take care of it again? He had plenty of time to take care of this. Y'all knew, some of y'all knew about it too, and you didn't help him take care of it.
We
So
are
what
left
I'm
still in
trying,
figure
so
don't nobody care
again,
what he
so
wants.
unhand him,
he getting
Karen.
all this smoke because he can't handle his business.
Brother Speak.
And you
Answer
go
this.
and
Brother Speak.
y'all keep telling everybody, oh, what about y'all? We're not the ones saying we're gonna change the community like that.
Well, Brother
We're
Speak,
not
so
the
do you
ones
think the court
saying
system,
we're supposed to be helping young boys. That's him. And he's not doing it. And matter of fact,
he takes young
he
boys on trips, field trips every year.
I'm not caring
So,
about the trips and stuff. Listen, there are bigger things that these boys need than he's going on a trip.
well, I ain't know Umar was Superman. He's Umar Johnson, Pan African, not
Well,
Superman or
he
Batman.
said he
Oh
is. He
my
called.
God. We don't
He
want
said
him to be Superman. We
he
want
said
him to be a father.
I want him to live the life he's preaching to everybody else. I don't need him to be
Okay.
Superman. I need him to preach, live what he
To
preach. That's
practice
all
what
I'm
he preached.
asking.
To
And
practice what
if
he
he
preached.
can't
Okay.
do it, guess what? He got to get that smoke. And I don't care how many of you supporters want to block it, how many of y'all want to threaten, how many people want to come whoop somebody's ass because of it. The fact of the matter is, Umar has been saying that community, be a father, be a family, and he has not done it. At this point, I
Well,
don't
I
even
was
care about the school. He has not done it. He has not done it at all. And when people give him the smoke about it, we got people like y'all want to fight everybody else. Instead of
well, it wasn't
going
me.
to
It's not
that
that
man and
major.
say,
It's not
hey,
that serious
Umar,
with me.
you have been failing. You
Well,
failed. And
okay.
until y'all do that, I have no respect for y'all. Period.
Okay.
End of
Are you a
discussion.
perfect father?
Dude,
Brother Speak,
Seth,
so you're a
Huh?
perfect father?
Seth, don't even waste your
Yeah,
breath, man. Don't even waste
yeah,
your time.
because you know they stuck on
No, no,
stupid, all
no.
three of them.
Okay, and again, but guess what? There's a father right over here, and
Oh,
yet
you're a
you're
perfect
not
father?
gonna, and that man ain't gonna hold that other man
And Seth
accountable.
is a father too.
And yeah,
Seth is a father
huh?
too. I said Seth is a father too.
Yeah,
And
I
he,
mean,
and
Brother Speak,
oh, okay,
stupid.
and that's even worse.
Talking
And
stupid.
y'all still not holding him accountable.
I hold him
What
I
is wrong with
held
y'all
him up.
people? That's all
Obviously,
I
you
need to
didn't hear
know.
me. Obviously, you
When
didn't
y'all
hear
gonna
me.
do it? Huh?
Obviously, you don't hear me, and you don't hear
I
shit.
don't, I don't, I
I
don't.
said he's held
Hey, after
himself
you threaten
accountable.
me, I don't hear
Oh,
you no more.
he held
After
himself
you threatened me
accountable
twice,
before all this shit
after you
started.
threatened me
And
twice,
you
I ain't
still
trying to hear
talking.
nothing you talking about.
You still
Talk to
talking.
someone else.
You
Don't talk
still
to me.
talking. You still
I,
talking.
I, I was on here
You are
first, so shut
still
the fuck
talking.
up. And you gonna threaten me,
What?
so I ain't
Well,
trying
okay,
to hear what
well,
you're talking about.
we're not about to go
I'm
back
talking
into
to
that.
Seth. I ain't talking to you. Leave me the fuck alone.
Listen,
All right.
he held himself
Somebody else want to talk?
accountable more than
Let
one
let the
occasion.
dude talk. I'm sorry, dude.
Then again, Seth,
Listen,
don't
Yes,
waste your
yes,
breath.
brother.
Don't
we
waste
don't
your
You're
breath.
lie.
right. You're right. You're
Listen to
right.
me with me.
You're right. We
We
don't
not
lock.
doing
You're right.
this. Hold on, Seth. We're
Okay.
not doing this again. We're not.
Okay.
So
I respect
I'm
that. I
not
respect
in
that.
this goddamn live if it go left because we're not doing this again. I'm just letting it know. We already been in for 5 hours and 20 minutes. I'm getting ready to give it maybe another 10, 15 minutes. I'm gonna let Will Lock get it out. But if we start going out, I'm just going to abruptly just end the goddamn live. So I'm just letting y'all know that.
I
So
respect that. I respect it.
let's have a conversation. It go left, we that's it.
Can you acknowledge what I just stated? Can you acknowledge that? If
Acknowledge
you
what?
can't
I'm sorry.
acknowledge it, there ain't no need to going forward.
What statement you made, Will? Like I missed. I couldn't understand. It was people talking.
I said before this incident happened, there has been numerous occasions where Umar has stated that he was a bad father. He's already
Correct.
stated that. Even before all this, this is just
I
has been
don't.
magnified
Okay.
to a
I'm
real big degree, and everybody's
about
getting their bag of flesh. And even some dude named Saint the Sainer or Saint the Sinner or whatever his name is.
Saint the Center, Saint the Center.
Yeah,
He in
that guy.
Vegas. Saint the Center in Vegas.
Cool. Maybe I can meet up with that guy.
Listen. Yes, Umar did talk about some of his shortcomings as a father. He has, but he ain't say he ain't seen.
That's all I'm saying.
But he ain't say he ain't seen his children in over fucking 10 years.
Say that again?
That's something totally different.
Exactly.
Wait, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Say that again.
I stated, yes, he did talk about his shortcomings as a father. However, he didn't speak of not seeing his children in over 10 fucking years.
Yes, because as far as I knew, he had custody.
He
Because
don't.
that's the last thing I remember.
Why would any father speak on his children publicly like that? Do you know he gets death threats? You do know that, right?
Okay.
So, and
It's called deal with it.
There ain't nothing new. Any figure get death threats. That's
Death
not
threats.
nothing new.
So okay,
That comes
okay. I guess we obviously don't care about our own fucking families once we get our death. Once you get death. Now I've gotten death threats. I've gotten death threats.
Well, this guy is a known figure. Any known figure gets
I'm
death
not,
threats.
but yeah, I get death threats.
Okay, and you threaten people.
okay,
So what's the difference?
what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? What we doing?
You're not a
Queen,
bigger figure than Umar. Not Umar. You're not a bigger figure than him. None of us are. So we don't know what he's going through.
I'm not saying that.
Mhm.
But you know, everybody's got their price to pay. Everybody's got their little course to bear.
Okay, we listen. Everybody get death threats.
It's okay. It's quite all right.
I know it's not okay, but that's part of when you become a known figure and you're doing things in the public eye, you're gonna have people that will threaten you and things like that, or admire you or stalk you and things of that sort. That comes with the territory. Your privacy is compromised.
So that's part of it.
Right. So how do you know that the daughter's not getting any death threats? Due to the fact that Umar's that's a known figure. How do we know that?
The
Because she
daughter
hasn't said it.
She never said that, Will Lock.
She don't have to say it.
Why
What you mean?
would she? Why would she lie about that, Will Lock? Why would she not say it? If she's saying everything else, why would she say it?
Will Lock,
She didn't say nothing but the same damn thing. She just repeated the script.
Let's be logical, Will Lock. Why would
I can't believe
this
I'm
daughter
on that girl?
No, hold on. We listen to me. Because I know you want to listen. I get it, man. You support, you believe in the cause. But we got to separate the man from the cause. And so my position is, why would she be getting death threats when nobody even knew up until last week and a half that was her? Nobody knew of her existence. Nobody. And if people did know, now. Very few people.
They know now.
She was not getting death threats. She wasn't.
Why am I arguing with you?
She may be getting some threats now, but she wasn't getting death threats a month ago, 2 months ago. She wasn't getting death threats when she was in high school and as a younger adult, when she's 18, 19. The only reason why she may get any threats now is because she made everything public. Again, that's part of the risk of you gain celebrity by saying you're the father of a known internet figure and a world-renowned lecturer. Yeah, people will seek to touch bases with you and say and do things. Okay, that comes with the territory.
D, we don't know anything. That's what I'm trying
we
to
don't
tell
know
you
that.
now.
We would have said. We see. Okay. I feel you, brother, but you gotta make sense on this. You gotta make this make sense.
No, I'm gonna stop talking. I'm gonna stop talking about it. I'm definitely gonna stop talking about it.
The point is, we cannot excuse Umar of his faults.
But that's all you ever talk about. Is Umar in a negative sense?
I don't know. We don't like, you know that. I don't talk about all the time about the niggas. You know better than that. You know better
I
than
really
that.
would say that you would flip flop and say
this is the result of worshiping. You get me? No man should invest his time in
worshiping.
Yeah.
Who am I worshiping?
Stop talking about him. Please.
Don't know, right?
What am I worshiping? You just getting up on here talking bullshit. Who am I worshiping? I don't worship nobody but God. What the hell are you talking about, bro?
Stop talking about. It's not that serious. Please stop talking about.
It's not. If it's not that serious, what are you coming up here for?
Fuck him.
Fuck you. Fuck you. How's that? Fuck you.
Fuck him. You are so invested, and we tell you, fuck him. And
fuck you.
You know what I'm saying? They're gonna talk
that's
about.
What he's saying. That's what he's saying. Fuck. That's what he's saying. Fuck you.
Nope, he's not fucking.
Okay, look. We're not about to do this.
Isn't that not what he's saying? Isn't that not what he's saying?
Okay, guys, I need to go to Conundrum because I touched bases with him, and I want to ask Conundrum some questions. Okay, what's up, Conundrum?
Man, what's going on?
You've been hiding from me, brother. I was looking for you. I've been doing this content. I was looking for you. I didn't see you.
Man, I saw when this shit first hit the fan.
Okay.
Oh my God! First of all, I don't think the young lady really understood what she's getting herself into by coming out and putting this out into the public spectrum. If you remove Umar Johnson from the situation and you deal with just the situation, this is textbook. This is not just subject to Umar Johnson. I'm talking about people that are in positions of stature. You have some celebrity. Tyrese is one of them that has dealt with a child who well, I'm not gonna say Tyrese, but I've seen many situations where a father has been estranged from a child's life, and that child has taken on the persona and the demeanor of the mother.
Correct.
I've seen this shit happen so many times. I've literally lost count.
Okay, so conundrum.
Yeah.
And so I want to make sure that I hear you correctly. Okay. So in this situation, do you find Umar at fault?
Yeah, I do, and so did he. He found himself at fault. Remember, I don't know if you remember, but there was a clip.
Thank you.
Conundrum. How long have I been knowing you, Conundrum?
Shit. What is it going on? Maybe 7 years, 6 years?
Yeah, we've known each other a long time, just like Seth
Okay,
Marie
that's just in the Facebook spectrum. But we're not. But yeah, it's been a long time.
Okay, so me and you have had many conversations online and offline about Umar in this school, right?
Correct.
Now, would it be fair to say that do you think any assessments that I felt Umar was wrong, was I fair in those assessments, or do you think I may have said some things that were maybe like if I had some criticism, do you think my criticisms were fair, or were some of those criticisms, when they did happen, when I did criticize him?
Okay, so
were they taken out of context?
No, and let's put this in perspective.
Okay.
You know that I'm a supporter of Umar. You know,
yes.
But I think that what people don't realize is that you can be critical of somebody that you support. Now, sometimes that criticism may lead to you not support them anymore. But just because you support somebody doesn't mean that you don't that you can't critique them. Shit, I sent Umar Johnson text message critiquing him and criticizing him on shit that he should have did and should not have done. Now, whether or not he responded back,
I am glad that you said that. But what do you say to the supporter who, when you give constructive criticism, the blame is on everybody except Umar?
Well, as I said before, Umar Johnson has spoken to his fault and his blame, his role, and what was going to happen. I don't know if anybody remembers, but he made a clip some time ago which said that, and this is when this girl, I guess his oldest daughter, before she was, I think she was may have been still in school. We said at some point, you know, he hopes that it's not something that she takes to social media and the shit blows up. I'm paraphrasing, but I know it was somewhere in that neighborhood.
And it happened.
What'd you say?
And it happened.
Oh, it definitely happened. I don't.
So who's at fault of that?
I mean, he's ultimately at fault.
Okay, so we got people here like they disagree. They think this is all her fault.
Well,
this is a play to get money. Umar did Umar trying to handle stuff. She going around. Now I'm gonna be honest. I'm critical at first when she first did stuff. I took her side totally on everything. That changed when she did a Rev G interview. Then that changed for me.
Well, no. Did you see the interview between her and Thomas Sotomayor?
Yes, I saw that. I criticized her for that one, but no, the Rev G interview was the one that did it for me. I had enough.
I didn't see the Rev G interview. I haven't been paying too close attention to YouTube, but I think I've been on We On Live a few times to listen to some of his commentary. Not so much about Umar Johnson, but just about Black people in general. But needless to say, Umar Johnson, I hold him responsible because he should have been proactive in some. Now if he was proactive and he was still met with the same fuckery, then I can give him somewhat of I'm not gonna say a pass, but I'll give him some leniency. But still, as the parent, you have to do your due diligence at all times. But I'm telling you, man, what Umar Johnson has experienced with this child, especially with the children's mother, is textbook, man. It is. Don't take my word for it. Just look up child support court on YouTube and go to and listen to some of the shit. It's textbook. This is not just subject to Umar Johnson. You got matter of fact, I got a. I'm not gonna name. I'm not gonna name his name, but there's a superintendent of schools in Middle Mississippi that has gone through the fucking ringer with the same shit. Now, this is a man who spent his life in education as an educator and dealing with other people's children. Even he is not immune to the fuckery that happens when people mix emotions, social media, and parental alienation. And that's exactly what it's called. It's an actual thing. If you ever looked up parental alienation, and Adida, you as a mental health advisor, I'm certain that you probably encountered at some point. But a parental alienation is a crime in some states.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I can see that.
Let me give a good example of what is parental alienation. Parental alienation is when you and your former significant other have a court order of communicating with the child. There is an event at the school, and you choose not to tell the other parent about it. But once the event is over, you say the parent didn't show. That's parental alienation. This shit happens a lot. One parent will purposely not tell the other parent about things that are going on with the child, just so it can make the child appear make the parent seem as if they're deadbeat.
Yeah, that happens all the time.
Right.
What is that?
Now go ahead. I'm listening.
No, that was it. That was it.
Okay. All right. So, are you saying that the mother was guilty of parent alienation?
I'm 100% convinced that she was very instrumental.
Okay. See, that's what. Okay. How are you? What makes you 100%? Because you're saying 100%. So, when you say 100%, I assume you got some evidence to back that up.
Based on the demeanor of the young lady in her description, she was. Wait, let me give you an example.
Now, stop. Conundrum. You're an attorney. Stop. You basing that on her demeanor?
Let me give you an example, sir.
Okay.
According to the young lady, in her assertion, that Umar Johnson beat her mother while she was pregnant with her. Where would she get that information from?
She got that from her mother. That's what she stated.
Gotcha. And just give me a good scenario as to where, and why that would be relevant for a child to know.
Because she probably expressed and explained to her daughter why she's not seeing him, and he's probably not. If he actually was a danger to her, and he carried on that way, he was unfit to have any interaction with his child if he was abusive. So that would be relevant to tell your daughter at some point of why you're not seeing your father. He's abusive.
Okay, so now while we hold on to that, has there ever been a filing of a police report, or restraining order, TRO, any kind of injunction relative to Umar Johnson and the mother of his child about this particular abuse?
No.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but most of the time they don't do that.
Right, I understand, but I just asked.
Oh,
divorce
God.
court. Divorce court.
I don't have the white man's paperwork. So then, if you want to say that, I want to know why Umar was not granted unsupervised visits. No judge is giving you unsupervised visits for no reason.
That's
well, the mother lied on.
A lot of times when you have supervised visitation, a lot of times there is an allegation made by the custodial parent of some type of abuse that they're alleged. Doesn't necessarily mean. Let me see who went through that shit.
So we don't have the white man's paperwork.
Yeah,
we don't. But if he was forced to have to abide by supervised visits, and that was his reason because he said, I'm not paying child support if I got to go meet my child at the grandmother house, then I need to know what were the allegations that triggered that injunction against him. So something happened. Or an allegation was made.
Well, normally, what I've seen in the past is when, and it's a strategy. In any family attorney can tell you, it's a strategy. If I have a child with you and anybody, and I'm the mother, and I want to create that separation, and I want to be able to
What?
control the situation with my daughter. All I have
Hold
to do is
on.
wait, let me finish. All I have to do is just tell the court that I fear for my life, or there's a level of danger. The court, in some cases, without even any past instances of it, the court will sometimes request that the father see some type of mental evaluation or conflict resolution before they
That
even
is
give
true.
him full education.
That is true. Because I've done that before. So
No.
there are evaluations that have to be had in certain instances before the judge, or there are parenting classes or
Hmm.
counseling that they have, particularly if it's domestic violence. They're going to definitely ask you to do a course or take a certain amount of sessions or classes before you are approved to have those. And there's no different if you had a CPS case that would make you do those things before your child is returned home. So I
Hey,
get that.
D. Durrell, have you ever seen this YouTube clip of the young lady who came to pick up her twins, and the dad had gotten the haircut, and the mother wanted to have him arrested for having the children's haircut? That guy's name is Earl. He's actually from New Orleans. He went through the exact same shit. That young lady gave him a bogus allegation of domestic abuse just so that she can get control of her twins. It happens. It's a strategy. Now, my thing is, Umar Johnson, where Umar Johnson failed is, Umar Johnson just failed to understand his losses and how it would affect him and his child. He
Right.
chose to argue with the mother as opposed to trying to quell the situation or just play the role.
Okay. But
Doesn't
he
necessarily
went.
mean that you lose.
But you
Pardon?
going 10 years without seeing your child. 10 plus years.
Mm.
That's crazy.
There
Yeah.
is no excuse. There is no excuse. There's not no drawn out long paragraphs that you can speak. No
Yeah, they
speeches that you
usually
can say. Like, cause I noticed that every time we ask y'all a question, y'all want to give us this long drawn out speech, but it was wrong. It's wrong. He was wrong. And all this stuff about, oh, well, maybe he did it or maybe he didn't do it. No, he neglected his child.
With all due respect, ma'am, did you ask me a question?
Yes. Well, not this
No,
time. No, not this time.
what I'm saying, did you ask me a question just in this live?
No, I did not ask you a question.
Then what?
I asked that question.
Then why would you complain
I
about my
asked
response to
that
somebody else? Wait.
question
I'm asking another
because,
question.
hold
Why would
on
you?
now. Wait a minute.
Why,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because if I sit out, I'm really listening to you. Because what you doing, I'm listening to your responses to the derail. Right? That's what we here for. To listen and to speak up. So don't do that.
okay, so I'll ask again. Why would you complain about my response to somebody else's question?
Because what y'all are going around the bend. Y'all not
You're
just
not y'all.
answering the
I'm the only person
question.
responding. I'm the only person responding to you, Russ. So what are you speaking of, y'all?
But what I'm saying is you're going around the bend.
But
How about that? Instead of
if that's too
y'all,
much,
I'm gonna
if
put
that's too much for
yours.
D. Russ should stop me then,
And
right?
now we're definitely off subject.
If
Like
I'm
so
talking too much,
it gets
isn't that
like that with you guys. Like I stay here
you're
and
still saying you guys?
and
No,
I had hold on.
I
I
yield.
stay
Go ahead.
here and I had conversations with Seth. And I saw how that was going and I understood his point of view. And then I'm sitting here and I'm listening to your conversation with D Darrell, and I'm saying y'all have similar points of views. The conversation is doing the same thing. Like
Which
it's
is,
going around in a circle and you're going around the bend instead of just saying straight out he was wrong.
I said he was wrong, man. What part did you not
And
get?
that's
You didn't
it.
get?
That's it. That's it. He neglected his child. Okay.
But,
He should have
ma'am,
did his paperwork. He
he
should have did his
didn't ask me.
paperwork.
You know what? I'm
Hold
addressing the
on.
wrong
We're not
person.
talking about D Darrell now. Now we're talking about me and you.
You're wrong, ma'am.
Okay, so let's get this right. He neglected his child. He didn't do his paperwork like he should have. And we don't know what type of abuse may or may not have happened. Right? That's all right. I said all correct statements, right?
Right.
Okay. So what's wrong?
Your response, Commander?
I have no response. I'm not even addressing the young lady. I'm eating my fruit and trying to mind my business.
And so I'm just saying, I'm not trying to get on your nerves or anything, but that's just what
Ma'am,
it is.
ma'am, just for clarification, the only time you can get on my nerves is when you remove a zero from my bank account. Other than that, I'm very
Oh,
unbothered.
here we
Now,
go. Here we
now I was
go.
talking.
Here we go.
I was
Here we
talking to
go.
D. Durrell. In some kind of way,
Oh
you
my.
segued
You
your way
talking
into.
to D Darrell, but you're talking in front of a. Are you okay? You're talking in front of an audience.
All right.
We're all having this conversation with you. We're on the panel. We're having an open conversation, right or wrong. Right or wrong. Right or wrong. So you just gonna sit there? It's the childishness. It's the childishness of it all. Like that's childish. Okay.
Moving on.
Well, yeah, we can move on to the fact that you could not say what I just said. The fuck?
So Seth,
D. Durrell, you get hopefully you got what I was saying relative to Umar Johnson's fault and how he could have prevented.
Yeah, I'm glad you came by because I was hoping that you would have came like another because I've done at least 4 videos on this and I wanted to know what your stance was. I was very interested in your stance, and I like the fact that you said that you let them know the things and you've given them criticism. You text him and you made him aware of what you didn't appreciate he was doing, and so. What I'm hearing is that you're not blindly following him no matter what he does. It's not, it's, you let him know if you think he went a route that was not in his best interest or the best interest for the program.
I mean, some of the criticism and like the last message I said I sent him was right after, my words to him was that, look, man, it'll eventually work itself out. You know what I'm saying? But my criticisms with Umar Johnson came way before this matter.
Yeah, I know.
So,
right.
But I mean, directly to him. I didn't think I choose to get and make some post on or some lives on YouTube. But needless to say, but I would, that's just my position.
Okay. So Seth Marie, how do you feel about have you given Umar criticisms via text messages or phone calls? I know you have good communication with him. Have you given him any types of criticisms before?
Well, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. The last time I seen him was, it was fairly recent when he came here to Ohio, and I told him to go with Flacco. You know Flacco. And I told him go to No Jumper. I said the guy named Adam, the white guy who owns the show. Well, he's a co-host. He's paying you $2,500 for the for the school renovation for the school. I said, I said, I think you should go out there. There's a huge platform, got like 3 million followers, and go ahead and do that. I try to encourage him. He nodded his head. Now, was he hearing me? Maybe he had other things or other agendas to take care of. But I did say, hey, I think you should go on there because it's a bigger crowd and the guy's funny. If you want to take more money, ask a little bit more money, I think he probably would oblige, 5,000, so, that can at least help out a little bit, So with that, I did say he did nod his head. Now, him, nodding in agreement or nodding just to be nodding, that's on him. But I tried to persuade him to do that.
Okay. So back to conundrum. We had a discussion about Umar repatriating to Ghana. How do you feel about that?
That's new to me.
You for that?
No. I'm saying that's new to me. About Umar Johnson.
You say
what?
Umar
Johnson? Wait.
Yes.
About Umar Johnson going back to
Ghana.
To Ghana or
yes.
Us as a people?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait. Which one is it?
He's going to Ghana. He's going to live. He's going to move to Ghana.
Okay. That brother is new. Like I said, I haven't really been on YouTube, so that's new to me. Give me some more information about that. Tell me more about it.
He's applied. I think he has citizenship, or he applied for citizenship, and he has actually flirted with opening up a school or some type of project in Ghana. There is alleged that he also got a woman pregnant in Ghana, but that's alleged. But he is seriously thinking about moving to Ghana and setting up shop in Ghana.
And before you respond, Q number, is this the first time you heard? Q number, is this the first time you ever heard that he was planning to do things in Africa, even go and live there? You heard about this?
No, I've heard about his trips to Africa. I've heard about him having. I've heard about him supposedly having dual citizenship in Ghana. I've even heard talks about, from some content creators that he was considering or trying to open up a school in Ghana and buying some land in Ghana.
All right, conundrum. Stop. All right. I could tell when most people don't follow the brother for a while. I've been following him, and I've been stopped following him now for the last maybe 1 or 2 years, maybe a little bit longer, depending. But it's like short. Omar has plans on the docket, what he really wants to do and wants to accomplish. Yes, the end game is most likely from the environment and what he's doing and what his acts are. That he is planning a big escape, and I'm aware of this for some time now. The thing with Ghana, the citizenship, if he got like maybe a few months ago or the end of last year, that should not be surprising to me or anybody else. Is because if you think about his actions here in America, has already outlived his purpose. And let's say if he's busting nuts outside America and having children, right now he only could claim 2 children here in America, and probably that's the third one from one person said he has done. Which we'll take that for now. What he's doing right now is he's gathering as much money as possible. So when it's time to pull the plug, it's easy him to transfer whatever he's doing somewhere else. And the people that rock with him are going to continue to facilitate his sustainability and whatever he's doing. Period. You get me? So at the end of the day, for those that's not keeping up or just want to keep or don't want to keep up, that's the whole entire strategy what he's trying to do. Even when he was on my good friend's channel almost 2 years ago, which I have right now. I think it might be still on my channel. I gotta look for it. But really, what he's trying to do, and I'm gonna tell you those two conundrum. I'll put the link to my channel. You look at yourself. He really wants school to facilitate his legacy in America for himself, and he slipped up and said that. Do you understand, brother? And because that means if you're only doing this just facilitate your own legacy, that means you're not looking at the bigger picture for the sacrifice, if he's in that direction sacrificing for the betterment of the young boys, girls that's going to be adults in the next 10, 20 years to carry on and move on with the progression of Black people, no matter if they're in the West and beyond. Your purpose is not doing that. Your purpose is to have your image, name, and likeness so people can go back and say this man was something because of his lectures, his tours. But in the scheme of things, he has not really accomplished nothing to really help perpetuate the race, especially he's pushing pro-Black Africanism. Do you understand? So if you didn't know now, you know. And I can tell you, you're young dude. You're like probably going to turn 32, roughly. So.
Wait, come again?
I know you're a young dude, like you about to be in your 30s, 32, turn 32, whatever. So you're young.
I'm older than the street you live on.
Yeah, but I could tell. And you know, there's ways I could tell, but you know, you get. All right, anyway, that's all I want to lay out.
Well,
silent.
chaos,
It got
chaos,
silent.
chaos.
Yes.
Can I tell you I love your accent? I just can't understand nothing.
Oh.
But I love your accent.
That's
I
fine.
swear I do.
That's fine.
I swear I love it. And I know you saying some hot shit. I know you saying some good shit.
Well, unless you want me to repeat that, what I just said, clear, because I'm not sure no one got me.
Where are you from?
I'm here in America, born and raised in America. In the East Coast.
Really?
Yes. Yes.
Oh wow, you have an accent like that?
Are your parents Caribbean?
Like I said, American. Like I said, I'm American. I don't want to go in more detail than that.
Oh yeah, I get to read a sheet on you. I'm just messing with you. Yeah.
But all fun games. But all fun and games. Let's be clear. Conundrum. He's playing his escape, and that's fine. That's natural because let's be honest. Once the money dries up, what else do you have to offer to the black community, especially Pan Africans? Nothing really, but just rhetoric, lectures, you know. And let's be honest, he talks a good game. He's good with the lectures. He's very good speaker. Because one time I visited him personally years back, you know, and I know Dude Rail visited him when he came to town also. And he's very good what he does. Now, in regards, is he the top speaker in the world? That's another question. I don't know if I want to agree with that, but you know, he has put himself out there for the last decade for people that are requesting for him. Umar spreads his seed to every continent. And you know, I would not be surprised because think about it. If you and Queen Sanity or any woman that would know this, if a man's not getting married and he's at 50 years old, he's not looking to get married after a certain point in life. If he does get married, he wants in a way where it's easy for him to walk off without paying nobody. Correct?
Right.
No, that's we're not gonna go debate this. It's easy if you get married on your terms, if it's in America or somewhere else, allegedly. You can easily, if things go sour or soft, or his mate plays around wherever, he could easily just walk out of his responsibility, or you know, just walk off and move on.
Right.
Because think about it. Why are you paying child support for your second child or your first child if you're in good terms with your two baby mamas? Usually, you're supposed to have a negotiation and have conversations to be in good terms with them. So you have
wait, Chaos. You say why is he paying child support for his first and his second child?
Yeah, because he is paying child support. He admit he's paying his way since he can't have no relationship with the mother and the child personally because it's not working. Anybody correct me? Am I right or wrong? D-Darrell, Queen Sandy?
But wait, child support and custody are handled by two different courts. Just because you pay child support doesn't guarantee you visitation, and just because you're not paying child support doesn't mean you can't visit with your child. It's two separate items.
That's correct.
Well, I'm not going by if he chooses to visit his child, either he's paying or not. At the end of the day, he just walk off and just say, screw it, I take my loss. Wherever she wants to see me, she could see me anytime. He admit this, that he's going to regret this on air. The first child. So obviously, if you regret this, that means you decide to discontinue any form of relationship between your first oldest, and we're not sure about the second one, but if he's fighting to see her or take custody, that tells me you do not want to be involved at all. And you said there's a mitigator that's blocking you to be involved with the second child.
Now, Chaos, what I don't get and I don't understand, and I haven't really
sat down to, and I can probably take a guess as to the reasoning, but I'm still trying to figure out why didn't he file for custody unless he just did not want to go through tribunal to see his child. But why didn't he fight for custody? Or did he fight for custody? Because according to him, I think did he say he had a
Three or four
custody of
times.
him?
He
Well,
said he
well,
fought for custody.
that's a good question, and you know that's a question the good doctor has explained. Says he
But
put
wait,
this. He's laying out saying what his dilemma is. He should be able to. Someone asks a question. He should be able to answer that question. Why not just take full custody? You got the resource. Look at people paying you
man,
money.
no, chaos. If a custodial parent is dead broke, you could be the richest man in the world. It still take a hell of a mountain together with two molehills to get full custody. It's not that easy, man. It's not. It's not easy.
Conundrum. I would agree with you, but I had to disagree because I know some people that took full custody of their kids, and some of them, they got their act right or not, they're able to accomplish it. So that's no excuse. Personally, in my opinion, personally.
Chaos. I'm not making an excuse. I'm just telling you some realities. Just because you appear to be financially stable and the person that can take care of the child does not necessarily guarantee you custody or full custody. The court is going to make its ruling based on the best interest of the child. More times than I care to count, the court will rule in favor of the mother and feels that the mother is the best parent to actually be the custodial parent for the child.
And I'm telling you, Conundrum. The reason why I don't agree with you in that because I have people that have tried and done.
That's anecdotal. I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
Listen.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen, sir.
Regardless it don't happen, not there are men that are going to do what's necessary to accomplish it, regardless of a fight or whatever. Now, most men, let's be honest, we know how we men act. We only go so far, deal with some bullshit, right? But we think it's the best interest to really be involved with our children. We do what's necessary. And it comes to a point when we say, fuck it, I'm out, wash my hands. That's when the end of it. And trust me, most men, overall, depending on their tolerance, they're not going to go through the bullshit. There's very strong-willed minded men that's going to go out the way to be involved enough to their children, even to the point say, I got to get this out this chick's hand. I'm trying to be respectful. I'm not going to use the word beat.
Chaos, how old are you, Chaos?
I'm a millennium, so I'm up there. I'm older than you by a decade.
By a decade? How old are you?
I know by how your age is. I'm older by you by at least over a decade. Over a decade. I don't really go. I don't go my details personally.
Yeah, but just like how old do you think I am?
It's not how I am. I'm looking at from what I'm seeing your name.
Sir, that's the year I graduated college.
You sure?
I'm positive.
Okay, so that means you way older than me. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Well. Okay. Should I say? All right. I ain't gonna go.
Do you know that there's a strategy with some men that they wait until when they're in certain situations relative to dealing with the child support situation in custody, they'll wait till the child turns 18 to try and create a relationship with the child. Do you know that that's a strategy as well?
Yes, there are some. So there are some situations where most dudes that once the child gets to age when they're off the other parent, that they'll come see the father. And I think what I'm derailed, and other people say that that's not the approach some men should take. Roughly. But go ahead. But they find the go ahead.
It's normally the opposite way around.
Go ahead.
It's normally the father.
Oh! Speak up. Your phone broke up. Your phone just broke up just slightly.
Okay. I said normally it's the father waiting for the child to turn 18 to try to have a relationship, primarily because prior to that the custodial parent doesn't necessarily have to be the biological parent, but just a custodial parent is making it difficult. So that person would prefer to wait until that child is 18 years old, and then the mother can't stay away from my child.
Agreed.
That's not good either, though, Conundrum.
It's not good, but it's a reality. You know who builds their comedy career off that ideology? Corey Holcomb.
Right. Then
Yeah,
I get.
yo, oh my God, bro! Don't tell me bring Corey Oakham to a strategy that most black men should follow. Come on, man. And I like him; he's a comedian, but I would not go by that. Wait till a child be
Oh my
adult.
God, sir, I'm not saying I agree with him. Wait,
All right,
chaos.
let me go to this other person. Somebody on the corner. Who is this?
No, that's me.
Oh, this is Mikey.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so guys, I'm getting ready to like wrap up in a bit because I have another stream that I got to go to. They want me to come over, so
Is that weird unlocked?
last words.
Is that
I'm gonna go ahead and do last words. Mikey, if you want to say something,
No,
you can.
it's not we on lock. No.
You say what?
No.
I'm asking D-Red, is that we unlocked? You about to go ahead?
No, I'm not going to Will Lock. It's something else I got to go. It's offline, but it's something else I got to do on with a YouTuber.
Okay.
Yeah, I got an engagement. I got to take care of.
Yeah. I'll be the first one to say something. You know, this is cool, but you know, at the end of the day, those two people need to come together and do something. Because at the end of the day, that's their problem. You know, everybody try to really stress. You know, you can't stress something when it's not your problem. You know, even though it hurts, but you know, at the end of the day, those are two grown people. One came online for nothing, trying to look for some result. Did she find it? Maybe, maybe not. But you know, at the end of the day, those are two grown people. You know, and you know that's both of them their problem. You know.
Right.
You know,
Okay.
sometimes, this is the reality. But the reality is, you know, she knows what she's doing. You know, at the end of the day, you know, some of these kids are
I'm gonna
smart.
disagree with you. I'm gonna disagree with you on that, man. I don't think she does.
Some of these kids are smart. You'd be surprised what they could do at the end of the day. You'd be surprised. I'm surprised what my kids could do. You feel me?
Okay.
They're all up in the internet, you know, doing this, doing that. So you'd be surprised. You feel me? My kids watch my YouTube channel. They know what I do. I let them know. You know? But that's my take on it. You feel me?
Okay. Well, let me go to Seth Marie. Any last words, Seth?
You know, I kind of agree with Mikey and Q. It's more to it than meets the eye. You know, if you look at family court and child custody court, you know, you get a full spectrum of really what's going on because it more than meets the eye. It's not as easy as people think. You know, you trying to get custody. I don't care how much money you got, how much prestige you got. Sometimes it's the process. And like my man Michael was saying, it's still their problem. They're two grown adults, and let them figure it out. And I'm
That's
sure
it.
they will.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, because I'm not going to sit here and be bent out of shape from two grown people that they could fix it out. That's their problem. You know, bad enough I got my own problems I got to fix. So who am I?
I'm gonna say this, and I'm a part.
You know, who am I?
We're doing Seth Marie doing his last words because we gotta go. It's 6 hours, guys. I'm in my last. Go ahead.
Yeah, that pretty much was it. That pretty much was it. You know.
Okay. All right, Conundrum. Appreciate you for coming in, Conundrum, at last minute.
No problem, man. So Tupac made a song, and he talked about how his dad died, and he didn't shed a tear because the cow wasn't there. Do anybody remember that?
I remember that.
I remember that.
You know, Tupac's dad has surfaced, and it's a totally different story. And the blame falls solely on Tupac's mama. Does anybody know that?
I know.
So, like I said, this shit is not new, but I still don't take any of the blame off of Umar for actually doing his due diligence. In my opinion, I don't think that he wanted to go through the judicial system to try and see his child, but he wanted to see his child. It's just my thoughts.
Hey man, me personally, I had to go through that. You feel me? I went through the court situation. You know, make a long story short, she was trying to say like, "Yo, you can't see your kid." I said, "Okay, cool. You gonna play me? I'm gonna really play you now." Feel me? So I went, got my visitation rights, and ever since that day, we've been cool. Feel me? I just called her yesterday. Told, I mean, not yesterday, today. I told her happy birthday, whatever. You feel me? And you know, me personally, like I said, when I talk to my kid's mother, like right now, we good. Just
Mikey,
know.
I'm doing last words, Mikey.
Oh,
I get it,
all
man.
right,
But it's 6 hours, man. I gotta really get out here, man.
all right, all right.
I'm trying to hurry to get out, man. I'm tired. Chaos.
All right, can you hear me? Is my thing working?
Yes.
A straightforward stream. Can't complain, like always. You know, I did a poll about TikTok, but I'll talk to you another time about that. Deidre.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but that's pretty much it. I don't have anything else. But like I said, what I said before, and I'll say this again. We shall see. Most people that support him, they're gonna continue to support him until the day they transition. But the biggest question to ask, if he decides to move and set up shop somewhere else, how much more people are going to continue to support him with money of their own pocket, which the dollar goes much further across the seas? That's the question a black person asks. And if you're willing to keep funding him outside America, knowing he didn't really accomplish the goal or really did anything for people that's here in America generally, and there are a lot of black people that support him that's ADOS or non-ADOS, we have to really ask the deepest question: was it even worth it after all the time, all the years we spent on him? Did we get our money's worth? That's the question the public have to answer. The only thing I have support Dr. Umar Johnson, I bought his products and probably attended a few lectures when he was here in the East Coast. And that was like years ago. But I don't really fund him like that because to me, my time, my money is very valuable. If I'm going to put anything, I want to see the results, possibly, and hopefully. I don't want to give you money blindly and then there's excuses. Because most black people today, as hard as this, they're not going to be just throwing money to anybody. Hell, a lot of people don't want to throw money to non-black people. So you think they're going to be so comfortable throwing money to black people in the community? Gotta wake up. All right, that's it.
All right.
Chaos. They like the chaos.
They like the chaos. So when you're able to
Chaos.
let that chaos reign with,
Chaos.
let that chaos reign with,
Chaos.
let that chaos reign with,
Must reign.